out, we have Netramiras AOG Hummingbird, which is absolutely super cool, fantastic little design. We have, we're not controlling any of the weapons, we're not doing anything weird. We are now gonna spawn the crossbones at the required distance, and we're gonna see what's happening here. We'll just have to love this flying little movement, won't we? And they are acting pretty sneakily here to avoid those AA guns. Oh, are we moving in a smart way to not get shot by the AA guns? Can that be true? The ornithopters, these are called the hummingbird, but they are an ornithopter if you don't know what that is. Then you should read Dune. That's some good audiobooks. Anyways, oh no! Something happened with our AI. I don't think our diving move should look like this. Oh damn, that's really bad. I had such high hopes, and it's really dead. Mayday, mayday. Oh no, oh no. That is sacre bleu. And anyways, we need to spawn in the third wave. We can't have that. They didn't even reach the target to be able to deal damage. That's very unfortunate. I had high hopes for the hummingbird here, and it just doesn't deliver. Well, we're gonna see what's happening here. Cram shells incoming. Looking like we are having some pretty... Ooh, look, tandem repair. Oh no, tandem collide. Anyways, will the diff guns be able to fire? No. If it doesn't, we have very poor chances of dealing damage before we're getting shot down. Right, so we're not gonna have a top score. We're not gonna take out the crossbones during the first shot. Now we are having... Will we be able to do any damage? Or are we gonna have a 0 point? We are not gonna have a 0 point. There we had some rods. Falling down, doing some damage. 3% has been deducted from the crossbones. That is something. Poor thing, look at this. Oh! Oh! That's some savage damage. The spinning wheel, an auxiliary turret, and some other junk is completely destroyed. If it would have hit the AI, I would have been so surprised. That would mean it would land a pretty decent score after all. I don't think that's gonna happen though. That's too much to hope for. What are we doing? Like, what are... Look, it's just chilling up there. Shoot! The darn diff bombs. No, it just won't. Well, in any case, there we had some other diff rods getting shot. Parts are falling, that's nice. Oh no! One hummingbird is a barbecue bird. The barbecue has been served. You're very welcome to eat. There is lots to have. Flappy McBoom face is, or the clones of his brain at least, is crying in their cooking AI mainframe boxes. Right, so do we have any combatant that's actually fighting here? What are you doing? You're just speeding around. You're lucky there are no rules for escaping for combat from this particular challenge. Oh no, it gets hit by crabs. It should just have a little bit of projectile avoidance, and that would have been not happening. Well, the third wave. Let's bring the third wave. Right. The hummingbirds are popping in here. Oh no. AA guns ate my block I was sitting on. Okay, that one is down. Is it gonna belly flop on the crossbones? No, but it might have. Well, that's a sad story. If it at least would have belly flopped on it, it would have dealt some damage, you know, more. Man, I had high hopes for the hummingbird, but their survivability against the crossbones is too poor, so it's just getting very sad, isn't it? It is. That was a rhetorical question, if you didn't know. Right, another... Whoa, that's a pretty good hit, though. Well, let's see here. APS parts, but no AI parts. Are you gonna... No, you're not either. You're not gonna belly flop either. Well, the hummingbird is waiting for better times, and I think it's waiting for backup too, if I'm being honest. Thing is that we are on our third wave, so there is no backup to be had. That's all you're getting. All right, diff rods, go. That's some damage. Only cramp cannon though. Well, they're obviously easy targets, and the crossbones is down to 77% though. So I will say that's something. I think that's pretty close to what we had from the sunspot here. That's very close indeed. Or we're also having survivability issues here. It is clearly seriously damaged. With some more luck, you could see that it could have potentially had some crit damage. But we didn't have any luck today. Well, this is gonna be pretty shot down pretty soon. I'd suspect it just needs to spin around and hit the... Oh, it looks like the crossbones engines are kind of taken out. But whenever the cram cannons can shoot at it, I think it's pretty much game over. The AA guns, they can take it out too. They're just so slow, those shots. Look at that. And then when it starts burning, it's so much game over. Oh, they actually didn't hit too much. Will we have another blast of diff guns? Are you able to provide a surprising event here? Will you? Oh no! That's so close to the AI. And now I think it's gonna be very much game over. Look at that. No? Yes? Well, it's falling down, but oh yeah, there we have it. Ram shots. Well, the crossbones is at 74%, yes. So it wasn't able to being taken out here, but I think it's some pretty similar damage to the sunspot actually. Yeah, it's very similar. So that will also land. That will also land Netrameira on a 3. I would all actually have thought it would perform a lot better, but man, that first round they all just got shot down and didn't even deliver damage. If it had some more luck, I think it could have taken out the crossbones in the second round, but not today. Our last combatant for this video will be kinda sexy's Eldrosh Kosh. Or I mix up what's the name of the ship and what's the name of the craft. But whatever, it's going to fight. And this is the first time I actually have to drag out my calculator. Wow! Kinda sexy is gonna fight with 5. That's like the upper limit for a flight. We're gonna have 5 of them against the crossbones because that's the closest to fair we can have. Isn't that pretty funny? By the way, if you want to support the channel, you need to look at our options. We have YouTube memberships if you want to be in the ecclesiarchy of YouTube, of GMODISM I mean. then you're a YouTube member. And if you are that, then you can get early access to all of my videos. If you want to be a commissioned officer in your GMODISM, you get all of my files that I play in all different games. And on the higher tiers, I'll build something for you. Then there is the Ministry of GMODISM, which is the newest option, and there we'll have some discount on merch on that store specifically, but that is actually the way that is a least amount that goes away into transfer fees, and the most amount that just goes to me, basically. So that's like the best general support option with the least amount of rewards. Now, it feels like we're doing some pretty interesting maneuvers here. We have our... oh no. Weird. It's like they're not really working right here. Why are they not? They're moving slower than I remembered. Oh no. And the guns are getting I mean the missiles are getting gunned down in air. And the AA guns seem to do pretty short work of these warplanes. What's happening? I wonder if this is another case of updates has been messing up the poor submissions. It's so weird. This one is... they're just falling down. I think we had that issue before when the engine got damaged. Maybe it's like that the engines are getting hurt very easily, and then they're losing thrusting power, because this is of course thrusters and not what are they called? Not the custom jet engines that run on fuel directly. These actually need engine power to run for some weird reason. That's from the depth logic for you. Okay, nothing is happening here. The two remaining in sky, they're basically doing no damage. So I feel we're going to spawn in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more of them, and we're gonna see if they get to a better start. I kind of forget, these look so darn quick, but their top speed is actually 5 meters per second, which is pretty slow for a plane like this. Alright, and now they're doing their weird maneuvers. Man, they looked nice when they went towards the crossbones information, but well, not anymore it seems. So this is the second wave. The crossbones is at 99%. Oh, there we actually had the first round of missiles coming in here. So maybe the AA system has been damaged a bit. Bam, that's a brutal hit. Look at that. It's falling down, burning very cinematically. You know what? I think we can listen to the music now. The crossbones music. If we had that entire 4 parts of the trials, I would have been turning crazy. But for a couple of times each time, I can definitely listen to it. Anyways, now the missiles are actually falling down and hitting here. So some of them seem to have moved into position, which is nice. Now it's just a question. Where are you on the menu, the list here? It's like... this is weird. Why? Oh, never mind. Oh, there you are. There you are. I find you. Good. So I'll know where to place the scores. That's some very weak damage. I think these missiles, if I remember correctly, are just purely explosive, and they're tiny. They do so little damage. We can see many of them are kind of damaged. We have 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 in a combatable position. Locking on above like this. But it seems that there are too many of them, and the AI guns are having a little bit of trouble to actually target all of them. And since the Kosh kind of sexy submissions is kind of... Oh no, those got taken out. Since they're kind of cheap, we can have 5 of them for each wave. So I think it's soon time to bring in the 3rd wave. Yep. Now I feel too few of them are actually dealing damage in a reasonable capacity. With this one burning down, this one seems to be spinning, and this one, we might have one that's dealing damage, but man, that thing is so far away. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Look at that. They're like some kind of weird... When they kind of start like this, they're like some kind of weird spinning starfish in the air. They look like some kind of star. Just sitting there, rising. It would have been funny if they were like perfectly pentagonal and that they moved in a upwards direction. That makes me remember a series I saw very much, which is very cool, and I don't recall what it's called. Anyways, look at that. I mean, we are dealing damage, but the damage is pretty darn sad. Well, I guess we'll just wait and see for a bit and see if it deals any more damage. More cinematics. Well, we've waited for some time here, and the crossbones is slowly, very slowly, but surely picking them out of the sky. The crossbones has some pretty good health still. It's at 93%, so of course it did a scratch, so that's definitely 1 point. But it's just not able to take it out. It's just so superficial damage. But I will say that somehow they still have a pretty reasonable survivability. Like, it takes a good while for the crossbones to actually shoot them out of the sky. And some of them are just chilling on weird locations. So, the final score for kinda sexist design will be a strong 2. But it's just not dealing damage anywhere near anywhere that would be practical in this scenario. You can see that almost all of the systems are working. Yeah, it's like very few things that has been damaged. So, yeah. So I hope you enjoyed the second part of the flight. If you did it, please leave a like, and if you haven't already, you should probably subscribe to the channel. Anyways, we have the support options over here. Remember, I'm live on Twitch, usually once a week, and you have my other channels too, the GMODIST, where you find all of my past live streams and some extra content, and the Relaxism channel, where you find all of my relaxing and chill out videos to maybe help you sleep or focus or something. In any case, huge thanks to Admiral Scooby-Rocks, Commodore Owen, Lieutenant Anto, Cravey, Parvagreed, Vincent Veritas, and all our cadets. This is your host, GMODIST. We're signing out. Or Eric of GMODIST is more correct. This is your Lord High Admiral Eric. We're signing in here with some more trials. GMODIST. This time we will be checking out the 3rd flight of the AOG bombers versus the crossbones. Same story as last time. So let's dive into it. So here we have the Storihana made by Adnekrias. This thing is a little bit too expensive, So actually there should only be 2 of them spawned in per wave. However, we already deducted a massive amount of points for the too costly thing. So the first wave, we will allow it to spawn in with 3 of these, and the following refill waves will only be 2 for each. So that way it will be somewhat fair, I'd say. Right. So the crossbows has been spawned in. And they are long range firing up there. Let's see here, the AA guns are targeting another design. It's a little bit sad that all of the bombers are kind of not having their decals, since the decals had Discord links before. But for those that have a chance of ending up in the fleet, they can, of course, they will be expected to update the design with the new decals, I should say. In any case, this thing has gotten shot at. That's a bit unfortunate. Alright, so we're doing the AC-130 tactics. Just providing some good old long distance firepower. I kinda... Yeah, it has some missiles too. I do think these are not gonna reach though, are they? The crossbows anti-air guns would be quite likely to be able to shoot them down before they reach. Yes, indeed. They will. Looks like the crossbows has taken minimal damage so far. But ooh, this turret actually got EMP'd. If it successfully EMPs all turrets, they have a reasonable chance of actually disabling the crossbows, which would be quite interesting. Well, let's see here. There is only one of the crafts that are even flying. No, none of them are actually flying. Well, that is gonna be a lot of luck. So we're having a refill wave here. I would imagine that they would be a tiny little bit more evasive. What is pretty cool about this design though is the asymmetrical design. I like asymmetrical designs. Alright. See if the missiles come in this time. No, they are not. So that's the bummer here. The missiles usually get shot down. The 2 new ones are not very hurt though. But I wonder, let's see here. The cannon that shoots in there, it's pretty accurate, but it doesn't really target a very sensitive area. I think the crossbones is just too big and meaty target for the story Hannah to be able to deal with. I saw a missile popping in there though, but we didn't get a turret hit this time. We need some extremely lucky hits for them to actually disable anything here. But I do suspect that the crossbones crams ain't extremely accurate either, since they are diving up and down with a pretty nice little sine curve, which definitely makes a lot of the cram shells actually miss. Will they have time to hit something important? Why did that not disable the detection? That was so close. Isn't it, like, do we not want to steal this this barrel design from within here? I think it's pretty cool. This is a proper pirate rum party hall. Alright. Let's see here then. Do we have one story Hana is intact, 2 are not very hurt. I'm almost thinking that spawning in the third wave will actually help the story Hana a lot. Well, damn. Yeah, that one is pretty dead there. Now we only have like dead ones, so whoops. What am I saying? Load in 2 new ones. We shall see how that goes. I do kind of want to remember what ammo we have. That's an armor-piercing high explosive round. That was pretty well aimed. Well, it over-penetrated, but that was just a little bit above the AI compartment. So, the crossbows has taken some damage. 1 turret is disabled, but the general score here is looking like it's gonna be pretty low. I can see it still shoots down the incoming missiles. We're only dealing some slow, steady, but not that serious APS damage. You can see these turrets are still online. Ooh. Are we gonna have a collision? No, we're not. That's almost a little bit too bad. Well, in that case. Nope. None of the turrets had much disabling for themselves going on there. And now we can see. Damn! That's a pretty accurate hit. Poor thing. Well. Now we only have one poor little story Hana left. And that will be the basis for the Juan. So the AA guns are targeting in. I'm kind of surprised the crams are actually doing a pretty good job at hitting the story Hanas. I would imagine that this like sine curve would most likely make it so that they miss, but sadly not, they hit a lot of the time. I think I don't know, maybe that sine wave is just a little bit too bad. Right, so all these story Hanas is disabled. The crossbows is at 89%. So definitely did some damage. I feel that they would eventually tear down the crossbones. Yeah. I'd say this is definitely a worthy effort of 2 points, but not more than that. It's more than 1 point. Survivability is bad, but damage was serious. Next. Here we have the Starmaid joke by Jono, 1928. This is, of course, the second submission, and this is the Isanth 5, or is it Isanth? Yeah, Isanth 5 from Starmaid. By the way, a lot of people have been posting some community updates for Starmaid, and if we're lucky, we'll have a Starmaid in a universe near us in a foreseeable future. That's like probably at least a year, but just so you know, it's not completely dead. Anyways, this one is going over the limit by a tiny bit, but it's 33, so it's like very close of amounting to 100,000, but we'll do the same for Adnecria's design. We'll spawn in 3 the first round, and then we'll have 2 for the refills. I don't expect this to be a very long battle. The Isanth is pretty terrible at dealing damage because it's not very accurate, and so far they have done a pretty bad job at evading anything. So I'll think the crossbones will make short work of this little flight. You see, one is already offline. Yeah, it's... Next scramble is coming in. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. The poor Isanth 5s. To give it a tiny bit of chance of dealing any damage, we'll spawn in the second wave already. I think it's probably good if the crossbones has many target to target at the same time, because otherwise it's just going to barbecue them so darn fast, which might be the case anyways. I'm actually having so low hopes for these South 5 of needing any damage. So I'm actually thinking like this. The South 5 is kind of a joke submission anyway, so I know Jonah won't be sad. We're spawning in the third wave already, and we're gonna see if it is able to deal any damage. But it is cool that we have the South 5 now in from the depth. Jonah, you should probably update that thing a little bit so it's a little bit better, and throw it up on the workshop, because it would be 5 to have like StarMade Isanth 5, but in from the depth. So when people are searching for StarMade Isanth 5, they'll find from the depth workshop entry. Yeah. Anyways. Oh, we're actually having a few of them that are somewhat untouched. The AA guns are doing some damage here. Look, when they get damaged, they get less see-throughable, which is fun. 94%. All turrets online and functioning. Yeah. So the Crossbones is having a all-front war and probably winning it very soon. I'm actually pretty surprised it bounced back from that. That must have been a fatal one. Yeah, this one is pretty offline now. Well, we're having another one falling down there. And... oh, no. That one was falling. Ooh! Is that a fatal hit? Who knows? It actually seems to be a pretty bad hit. Look at that poor thing. I think it lost all its engine power. Yeah, that's one. That one is pretty dead. Well, there we have it. Ah. And this one... there, I think it goes. No, it has some engine power still. Only those extension arms got hit. Hey, Guns is targeting this one. Ah. Ooh, was it a hit? Oh yes. Almost. There, this one is falling as well. The cram fragments got it until the end. AA guns are keeping this one occupied, but now the crams will pop in and finish the job, right? No, it's up for a few seconds more. The rest, no, we have one left. One alive. Dealing damage, I think not, but who knows? The flak guns, it feels like they've became even less usable since they were renamed anti-munition warhead thing. Oh yeah, that's a... how is this not dead? Oh, the engine. Where is the engine anyways? Oh, there it is. Cool. The rest of them are downed. No, this one is actually technically airborne. But it's a very, very technically. And, oh yeah, okay, so this one is pretty over. Right, so what do we have here? The crossbones is at 88%. That's actually more percentages than I would have hoped for. That's actually pretty impressive for what I thought it would do. We can see though that even though we have some important blocks down there being exposed, in general the damage is extremely superficial because it's like wood and stuff only. Inside here we have the AI. It's not close of getting hurt. It seems that all of the turrets are still fully functional, so the damage is minuscule, but it is almost 20%, which is much more than I would have expected. So I'm gonna give it a 2. It deserved those 2. Don't you think so? Next up, we have Light of the World's Star Drop. This is gonna be pretty interesting. It's our only it's one of our very few pack-based systems. Anyways, I just want to say huge thanks to all the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM. All of you cadets, and most notably, our Admiral Scooberox, our Commodore Owen, Lieutenant and/or Cravey, Parback Reed and Vincent Veritas. Your monthly support helps a lot. Also, if you want to join the Ecclesiarchy, you can see them with fancy badges, which you cannot see in the chest here, but the badges are technically in that chest. But anyways, you see them in the comments field. They have fancy badges. So if you want to get them, well, you can join the Ecclesiarchy for $1 a month and you'll get early access to all of my videos. Right, so Light of the World's Star Drop has an insane material per second draw. It's just full. It's absolutely full of what is it called? Like a steam tube, steam engine. So when we calculated how much energy it draws, it turned out to be a lot. Now, this is, as said, a pack-based system. It does some cool maneuvers like that, and it's looking pretty dandy doing it. So we're gonna see it just flops up like that, and it should send in some damage. We don't have any visible damage on the crossbone yet, but there we saw, we got a good little hit. I think it's impact packs too. So I don't know if that's a good or bad thing against the crossbones, but I'm thinking it might be pretty good since it's wood. And even though it deals very little impact damage, the fact that it's doing that impact damage should make the wood crumble pretty well and maybe make it lose important bits when the wooden structure would theoretically be gone. The Light of the World's Star Drop has a material cost of 31,000, so we can fit 3 in one wave. So it's a little bit funny that the previous ones couldn't have full waves like that due to the exceeded material rule break. Like, it looks like it deals a lot of damage, but it's only down by 3%. So I think the damage it does do is pretty superficial. Obviously it's impact. So I think the thing that could make it do like good damage is if it's hitting the right spots and making the like structure crumble, right? So we're having a very exposed superstructure here. I like that little wooden bench, that's nice. Alright, honestly, none of the star drops are actually taken out of play here. They're all producing those impact smashes. Gonna see if it's gonna smash. Nope. It's doing weird maneuvers now. It's kind of hard to guess when they're gonna deal damage and where they're gonna hit, because it's like impact. So when they hit, it's just snap like that, and the damage is dealt. So that wasn't a particularly good, not a particularly good smack. You can see this superstructure could be just crumbled down here, and when that happens, well, then stuff can really happen. So the crime cannons are just shooting on random spots, it seems. The star drops are pretty evasive. I'm actually surprised any of them have been damaged yet. Look at that. So we're only seeing wood. For a target as large as this thing, I feel that a Pierce pack would probably have much better crit potential. This feels like we're doing a pretty slow grind, to be honest. Ooh. I didn't see you getting hit. Well, one star drop is down. And the AA guns are doing their best to target, but the star drops are pretty evasive. This one is wing clipped though, so it's doing a pretty bad job of contributing to the battle. Yeah, I think it's time to spawn in the second wave. That one is down anytime. Okay, second wave launch. Or, if we're gonna be correct, second flight launch. For the glory of the GMODISM Empire. Okay, let's go. It's kinda... Are they not using the missile? But why? But why? Well, the damage party is online here. Now the crossbones is rotating in smaller circles suddenly. The damage party is very much online. Well, crossbone is down to 90%. It is a bit grindy, but the star drops are pretty good at being evasive here. Ooh, there it goes! The superstructure, as we thought it would. Right, so now when it has grinded down a lot of the outer shell, it's gonna get down to the lower levels, and here we probably can see some real damage going on. Maybe if it would, you know, smash away the AI, it could be a pretty cool move. Alright. Nope. I'm kind of expecting them to do that little pack smash belly flop thing from time to time. I saw some EMP damage, so I do believe the missile were fired. I just missed their impacts and stuff before. Well. No important blocks yet. But 85%, we're on the second wave, and it seems like we're gonna do some more damage. So we're all just gonna let it run. I think that the stern turret somehow got hit by one of those missile torpedoes that carries EMP, because it just... I just saw it spin a little bit, you know, sad for a while. Oh, about sad. Look at that. That's the other wheel. Well, they're definitely getting there. The second wave is almost untouched. They are going a little bit close. The star drop is definitely extremely vulnerable whenever they get hit. It doesn't take many percentages from them to be almost completely incapacitated. But fortunately for the star drops, it's also pretty rare that they do get hit. So again, the second wave is still 100% alive. Yeah. Well, the crossbows somehow still have the ability to shoot back somewhat. But whenever their cannons are taken down, they don't have any ability to deal damage. You can see that the second star drop wing flight, is still completely alive. And this one bopping up and down in the water, since it's pack, it's actually still able to deal some damage. So that's pretty cool. Well, I think it's really good that the last test is just testing everything at this type of ultimate test. Something with AA guns, something with a lot of cram, something with a lot of health, a lot of size, a lot of bulk, and see how they would deal with a real battle scenario. That really helps us being able to judge them fairly. That's why we go from 0 to 10 on this last battle, this last challenge, the flight. And here you can see more blocks are just falling off. Ooh, that's some rubber. Does that mean we have AI blocks being shot out soon? We'll have to check this out. Oh, look at that! This is this the main AI? Isn't it down here? I think it's down there. This must be the anti-air AI. Wow, if it hits that, the threat is basically over for the star drops. That's pretty cool. Oh, one bird is down though. Well, when those cram cannons hit, they hit hard. Ain't that right? We're just curious to see some really big AI blocks falling out of this thing. I do think the star drops are pretty happy we're not on a land map. They would not be able to do that flop in the water and get up back again for another round thing. If that was the case, but well, fortunately for them, it is not the case. That is the rests of a turret falling off there, or maybe it looked kind of like it. We have one cram cannon active still. Oh no! Our boy is on fire. On a really in a really bad way. Poor thing. So that's probably one of the boilers getting destroyed. Seems like the fire is over, but I do not think that this one will be providing anything to the battle. Indeed not. We're gonna see if we'll have to spawn in the third round, or if the second round will grind them down eventually. In a reasonable time frame, that is. Well, we can't say that the star drops are doing short work of this, but they are doing some pretty good work. I just checked the stats and it turns out that a crossbow is below 56% there. We're at 56%, so, well, we're not many percent away from despawning territory actually. So will they survive long enough in the air to be able to take this home at the second wave mark? or will we have to spawn in next wave because it's too slow? Well, we'll see in a minute or two. Look, we're shedding big steam. Only one propeller seems to be alive here. The crossbones is in such a sad shape. Oh no, but there is only 2 star drops are still in the air, so that's something. Oh, that was a well-aimed one, wasn't it? That's so close to the AI, or is that the ammo? One of them. So we decided to spawn in the 3rd wave. We stayed a little too long of going down from 66% to 64%. Turned out that both of the star drops that were in the air were a little bit damaged both, so that might have been affected the extremely slow damage dealing, but we kind of reached the maximum wait time there. So now we are in full capacity again with the 3rd wave. And I can't imagine that we'll get any other result than it will look already down to 60% now, then that they will be able to take out the crossbones. This is like slowly but surely grinded down. Man, all of the big crams are actually offline now. That's great. Look at that. Well, good job. Was able to take it out pretty quickly there when we spawned in the 3rd wave. That's definitely the best score of the 3rd wave batch, which leaves Light of the World's star drop with a 7 in points. Next out, we'll have one of my personal favorite, Pizza Summoner's Sardalk. It not only has a cool spinny thing, it has cram cannons with lock-on stuff. So we're going to spawn the crossbones, and I would imagine that it's gonna do some pretty good work against or with the crossbones, dependent on how you see it. So these are some pretty fast ones, and they have the most amazing lock-on system. Alright, I think they're going down for the... Look at that. That's so cool. So yeah, that's what it does. It deals some really good cram damage. Look at that. They're penetrating. You don't see the damage from the surface, but this is the opposite to the previous contestant, Light of the World Star Drop, which did impact surface damage. This is penetrative cram. And the really cool thing with the Pizza Summoner's design here is not only the very good decoration, it is that the cram cannons, both of them actually have different lock-on places. Let's see if it's gonna lock on yet. No. This one is a little bit damaged. Oh darn. Whoa. Whoa, okay. I think we experienced a game bug. What the hell happened there? Holy crap, that's like machine gun crams. That was the weirdest game bug I've ever seen. Unfortunately, we'll have to respawn this. This is just insane. I've never seen machine gun crams before. Will it do it? I'm just so curious. Will it do it again? But yeah, we can't have these results. Look at that. That's only 2. Okay, maybe it just was a fluke, or Pizza Summoner has post-submission hacked from the depth and made some super advanced code. Who knows? Right, so we had to restart this run, right? The Sardalks are diving in here. We'll just have to see if we experience this bug again. That's absolutely crazy. Machine gun crams, never seen the like of it. And there you can see the cool thing is that they divide up and you know, shoot at different places. Now they were so close to each other. I don't know if they are avoiding getting collision with each other or not. I don't think I spawned them that close to each other, but you know, that can happen too. You'll have to set up in the AI to be able to make them not make them shoot at each other accidentally using failsafes, and also not colliding with each other. Just using do not collide with your friends option with the right settings. Oh darn. Damn, that got pretty hurt there. The crossbones is down by 8%. They have dealt some pretty good damage, we must say. But it seemed they had a little bit of a unfortunate situation there in the first dive bomb attack. Right, we're coming in for another one. Oh, that one missed. That's a pretty good hit. Alright. No cram cannons are offline yet. All of the Sardalks do have taken some pretty good damage there. One Sardalk is actually offline now. Is this one? No, not falling. We're gonna see when how they come in for this second round, if it's time to spawn in a second wave, or if they are fully combat capable. Right, they're diving in. That's a pretty good hit. Second gun didn't fire. Now we got shot there too. That was a pretty good hit though. Yeah, we have big steam popping out of here. You can see the crossbones don't have much power now. That's definitely some good work. Whew, these Sardalks are suffering a bit though. Oh, it's not obvious that they will come back for another attack round. I think only one of them might be not damaged enough to be able to do it. I think it's this one. Alright. Should be locking on. There we did. Oh! That's a pretty bad hit there. Our boy is on fire. And not in a good way. Alright. The crossbones. We're at 88%, so the first wave did some good damage. You can see that the remaining Sardalks are pretty damaged. This one seems to have no cram cannon as left, so I definitely think it's time for spawning in the second round here. And with a cost of 31,000, almost 32, we can of course spawn in 3 of them. And I think, whoops, we must be inside of it. Right, what happened here? You know what? This is weird. Oh, they have successfully regrouped. Look at that. That's some pretty good damage. I almost thought that they had gotten crazy for a while there, but they have indeed not. They're back, dealing extreme damage. They just need to run away for a little while and get back for another attack. Oh, another one of those awesome dive bomb cram attacks. We'll just have to experience this. Isn't this cool? Oh, yes. Well, Pizza Summoner definitely knew what he was doing when he invented that system. That's so cool. Lock-on systems are always great. Oof, that's some big damage. Well, at this rate, I think the second wave is going to be able to deal pretty well with the crossbones here. It's down to 78%. The Citadels unfortunately take a lot of damage when they deal the attack bomb dives, but it's definitely worth it. It's not easy to deliver this high of a damage. Oh, is this the one with no crams? Here we have one with crams though. Surge protectors. Oh! There we had a pretty large explosion, and there too. They are delivering here. Delivering cramfetti. And wood. All over the place. It seems that only one cram cannon is functioning. And not very well at that. Are you shooting blank, sir? Yes, you are. Right. Oh no, this is the one without the ammo. Poor thing. Well, it can at least confuse it. Now that was probably not the most valuable spot to shoot at this time. But how could the AI know that? I think the Sardalk probably has the ability to one-shot the crossbones if it just aims at the AI. It's so smart that the cram shots have different targeting locations, because that just doubles the chances of a crit hit each attack run. No, I was wondering, did you hit something there? Alright. You're the one without the guns, right? Yes, you are. Alright. That's some pretty good hits, I think. More cram system, more wood fetty. I'm just waiting for that AI shot here. There we have it. I think the AI might actually... I think it was destroyed there. Huh. That's a blank. Wow. I actually think we did it there. We have to monitor it a little bit, of course. But honestly, I think they've already disabled it. Like, we can of course kill it like that, but... No, that side of the AI, okay, it's not over yet. It is over now. Look at that, it's very over. Very good job, that's the second round. That's the second run. We did some pretty good damage there. Well, with being able to kill it at the second round, we're having a pretty good score here, of course. It took a little bit of time. We had some tiny problems with the survivability, but we took him out on the second round, and we did it pretty epically, actually. So that's definitely an 8. Scratch that, I think we actually did it a lot more effectively than the other ones that got the 8. This is a 9. I think this is the second most well executed takedown of the crossbones so far, so that's deserving of a 9. Almost highest score, which is the upper limit for taking out the crossbones on the second round. But I truly feel it has the ability to take it out on the first round if it has some luck, which adds a lot to a design. Critability must be pretty valued highly, because if you have critability, especially with like deeply penetrating crams, you can take on a lot of targets, and you know, with the impact pack, you will not get a lucky hit and kill the crossbones, but with a pen depth cram, you have the ability. Next out, we have Rush's Butterfly Wasp. With 22,000, almost 23,000 materials, we get a wave of 4. I do believe that this design has a lot of some pretty larger missiles. I think it actually has some pretty good chance of dealing some pretty good damage if indeed it's able to hit them, the missiles. Because it does have some ability with aiming and shooting at smaller targets. And that is because the missiles had a little bit of a lock-on issues earlier sometimes. But I think that's probably not the case in this area. I think the crossbones is just impossible to miss. But will the missiles go through the defensive systems, I wonder? And there we can see the example when the laser is not able to focus for too long. None of them have been hit so far. They're pretty fast and agile. Rush's Butterfly Wasp, right? That's what it's called, right? Butterfly Wasp, yeah. They're very fast and maneuverable. I do hope that the lasers are set up to aim at teams' lasers, because otherwise we'll have some issues with them losing contact. If they can aim at a teammate's missile laser, then they have just so much higher chances of actually hitting. Oh no! We got full fatality rate here. Oh darn. That one is basically dead, so yeah, okay. We already need to throw in the second flight here, which is a little bit surprising to me. I thought that they would continue to evade those crams and basically grind it down, but that was not the case at all. Oh no. And a lot of the missiles are actually shot down by the crossbones AA. Ah, look at that. So near, but wasted damage potential due to that missile laser not being able to focus at the right place just long enough. We can see there is actually a surprisingly low amount of missiles that reach the crossbones here. That does surprise me. I would suspect that they would do a lot better. But it seems that they indeed do not have very high chances of taking out the crossbones with the third wave. Right. So, well, I guess we're gonna see if it does it or not, but it doesn't look like it's too much to hope for. Like, look at those poor things just falling out of the sky. Whenever they're targeted, it seems to be pretty much game over. And we have a nice little lock-on here. If only the missiles will continue to... Yeah, I kind of forgot about this little missile laser fail here. I'd suppose they do not actually aim at the teammates' lasers. Maybe they do, but it's just not enough then. The crossbones is large enough that a lot of the missiles can hit anyways, even if it kinda doesn't have an updated position of where the crossbones are. They can just, if they just go forwards. But I guess if they're set up to see skimming, I guess they would just do like this and just go horizontally, right? If they're set up to straight firing line, I guess they won't change that, right? So that's definitely something to set up then. Right, we have two butterfly wasps in the air. I feel that the damage potential is pretty low. They have not too long to live, I'd suspect. So I'm going to spawn in the 4th wave. No, the 3rd wave. It's just because I mix it up, because it's 4 of them for a wave here. And there we could see some missiles evading, some missiles hitting. Well, now we get some pretty bad weather too, so this is going to be pretty interesting indeed. Look at that. Ah, waste the damage. So sad. If these missiles just had some EMP, I think they could make some pretty short work of the crossbones, because apparently the crossbones turrets are not the best with EMP insulation, as we have seen from earlier combatants. I think it was the story Hannah, right, that took out some pretty good turrets with just a tiny bit of EMP damage. Well, we're slowly getting there, I guess, but this feels like a long one. I just checked the stats here. We honestly only have 2 butterfly wasps alive. Alright, so there... and now there was only 1. Well then. Waste the damage again. So, that's so sad. If they just had been radar guide or something. It's actually easier to just set up the laser to just, you know, have an extra laser, make them always face the enemy, but that is not the case, and that has been an issue in earlier videos as well, so it's not like I should be surprised or anything. It's just that there is a lot of submissions, easy to forget, you know. Not dead yet. But it's seriously only 1. The crossbones is down to 87%. So they have done substantial amount of damage. That has to be given to it. It seems that some of the turrets are seriously hurt. Not sure if the bow battery is EMP offline or like the LVC has been hurt or not. But they're not trying to aim very much, at least. Generally, the crossbone is not at the worst conditions, that have to be said. Definitely is not. No, and those missiles didn't even get through much, did they? Oh, and there we go. Well, crossbones is at 86%, so that's almost 20% again. That is some substantial damage, but we're not close to disabling it, so this is definitely 2 points. Right, so last out, we're going to have the last little submission for the 3rd flights videos. And this is the absolutely beautiful BY-409 bomber by our MIA Captain Y. So this one looks pretty amazing. It's definitely the best looking design. I think it's one of the best looking designs. It's in the top of the QCB. Let me check here. Yep, it is the best looking design together with Pizza Summoner's A Saradalk. Unfortunately, like the Saradalk, it has suffered a little bit from the Discord links getting disappeared like that. But, oh no, they're absolutely a joy to sit in, and they have some really smart stuff of being efficient and nice like that. They have a low cost of just under 20,000 materials, which means that this is encroaching the upper limit of how large a flight can be. I think that was 6 units and this is 5. So let's get in the crossbow and see if they can do anything against the crossbones. Crossbones have been sighted. We got some diff guns, we got some different mix of things there. Now, it may look very good, but it does have some issues, of course. This and here we got the little sonar buoy harpoon thing there. All right. The AA guns are doing traditional AA damage. Let's see which of them are getting in close. So we actually got 3 of them a bit damaged already. They are doing a traditional bomber run here. So we're having diff guns shooting down here to deal some damage. And we'll see if that damage will be enough. If they can line up and do proper bombing runs. Oof, we got one B409 down. Oh no. We got another one falling down. Poor B409. But they are looking absolutely splendid doing it. That's true. Alright. It seems they are having some issues getting in to do the bombing dives. And not a good ability to avoid those crams. So, it's looking very cinematic right now, but I guess not in a good way. Oh no. Look at that. The engines are down. Oh, very, very cinematic. But not good for the glory of the AOG. Well, it's looking like some serious second round territory here. I don't know if we have any combat ready one. This has only one propeller. This one just got shot at. But it's doing a bombing run, okay. Now it's missing engine blocks. God damn it, shoot those diff guns. No, alright. It's definitely second round. So, second flight. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We're gonna sit inside of this thing and see what happens. And it's like slow motion all over the place. These has just so many mimics on them. I mean decos. They look absolutely splendid. And now we're running away. Well, we're not gonna look at that one then. Oh no. This one is doing the belly flop move. This one is pretty targeted, poor thing. Look at that. The crossbones is only down to 98%. Well, they're just not getting in there to deal damage. That's quite unfortunate indeed. While I don't think Captain Y plays, or MIA Captain Y plays from the depth right now, I would almost want to send the B409 to someone that wants to do an overhaul of it. So if you're into From the Depth still and you'd like to do an overhaul of the B409, please contact me on Discord and I'll send over the design to you and you can make it work better and replace those decals and put your own name in the AI and insert a little extra name in the name of it and stuff like that, and that would be absolutely fantastic, because this airplane is just such a beautiful design, and it's so unfortunate it will just not be able to provide firepower. Right now we're like, it did damage, it has done damage, so, but not a lot, so we're like in the 1% territory. Poor thing, look at that. Well, do we have enough of them in the air that can actually do something? I think it's third round territory actually. And I spawned them in this cool semicircle pattern to give them some kind of tactical advantage. Because if they will be ever able to do any type of damage, I think this is their chance if they'll get some of this oh, well, I guess screw tactics, we're running away. Man, we're having a lot of wings in the air, and the FPS will suffer. The game speed is running. Oh, it's running at 100%? I kind of don't really believe that. It's going down to slow motion so often. Wow, they're just not targeting the poor old crossbones. The poor old crossbones are absolutely mincing these. No, no, no. Beautiful designs getting shredded to tiny pieces. Oh well. Cruel world. Ooh, look at that. We had some fuel in the wings. When all of these were submitted, fire was not a thing. And now you can see fuel engines in the wings, which a lot of my planes have too. Wow, they're just making the entire wings burn down. Is it just me, or it seems that none of them have been able to get in there and deal any damage against the crossbows? One of them did it in the first run, but now they seem to never be able to really line up for a proper attack run. They're like changing their mind when they're getting close, repairing each other a little bit instead, and well, mates, let's just call it a day. Yeah, good times. So yeah, this one seems to be suspiciously disabled though. How would that have happened? Maybe the diff rods do have a bit of an EMP. Now this is golden bomb run, right? And it doesn't fire. Why? We'll need an AOG engineer, maybe it's you, to look at this, if anyone wants to. It's not like I'm... Because I know this will be a finicky project due to all of those mimics. Yeah, this will be a finicky project, and updating my own designs have been a finicky project so far as well. Especially the Gimlo, oh my god, that battle series. It was pretty funny with the Kevin Try's Gimlo Mark II. A lot of people got confused and thought that my upgrade was out, but no, it's very tricky. Ooh, it dealt damage. That's not a lot of damage. Well, 97%. Nothing has really happened. We absolutely do not have much crit ability. Not at all. I think we will be joking with ourselves if we assume that this will do any type of crit damage anytime soon. 3 percentages, maybe one turret is disabled, that's something, but it's not enough damage to be more than 1 point. But it is damage, so it's definitely a point. But I hope you have enjoyed this little episode, and if you have, do not forget that shop.gmodism.com exists if you want to get some nice merch. Anyways, I'll see you next time. Join the ecclesiarchy if you... There we have it. If you want to get the videos a little bit early, do join the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM right here. If you want to get some perks and be able to download all of my files and templates in a very easy way and not have to save them yourselves via things I uploaded to the workshop. Also, we have our Discord community down here. I will have you know that the camera is not mirrored. That's why I'm getting confused when I'm trying to point at things. Anyways, the Discord community, a lot of people think is pretty nice, so maybe you want to ask some cool questions there, I don't know. With enough rambling, I will close this episode off, and I will also have you know that the last and 4th episode will be the last of the battles, and then we'll have to calculate the points and decide who is the winners. So, I'll see you next time. This is your host, GMODISM. We're signing out. Eric of GMODISM. Or Admiral, that's right. Okay, that's enough. Enlisted, commissioned officers, and anyone else who are watching this video, you're very welcome to the last section where we will try the flights against the crossbones. Before we begin, I will just say a huge thanks to all the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM from Lieutenant and above, which is Admiral Scubrox, Commodore Owen, we have Lieutenants Ando Cravey, Parbag Reed, and Vincent Veritas. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel every month. Also, huge thanks to everyone in the ecclesiarchy. You can see their badges in the comments field. Oh yes, let's get into the battles. Next out here, or first out I mean, we have Shotgun's Dart. This beautiful little build costs 23,700 materials, which means we can fit 4 into a wave, or a flight. So let us spawn in the crossbones at the set distance, and we're gonna see what will happen. Alright. The machine guns are machine gunning on. We're closing in. Okay, the first dart has gone in there. Very nice. Oh, they're flying close. Will we shoot anything though? Or are we going to use... Oh, there we have a missile. Oh no! The missile blew up. I guess that's the flak for you. When you use anti-munition warheads to shoot against your targets, I suppose you will shoot down their missiles automatically too. Look at that. Oh no! Oh no! Is it just me, or are the missiles launched from the darts just exploding mid-air? No, now we got a couple of them, but they have no health whatsoever. Look at that. This thing is barely alive. Oh no. Thank you. Alright. 2 more missiles launched. And they just won't reach the target. The crossbones is at 100%. It's not looking great for shotgun dart. I think we can spawn in the other round here. We only have 1 of them functioning in a reasonable way. So 2, 3, and 4. Here we go. The next flight just spawned in. We're the first flight. We're completely unable to deal any damage towards the Deepwater Guard crossbows. Right, here we have a big missile swarm coming in there, and it seems that only one of them did reach the crossbows, dealing minuscule damage. Well, when your missile has low health, this is what can happen. Alright. I think it seems very likely we'll have to spawn in the third flight. The crossbows has taken some damage. That's good. That means, you know, 1 point at least. Oof. The AI guns of the crossbows are doing a pretty good job at shooting these down. Not sure those crams are hitting anything though. They are just going dangerously close, aren't they? We have we have an entire wing of shotguns darts in the air. It seems they have managed to damage the crossbows AA guns a significant amount. Because now it seems that the tides may have been turning for the shotgun dart. And here we got the tiny magnet bombs. And they're actually them... Yeah, they're actually the ones that are dealing the bulk of the damage, I do believe. They're a little bit difficult to shoot down with AA guns. But here we can see the anti-air and anti-munition guns. They seem to be a bit damaged, to be honest. Look at that. Missiles are coming in here. Is the tide turning? And these small missiles, they'll just not get activated. Oh, they're... removing some small blocks of the hull on the outside there. We still have... I don't know, 1,000... It seems that one... Oh, we have... Okay, that one is down, 3,000 meters. 1,000 meters. They're going pretty far away at times. And then they come back. Don't know why they're going so far away, though. Oh. Does it just go that low, or is it damaged somehow? Hard to tell. Well, will the AA guns... Okay, the AA guns are pretty still efficient. One dart seems to be shot down. We'll have like 3/4 of them in a workable condition. I think the one that are like at 80% or similar are definitely down. Huh. It's good they have shields. Oh, I like how the cram explosions exploding behind or close to a craft basically makes it fly up a little bit in the air. Crossbows is down 90%. Oh man. Oh man, look at that. Poor thing. Are you not gonna be shot at with crams? Apparently not. Well done. I thought we would see a real cram cannon executioner move there. Nice dive there. Missiles coming in and hitting. When you shoot the missiles towards the target when you're pretty close to them, the missiles or anti-missile cannons can't really shoot them down. civs will not be able to react when the bomber just shoots them at a very close distance. Which is cool. We have one missile getting in there. Oh, it's actually reaching the target. There we go. 87%. Oh! That's brutal. I was almost thinking the fire would spread to the crossbones though. Oh, damn. Is it gonna crash into this one too? No, it just misses it, it seems. Oh well. Will the cram side cannons not fire? Well, it died anyways. Okay, we have like one dart in the air. We'll have to send in the third wave. 2, 3, and 4. Let's go. Third and final wave of shotgun's dart. Loads of missiles are incoming there. I think they have a decent chance of beating it though. Look, if I tilt back like this, you can see my shirt. I think I need a camera that's a little bit more wide angle, don't you? Well, the crossbows is fighting pretty valiantly. Even though it has sustained some damage, you can see that the darts can't really relax yet. Ooh, when it flies close like that, and the cram cannons almost get it, that's like scary. Look at that. They'll just drop these bombs in front of it. I think it's pretty cool. Those magnet bombs are pretty cool. Well, the third wave's damage is progressing. Some of the... Oh, I think this one just got shot down. Man, that must have been a cram hit. Right, we have 2 darts that are unscathed so far. We're gonna see what score we'll end up with. It seems it may not be able to take it out on the third round or the third. Oh damn! Oh damn! Cinematic falling down and burning. Poor thing. Well, it looks like the darts will probably not be able to take out the crossbones. Like getting a little bit stuck in the water too. We'll see though. This one is out. This one is not out, but it's kind of dipping into the water all of the time. Oh, we're having a pretty bad time. Let's wait for the crams to come in. Oh. Well, they're real fast. 130 meters per second. I'm kind of surprised the crossbones guns can hit them at all. And here we have the next magnet activated. Oh, we don't have that. Oh no, never mind. We have all the propellers left. Well, they are fighting to the last bits and pieces, but this battle is soon gonna be very over. Well, I think this one is the only one that is kinda out of the waters. Ooh, that was a close miss from the cram cannons. Oh man. Yeah, I think this is the only one that's not into the water by now. And it still has some damage dealing potential, right? But it just dips into the water, which isn't like the best. Alright, we're going in for another attack. Ah, now we have all of the crams attacking. And this is not a good place to be. Look at that. Oh no, stranded in the water. Oh no! Okay, there we get it. They're all down now. Roger that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So the crossbones is not defeated. It has an 79% health, which, you know, it's pretty damaged. It can eventually definitely damage it, I think. You know what? I think this is a clear 4 in points. It's not enough to take it out in any way, and they had some survivability problems, but it did some serious damage, so it deserves 4 points. You can see that they can eventually grind it down. If you put the shotgun's dart, if you have the same material cost of the darts as you do with the crossbones, I think they can defeat it. So it's not that bad. It's just not enough for getting the better scores. Next out, we have Nilden's Penguin. So Nilden will be showing up a good bit in this little video, and we're gonna spawn the crossbones, and of course we are going to spawn more penguins. We can have 3 penguins in a flight, and of course a crossbones. So the crossbones has been spawned. We'll definitely need to check into that. Alright. This upwards and downwards, no, not super stable moment is probably super great for not getting hit. Now, I wonder what's up with the missiles here. Alright, I guess we're going in for the attack round here. What are we doing? Oh, that's a very inaccurate bomb drop. They just get shot down by the AA guns. Oh lord, I suspect this will be a forever battle with very little damage. Come on, penguins, drop the darn bombs. Well, I had high hopes for the penguins. This is a bit underwhelming. Let's see here. Yeah, so one penguin got shot. Are you kidding me? What did it die from? Did it get shot down by flak? Oh no! The crams actually almost hit the penguins. Poor penguins. Well, they don't really seem to deal any damage at all. 2 penguins are already hurt. Not the percentage has been yeah. We're gonna spawn in the second wave. And it doesn't do any damage. We're gonna double flank the crossbones. We're gonna spawn in the third wave for Nilden's third submission. Because I wanna see if they can do any damage. It seems that... Well... And now why are you running away? Alright, anyways. So, I wanna see if they can do any damage. If we have all the 3 waves in at once, can we see any particular damage? Because I'm not going to wait for each of the waves of slowly getting shot down while not dealing any damage. That makes a boring video, and when I make boring videos, you'll have to tell me, because then I'm doing something really wrong. I mean, that's the point of doing videos, right? It should be somewhat enjoyable. Well, well. Ooh, penguin! Oh yes! Oh yes! That is an excellent bomb drop! They'll have no time shooting them down. Yeah, there you go. 1% has been stolen from the crossbones. Look at that. The explosives. That was actually a super good hit. Whoa. If that would have hit a little bit differently, it might have taken out the entire cram cannon. Right. So we spawned in all 3 waves. We actually have a serious amount of penguins being downed. Poor thing, look at that clubbed penguin. Well, it's like they're moving up and down in a bobbing motion. It's just not quite enough to outrun the crams. If they just had a bigger sine wave going up and down like this, I feel it would have evaded all of those shots. Alright, so 2 percentages. Some of them are still dropping bomb, but the AA guns are so undamaged that most of them can actually take out. Oh, I wanna see this. No, are you in a setup to not collide? Oh. Sad. No! Oh, they're attaching to the wrong... Oh, well. Right, so the penguins are just very unable to deal much damage at all. So, they do deal damage. So, they'll have 1 point, but we're not gonna sit around here more. Nilden's 3rd submission gets 1 point. They're just not able to deal much damage at all. And the penguins are slowly getting shot out of the sky, while basically none of their bombs are ever reaching the crossbones. I think that will be enough. Next out we also have Nilden with a B8 bomber. This one is absolutely fabulous, because it has a bombing cam, which is cool. Right, it costs 32,000 materials, so we'll have 3 in a wave. Alright. And these look pretty darn cool, don't they? It's like a flight of B-17 or whatever they're called, flying into bombing war. Very effectful. Anyways. Oh no! We're getting pretty hit here. Okay. We'll need to check out the bombing cam. It seems that something is wrong with the bombing cam. Or maybe not. It's not doing... Nilden's 1st submission here isn't doing very well, is it? Oh, there we had some bombs. Well, this is kind of interesting. I did think they would, I don't know, shoot their bombs. Maybe a little bit, you know? Well. They have started to try and deal some damage, but... yeah, this is a little bit underwhelming. They just won't work at this scale. Oh man. No. Well, at least it did some damage. Look at them beautiful bombs sitting here in their racks, getting unused. What a waste. Well, we knocked off that wheel. I feel it's definitely time to throw in the 2nd wave. And I wanna be inside of this one. Or maybe not. Alright. They're lining up. No. It's like they're a bit confused. What are we doing? These red and green lights are blinking in a weird pattern, right? Well, I don't know why, but the bombs are not shooting very often. Well, here we had a fall of bombs going on there. Oh man. That looked brutal. And the AA guns are getting most of them anyways. Are we burning? No. I mean, they do deal some damage, it's just not quite enough. Alright. Oh, damn. That's burning. That's super cinematic. But, man, not good for the Nilden's first mission, the B8 bomber here. Oh, well. Shit happens, I guess. It looks like we have a strong case of spawning in the third wave. Now, we do have some ability to maybe see something on... Like, we have to look one time at the bombing cam, right? Look at that, that was pretty cool. This is kinda nice, even though it looks like you're watching a YouTube video of 144p. Sorry about that. But I'm pretty glad the from the depth video screens are not high-res, because you don't know how much lag they cause. They cause so much lag. Don't use video screens on your battleships if you're gonna have battles with them. They just cause too much lag. Not worth it. Well, they seem to be complaining a little bit we spawned them too close, so we're gonna go down to 3,000 meters here, which is the proper spawning distance anyways. Alright. And we're going to get into the battle. Let's see what's happening here then. It's like low intensity exciting. Now the flags pop in. Alright. Oh! Oh damn! Oh no! Okay. Well, we have a few bombs, which most of them missed. Well, crossbows is at 90%. I mean, that's something. Well, I guess we're gonna see how this ends. But I must say, it is a little bit underwhelming. I thought the Nilden's first mission here, the AUG BU-8 bomber, would actually deal some pretty good damage against the crossbones. Maybe I reverse jinx myself, because that looked like a pretty darn good hit. GMODISM, I don't think that reverse jinxing is a thing. Casually talking to myself, who wouldn't? Anyways, the B8 bombers have turned this around a little bit. The Admiral, not the Admiral, the crossbones, the AI is called Admiral, is down to 83%. So obviously, they have started to do something right. I do suspect that they have shot down the AA guns eventually, been grinding them down. Which, in turn, makes it so that the missiles, these ones, reach their target. You look at that! It just continues to deal damage. It's pretty exciting. Except when it gets hit, then it turns less exciting. Look at that, the engine is shot down. Isn't that super cinematic? It is. It's super cinematic. Anyways, wouldn't want to be on this plane. Am I? No. Looks like it's gonna do a classical SpaceX belly flop landing. Not quite. Right. Oh. Wing clipped again. Poor thing. It's like the crams are slowly picking him off. We have like no B8 bomber undamaged. No, we don't. So the question is... Oh yeah, this one actually deals some damage still. Okay, cool. Question is, will they be able to even take out the crossbones? I hope that for a second, but I think that hope has left me now. Well, look at that. Not half bad. When they come from top down like this too, they're dealing some serious damage. It's just a matter of time when it gets hit by a cram though. But circling above the crossbones like this, it seems to be a pretty decent tactic. Well, almost thought they would crash for a moment there. When it changes trajectory like that all the time, it's not very often that the crams seem to hit. Right, so we have like 4 Nilden bombers that are technically having a pretty high score. But one of them seems to be circling around here. I don't know what it's doing. Is it coming in, maybe? Well, guess we'll see. This must be pretty unnerving. Just sitting up here, waiting to get shot. Looks like the lost child is back. So now we have 3 B8 bombers chilling around here. So smart that the crossbones has area detonation on those crams. Probably makes all the difference. Well, it looks like the boys are moving in and we're unloading. Oh yeah, next one. Perfect. Oh no! Oh no. Well, that happens. Oh man, they're so down. The crossbows is now at 69%. That's pretty decent. Is 69 the funny number, as Borderwise says? Anyways, they're continuing to deal damage. I feel this battle has a bit slowed down a tiny bit, but I mean, we're gonna wait and see if they will be able to actually take down the crossbones. Are you shooting blanks, sir? You sure seem to be. It's gotta catch him. Ooh, hoo, hoo. Very cinematic indeed. Like having wings you can shoot off adds to the cinematicness, don't you think? It's just raining missiles here. I think that one of the things that really made the crossbones be less good now is that I think its inaccuracy increased a lot when detection and stuff got shot down. So I think that's a huge contributing factor. Man, there is just so many turrets gone here. Look at that, it's so like hollowed out. It's like nothing left. It's just a couple of cram cannons now. 62%. That is pretty good indeed. And they're still being able to shoot down some more missiles and slowly grind down some damage. Well, now there is only one left, flying up in the air like this, circling around. And it still shoots some missiles, so it's technically in the battle here, dealing damage. So we're gonna see, basically, we'll have to check out if this thing will grind down the crossbones by itself, or if it will eventually be shot down. Look at that! Look at that. The crossbones is despawning. Alright, victory for Nilden's first submission, being able to take him out using the third wave. That's super nice. Taking him out using the third wave, that's really good. It took some time. I think it will be 6 points, which is the mill score for taking him out the third round. Good job. Next out, we're actually having Nilden's second submission, which is the Invader. The very, well, I suppose, flying sorcerer looking design. I do suspect this battle will not be too long. They are absolutely not able to dodge the crams. Thus, if the crams aim at the right spot, I think they'll die pretty quickly. But we of course have no idea, and we're gonna check out what happens. If this tiny pack cannon will be able to do anything against it. Right. Poor invaders. That one is very dead and burning. Look how cinematic this is. I need my cinematic filter, which I have somewhere. That one seems a bit dead too. Are we gonna have a... No, it didn't crash on it. Well, that's sad. Right, so I think that might have been the shortest so far. We're gonna spawn in the second wave. You know, I think we can spawn in the third wave while we're at it. See if any damage will be dealt. It's like tiny explosive pack. I'm kind of surprised the crossbones has suffered 1% damage though. Because I think these are right. These are like... Or maybe it was impact. No, that's explosive, right? Isn't it? Oh man, they're just getting shot down so fast. Well, that's all of them basically. Poor things. Surprisingly enough, the crossbones is down by 2%. So somehow they did a tiny bit of damage, which means 1 point. I'm very glad it was over quickly, at least. That's something I like with crafts with low survivability. You don't have to wait them out and see what they'll do. They will either just kill the enemy super fast and maybe get shot down, or they would just fail to kill the enemy and get shot down, which is like the case this time. But that's why you submit 3 submissions. You can do that. You could in this. The season 2 of the trials you will not be able to submit to. But you could in this, and that's a smart move, because then you can try different tactics and see what works best. Good job anyway. Funny with flying sorcerers. Next out we have a design favorite of many people, which is the Cringe's design. And this is the MB5. Crossbones has been spawned in. The MB5 costs 27,000, which means we'll fit 3 of them in a flight, it's called. Now I'm losing the language. That happens. Right, we got some laser lock-ons there. The visibility is bad in the weather today. Ooh, dodging cram shells. Are we having an projectile avoidance setup here? That's nice. Maybe we're just lucky, but it's nice either way. Okay, never mind. I jinxed it. I'm sorry. Very cinematic though. Look, the wings are just separating and they're burning. Anyways. Do we have a... We only have one in the air, do we? That's surprising. They got shot down a little bit quicker than I've hoped. They look so nice. Anyways. We're going to spawn in the second wave. I'm gonna see if the missiles reach through the AAs. Okay, seems the lock-on fails a little bit there. Well, they are overwhelming it pretty nicely. It looks so nice though. Oh no. Oh damn. Do we have anyone alive? Barely. We have this one, okay. You know, I think we have moved into third wave territory. We're going to warp inside this thing, making sure we don't control anything. Just so we can have the first, you know, pilot's experience. No, okay. We're failing to lock on. Okay, we're locked on. That's pretty nice though. Ooh, we dodged that cram. Absolutely beautiful. You know, that's not half bad. We did do very superficial damage though. So I suspect that the score here will be pretty small, yes. We're like swarming the crossbones with just tiny missiles all over the place. Unfortunately, the cram cannons has this pesky tendency to hit us also. Which is causing a lot of bad times. Reverse propeller planes are so cool. Completely not locked on there. There should be some settings that is like don't fire unless locked on for the laser ones. That would really be something that would be needed. Right. The crossbones, why do I say Gimle? The crossbones is down to 90%. So yeah, we did some damage. It's pretty small. We're gonna see where it ends up. They are like providing damage still. So they are doing something, but it's just all over the place. Overall, the crossbones is in a pretty good shape, to be honest. Pretty good shape indeed. Well, we had, oh no, poor thing. They're just dropping down. One by one, missile swarm incoming. The AA guns seem to have been having some trouble shooting down those missiles. Or it's because they're small, maybe they won't target smalls. I think they do. Who knows? Looking pretty nice. Right. Big swarm. Here you go. Are they turning it around? Like Nilden's first mission? Who knows? Well, we're gonna see about it. The Cringe has a second submission, however, so we'll check that out too in a moment. But we're gonna see where this leads if when they got shot down or what happens. Honestly, since the MB5s have gotten some damage, they're actually moving less predictably and actually getting shot down a lot less often, it seems like, which is very ironic. Man, this looks so dangerous. It feels like they'll collide with each other like any second. Oh man. They're just... Oh no, no! It's just gonna collide. Oh, look at that. That's so... Oh. They might have untangled, have they? They're both like damaged or they spin around like this, and they've just been so close of hitting each other so many times. The funny thing is that one of them, from time to time, actually deals some damage. But it's really from time to time, and thanks to that unpredictable movement it has right now, I think it can sit there and do that until it loses materials. I think this one has lost control. Yes. So we're gonna judge the score at about this point, because our boys over there are pretty damaged. 82 percentages, you know, that's decent. So I mean, it's at least 2 points. It technically is still doing some damage though. So, well, I think it deserves 3 points. You know, the crossbones isn't very taken out or anything like that. Look at that, that's a brutal collision. It's severely damaged though, but I don't see them having a good likability of taking out the crossbones. So I will judge that 3 points are fair here. I'm just gonna check, that's the second submission. Now I almost put the points on the wrong one. Right, so now we have the next craft will be the Cringe's first submission. That's actually not true. It will be Sean Reed's second submission. I know, they come in a weird order. Which is the other flying sorcerer, the Jinn. Which looks absolutely amazing. Let's spawn in the crossbones and see what happens. They will go up so high. I think they have a decent chance not dying actually. I really think they do. Scary cramps. I actually think they have a decent chance of winning this. And I think they can take it down. Because they will hover just above. I suspect that the most scary thing for the Jinns are if they collide with each other. Oh, somebody's getting targeted here. Maybe I'm wrong. No. Here we can see. And these are heat bombs. So they do like damage inside then. And they'll just drop them down. Which is pretty cool. Just rocket propelled fast forward. I think they're gonna have a pretty hard time shooting upwards like that. They're gonna stay out of damage pretty well, aren't they? So they'll just chugging down those bombs. And they'll just get magnetically activated and hit the target unless they get shot down by the anti-munition, the SIVS cannons on the crossbones. That can happen too, of course. But it increases their chances that they are rocket propelled. Almost an RPG. Well, maybe not. So, alright. This one turned into a burning pile of junk. Yeah, I think we're gonna spawn in the second wave here. Sean Reed's second submission. Let's go. I'm not controlling anything, am I? Good. So, the AA guns are actually a little better than I thought they would be, so they are actually shooting them down, eventually. We can see that the tactic of staying just above the crossbones is a pretty good one. Oh, damn. Look at that. Are you not gonna activate? Oh, there we go. It feels so weird that the... Oh, that was a close one. Anyways, it's like they reverse go into the crossbones, but it seems that the fragments from the shaped charge is still okay. One would have imagined them going out the other way, but they don't. Well, the crossbones is at lost 3% percentages of health, but I must say the survivability of the gins is not quite what I would have thought. Can see many of them are in varying states of decay, and they're dealing damage so slow here. I think we're gonna spawn in the third wave. I'm gonna follow this thing. Alright. It feels like we're not moving really towards... What are we doing? Seriously, what are we doing? It feels like they should stay on top of the crossbones much better. They have some trouble with keeping up the speed and maneuverability. Now we're just chilling here. Wouldn't it be a good idea to fire those missiles? It's like they fire too rarely. I wonder if they have a super narrow window of firing. I don't really remember from the previous test because this trials has drawn out a little bit on time. At least I'm not a quitter, that's one good thing. We are finishing it. Or I don't know, maybe it's not good. Maybe I should just focus on new projects instead, like anyone else. When they are down here in the water, they have so low chance of being shot down. Man, I think this magnetism is a little bit too far away. Oh, look at that! This cram cannon is actually completely shot down here. I kinda missed that. Ooh! We're dealing some damage. Very nice indeed. All right. The damage when it comes from below is actually super effective. It actually might be able to take down the crossbones if it hits extremely lucky. That's absolutely crazy. We have a couple of them just hovering around here. Seems that many of them haven't gotten a bad hit recently. Well, slowly but surely, the crossbones is getting grinded down from below. This is taking ages, so I'm gonna read up the cadets of the Army of GMODIST supporting us every month also. Corey Dunn, Austin Wells, Sophia, T. Miles, Modi Ansuz, Gameboy 78, Shark 93, Kovrax, Martin McBacon, and Matthew Stachovsky. I hope I didn't butcher all the usernames there. Anyways, thanks a lot for supporting this channel as a cadet every month. If you want to get a cadet, you can get access to all of my blueprints and all that stuff. And that's continuously updated maybe every second month. So, great. If you want to have some turrets and prefabs and vehicles in a neatly sorted order. If you just want to check out my vehicles, you can just go to Steam Workshop. You can find many of them there. Yeah. You can actually get my turrets too, if you just copy them from many of my vehicles. But if you want an easy access, I guess, and of course, if you have $1 a month you can spare on useless internet entertainment like me, go ahead. You'll have something that's probably worth it very much. Anyways, did you see that? They actually grinded down the crossbones. That's crazy. Slowly but surely, they did it. When they came in from afar, they got shot down very easily, but when we spawned in a larger group of them, they were able to not getting shot down by keeping at the optimal position. That's awesome. Well, good job, Sean Reed. Now, it's possible that they would have been able to take it out on the second round only. It would have taken too long, but it could have happened. So, I'm gonna give it the top score for taking it out on the third submission, which is also the lowest score of taking it out on the second flight. Not submission. What am I saying that? So, if you take it out using 3 flights, the high score is 7. If you take it out on the second flight, the lowest score is 7. That will be the perfect score for Sean Reed's Jin. Look at this, it looks like a couple of bonfires got stuck in the water. Lastly, out of the flights episodes, we have the cringes. First submission, right? This is the MB4. Another good looker, as you can see here, it has some beautiful interiors. I'm gonna make sure I don't control anything to mess up the score. Yeah, and there we have that. Isn't that looking quite splendid? We're gonna spawn in the crossbones. We are approaching, slowly but surely, shooting our tiny guns, which fire... Oh, right. That's like the tiniest explosive round in existence. Oh, oh no! Targeted by cram blasts. Nice roll. Right. Alright, we're going for a bomb run. No, something went wrong. Okay, the cringe. You can go in for another bomb round here. They are empty, the base are empty. Must have missed when they fired. Ooh, it looks like second wave territory. Already. Yeah, definitely. Second wave is spawned in here. There we go. I wonder if I'm still in one of them. No? This is like the scariest moment of today. No, I think we lost our engine power here. Well, Rambot is falling down too. Anyways. I like that little bomb shield, that little bombing bay. Fridge-like opening. Very nice. Oh no. It looks like third wave territory, actually. Right. I did think this would perhaps fare a little bit better, but it seems not. Alright, come on now. Open the Bombay. Bombay? Open Bombay. No. Alright, so we just almost crashed there, that's not good. Now we're running away. Why are we running away? Are we too close? Now we're going in a proper bombing round, right? Nothing should be able to stop us here. Oh yeah, Bombay has been opened. And here we have, the bombs are dropped. Nice. Do they not have magnets on them? Or darn, I don't think they do they? Or yeah, they probably have. They're just a little bit slow. Well, darn. That's that. The crossbones is at 97%. It has taken damage, so that's 1 point. But man, this is like, this is 1 point no more. Look at these poor waves. All 3 flights in the water like this. Very sad. Because they look so nice. While you may technically calculate the result yourself now by watching all of the episodes and writing it down yourself, I'm going to do it here with my scoring board. That will take a little bit of time calculating it. We're up in an hour, so we're gonna have the results in the next video, which will be concluding the it will conclude this, the season 1 of the trials. So thanks a lot every one of you who participated in the trials. Turn back next week, we're having the results for you. If you haven't seen the other episodes, there are so many of them. It's like 30 episodes almost of the trials. You should definitely watch all of them. If you want to subscribe to my GMODISM channel, you'll find videos like this. You have the Relaxism channel and the silver and the GMODIST at the bronze. On the a couple of weeks ago, I actually released a relaxing from the depth video on the relaxation channel. Maybe you should check that out. On the GMODIST, you find all of my live stream VODs and some extra videos. About live streams, there we have it. Twitch, only on Twitch, so follow me there too. This is your host, GMODISM, Eric of GMODISM, or Lord High Admiral, and I'm signing out. Well, hello and welcome back to GMODISM channel. This is your Admiral Eric, and we are, of course, back with the last final episode of the Army of GMODISM's first trials. It took a little bit longer time than I expected, but then I also didn't expect to spend any time at the hospital, so there is that. Anyways, we are almost basically fine now, which is super good. So one thing that we have been doing now is we have been calculating all of the designs. We have been checking them all out and calculated all the points. Now I don't want to spoil the results here, but here is the scoreboard I can't imagine this paper is like a year old. That's so insane. More than a year since I started to write on this thing. I must say that the trials perhaps was a little bit overambitious for the first season. It's a little bit more complicated than it probably should have been. There was a lot of tests and a lot of videos and a lot of hours to do this, which is very cool though. But we have our winners, and that will be announced today. Now, you could technically go back and watch all of the episode of the trials if I mention the results and calculate the points yourself, possibly. But whatever, we're gonna get into From the Depth. We're gonna look at all of them once again and talk about their pros and cons, and I'm going to give the final score. So let's get into it. Wow, logos. Hate these new screens. So we will be giving out the scores now. We're gonna start from the top of the list and we're gonna go down, check all of them, and we're also going to give out some extra awards as well. This is, as you can see, Adnecria's Story Hana. It's a very beautiful build, and it got 4 minus points for being so much more expensive than it could be. So that wasn't great. But what was great was that in the sea trials and in the survivability, well, Adnecria's with the Story Hana got full score, which is very nice. And that means that Adnecria's will get awarded the Distinguished Combat Performance Award, which is a fun little badge on Discord. So Adnecria's, if you check your Discord name, you will see that you will have a Distinguished Combat Performance Award, thanks to your submission here. Yes, indeed. In Army of GMODISM, if you serve it well, you will be decorated. Anyways, all the scores combined will give Adnecria's a score of 24. 24. Next out, we have Kovrax, who is actually a cadet in the Army of GMODISM, and also an elevated GMODIST in the Ecclesiarchy. So thanks for your support. In any case, this is a highly anticipated build, a lot of people's favorite. It's absolutely stunning and very awesome. This is probably the best wood spam thing I've ever seen. It's just so cool that it is like a living being. This is the Manta War. And the Manta War, well, we got really distinguished here in the sea trials. The sea trials, we got full score. And in the tanky design, in the land test against the tanky design, well, Kovrax also got full score. And due to this absolutely beautiful design, Kovrax also got 9 out of 10 for the aesthetics, because this is just so cool. Now, on the flight where 3 of the Manta Wars met the Crossbones, well, Kovrax deserved 10 out of 10, the most effective craft we've ever seen. Now, the Army of GMODISM Quality Control Board, which is you guys having a vote, all the enlisted, and the commissioned officers having a vote also, gives this design 3 plus 5, which is 8 extra points for being very awesome, very unique, and very good looking design. However, the Manta War absolutely botched the submarine challenge. We got 0 score there, and against a quick target, you also got 0 scores. So that extra design points from the AOG Quality Control Board was highly needed. Due to good performance in the sea trials, however, the tank trials, and the flight. Well, that means that Kovrax is awarded the Epic Combat Performance Award, the highest combat performance award in this challenge that you can get. So congratulations. The total score for the Manta War is thus 49 points. 49 points. So, well, that is a really high score, and, well, Cadet Kovrak's Demantawar is an amazing design. Next out, we have among of the lowest scores on this Trials Season 1's lowest score. So if any one of you are worried about having a super low score, rest assured that this thing has the lowest score. This is Jono 1928's second submission. This is the Isanth 5. It's really funny because it is a ship copied out of the game StarMade. If you haven't seen my beautiful city, Pandora Haven, please search Pandora Haven on my YouTube channel. You will not regret it. I can promise you that. If you think the Gimli was a big design challenge, that's nothing compared to Pandora Haven. Anyways, the Isanth 5 is a built-in game build, so, you know. However, it absolutely botched the sea trial, 0 points, the submarine challenge, 0 points, the quick tank, 0 points, the tanks, 0 points. Yeah, somehow it actually got 4 out of 5 in survival. I don't know how it did it, but it did it. Whatever, total score for Jono's second submission is 11 points. But we all know this is just a funny thing. It wasn't meant to perform super well, so I guess Jono 1928 isn't super sad, and he has another submission. Speaking of which, this is Jono 1928's first submission, the proper submission. And this thing, oh my god, I do not think that Jono 1928 will be very sad with the score of this thing. It's super funny. That's one cool thing. We have the like drill bit thing for the Civs missiles, which is a huge nod to the early Army of GMODISM designs, which always had a unicorn horn. If you didn't know that, we had a period where we added unicorn horns to anything, and Jono was at the channel at that time. Yeah, so that's a huge nod to that. That's super funny. Anyways, this is the AOG Bomber, and it is much cheaper than it has to be, which is 3 bonus points, you know? And Jono managed to get full score against the submarine target. Also, this thing is super efficient. You can see when we let it play out, it has different routines for being super efficient. So this thing got a lot of points for being so darn efficient. 3 + 2 + 5 to be exact, which is among the highest efficiency scores anyone has gotten. Against all of the other challenges, it performed decent while not excelling. However, the aesthetics department, we have a solid 8 out of 10 due to the unique and fun design. Also, the Army of GMODISM's Quality Control Board decided to give this 3 points in total extra. Now, this means that the total score of Jono 1928's first submission, actually this is the first submission, the previous one was the second, I know it's confusing. Anyways, the score is 49 points. Just as many points as Cadet Kovrak's got for the Manta War. 49 points. So congratulations, Jono 1928. This is a very nice design. And due to the top score in the submersible ship challenge, we are also awarding Jono 1928 the Good Combat Performance Award. Speaking about the ogres, as we say here in Sweden, Kovrak's, I totally forgot to say this to you. The Quality Control Board absolutely loved this design, which means that you will be awarded with the Quality Control Board certification. Yes, that's another little award. Plus, due to your aesthetics being the top, in the absolute top, this thing, of course, also gets awarded with the Exquisite Design Award. I completely forgot those awards there, so that's why we just threw them in here. But indeed, huge thanks to Jono for your 2 submissions. 49 points is really good. This is a very beautiful build. The AOG bomber is very nice. Now we should be moving on. Here we have a pretty starfish looking design, if we will look at it from here. Anyways, this is of course kinda sexy, Eldrosh Koshkosh, and this thing is a lot more sheep than it has to be too. So that means that we are 3 extra points for being a bit under. However, it absolutely botched the score in the quick land target and in the tank land target. So this thing didn't work very well at land. Which means it is awarded 0 points for those 2 challenges. So that of course draws down the total score. The survivability too, it got among the lowest scores anyone got here too, so it got 1 point. So that means that the total score of this design, the Eldrosh Koshkoi kind of sexist design, is 18 points. So, very nice. Thanks for the submission, but you not badge you too much about this. But both of you both know that if you just removed this block here, the performance would be a lot better. But nothing you can do after the deadline, but you probably learned a lot from that. So, yeah, thanks for the submission. Next out, we are having Light of the World's Star Drop, which we're having right here. Now it's also a bit cheaper. No, it's not. It's at cost. Never mind. Sorry, read on the wrong place. However, this thing got 5 negative points during the in one of the efficiency tests, because this thing uses so much materials per second. It just costs a lot to keep all of those steam engines alive, basically. And the funny thing is that it's not really listed like here. It's kind of difficult to see that. You'll have to go into it. Now let's see here. And you'll have to minimize it, and you'll have to add up all of these boilers, all of these generators. You have to add them together to know that. And we did. And that brought down the score quite a bit, unfortunately. But the design looks pretty cool. That is nice. But we also got a we got a full score for the survivability. This thing was really survivable. Anyways, all in all, the total points for Light of the World's Star Drop is 28 points. So not a winner, but definitely in the middle section here of performance. So thank you a lot, Light of the World, for your submission. It was fun to test out. And you would have been top 3 if it wasn't for the next design and some other afters. But 28, very nice. This beautiful thing is the Netrameiras Hummingbird. This thing looks so darn cool. I like it. I like this design so much. Well, in any case, Netrameira was having 9 out of 10 for the aesthetics. How could you not give this awesome aesthetic? It was just had some blocky angles. If that would fix, it would have been 10 out of 10, 100%. It also got full score at the survivability, so that was really nice. And it's been pretty in the middle here for most of the other challenges. It hasn't gotten a 0, which is really good. But for being so darn beautiful, Netrameira, you are awarded the exquisite design award, because this thing looks so darn cool. So congratulations. Your total score, by the way, is 36 points. So, well, you did pretty well, I must say. Huge thanks for your submission, Netrameira. It was super fun to test this thing out, and there are far too few ornithopters in from the depth. Next out, we have Nilden's second submission, which unfortunately doesn't look very cool when it doesn't have the logos. Since Discord did the weird update, the shape you're seeing all the ships now isn't really up to standard. All of the winners will be asked to update their design a little bit, by the way, so that they can input the new decals and stuff like that. So that will be absolutely fun to see. If they haven't fled, then I guess I'll have to do it myself. But actually, for the winners, I will give them a few extra materials and I will let them do upgrades, changes, decorations a little bit, but still, of course, maintaining the main design. Yeah, because I want them to be looking as cool as they can when they are being put into the second chapter Frontier Fleet, or if they will be put in another fleet, also, who knows. Any case, this is Nilden's second submission. I should not ramble anymore. It absolutely botched the sea trials. It was 0 points there. Otherwise, it has been pretty mediocre in score, except for the flights where it's gotten 1 point. However, it was very survivable. Very survivable due to its very survivability sneaky tactics. There it got a full score. The total score for Nilden's second submission is 18 points. Congratulations, it was real fun to test this thing out. Fun idea, but it's no winner of the first season of the Army of GMODISM trials, unfortunately. Well, unfortunately for you. Fortunate for those with higher scores, and especially those that end up as winners. Anyways, we'll move on to your third submission instead, Nilden, which is the beautiful penguin. By the way, everyone that's participating here is either a commissioned officer or enlisted in the Army of GMODISM, which is completely free. If you want to enlist in the Army of GMODISM, just plonk down to the Discord, self-assign Matroos 3rd class, and you join from the bottom there. Or if you're a commissioned officer, you'll get automatically put into the Army of GMODISM. You have access to everything then. If you become a commissioned officer, you don't need to self-enlist anything, basically. But anyways, anyone that is participating in Army of GMODISM trials is, of course, enlisted or in most cases enlisted. And I think since we didn't have very many trials yet, basically everyone on this list is a Matroos 3rd class, except like one, I think. Anyways, and of course, if we exclude the cadets and other commissioned officers, yes. So, to proceed, this is Nilden's third submission. It absolutely aced the submersible challenge. It got 5 points there. It's also super survivable. It is, however, super not very good at efficiency. At one of the places there, it got -4, but it got pretty high on other aspects of the efficiency. Anyways, on the tank trials, it got 0 score. But due to it getting full combat performance against the submarine, Nilden, you are awarded the Good Combat Performance Award. Maybe. Anyways, the final score is 28. Congratulations. Very mid-range. I absolutely love this penguin design though. It's so funny. Here we have Nilden's first submission, and by far the best of them. This is the B8 bomber. Yes, it is. And this thing has a onboard bomb camera. It has like a kill cam. That's so cool. Anyways, this design, I think it looks so cool. I like it a lot. Unfortunately, Nilden, you absolutely botched the against the submarine challenge, so you got to 0 there. The efficiency is pretty good, but for the quick land target, you got 5 score, full score. And against the tank, you also got full score. You also had max survivability, 5 out of 5. Very nice. That means, since you aced 2 of the combat challenges, you are awarded not Good Combat Performance Award, but Distinguished Combat Performance Award. So scratch that last badge you get. You'll get a Distinguished Combat Performance Award instead, because, well, your first submission was much better. And the total score is 37 points. So that is so far the second highest. Will you be getting a second place? Who knows? You do know you have a Distinguished Combat Performance Award anyway, so you can be sure about that. The kill cam is awesome. Thanks for your submissions, it was so fun trying them out. Next out, we have Pizza Summoner. This is the Sardalk. It's an absolutely awesome and super cool design cram bomber. That is definitely one of the most cool looking designs of all of them. And I'll tell you, indeed. For the Submersible Challenge, you got 5 out of 5. For the Tank Challenge, 5 out of 5. Aesthetics, 10 out of 10. This thing looks amazing, especially when we'll get those badges and decals back. But it still looks very amazing. This, you know, we talked about this in the aesthetics video, of course. It looks super cool. It even have a lock on screen when you sit inside of it and target stuff. It's absolutely amazing. It has 5 out of 5 for survivability. For the flight, you performed 9 out of 10, which is pretty maxed out. It's the second best performance in that challenge of all of them. The Army of GMODIST Quality Control Board also decided to give you an extra point, and altogether you'll have 42. 43. 42 is not the answer today, ladies and gentlemen. The answer is 43. 43 points for the Sardalk. It's absolutely amazing. That places you on the second place right now. And due to the top score in aesthetics, you are of course awarded with the Exquisite Design Award. And due to the Epic Combat Performance, you are of course awarded the Epic Combat Performance Award. So no matter if you'll get up at the winning spot, you'll have those awards. You can see them on your Discord name then. Congratulations, and huge thanks for the submission. It was really fun checking this thing out. It's very cool. Next out, we are having Russia's Butterfly Wasp. This thing absolutely aced the Submersible Challenge. It got 5 out of 5. It also aced no, it didn't. Never mind. It got mediocre aesthetics. Sorry, I read 5 out of 5 as max. It's of course up to 10 for that challenge. Anyways, the survivability, however, was pretty darn bad. You only got 1 point there. So unfortunately, it has pretty mid-range performance. It's packed with missile and pretty efficient. But we have some low scores at some places, which gives you altogether a pretty mediocre score of 29, which is of course decent. You know, one of you in the comments field actually told me this, which I totally agree about. If you're able to make a bomber that can target to target, fly around without crashing, and do damage, you're pretty good at From the Depth. So I'll agree with that. This is of course a good bomber. All of the bombers that are submitted to this challenge is of course good. This is just a competition, so yeah, and in a competition only the best can win. So when we have, what is it, 24 different designs or something like that, it's pretty obvious that everyone will not be best. And being mediocre in the mid-range of this challenge is pretty good actually. So Rush, thanks a lot for this submission. It was so fun testing it out. We'll now be moving on to Sean Reed's 4 submissions. Now this is Sean Reed's first submission. And yeah, we absolutely, we had some issues with being efficient. We also had some issues there against the quick target. And we didn't have any top score for any of the challenges. So, Sean Reed's first submission, the AOG Daggery, gets a total of 15 points. Not the lowest points, but it's not winning anytime today. So we're gonna move on to your next submission. And here we have the Sunspot, the fourth submission. It got a little extra point for being a little bit cheaper than the requiredness. It's not very efficient, however, but it got the full score in the survivability challenge. And I absolutely love watching this thing fight, because the revolving blast guns and the missiles just diving in from a biplane like this, it's pretty darn cool. Anyways, altogether you get 21 points. Congratulations. We're gonna move on to your next design, Sean Reed's second submission. This is also getting some extra points for better performance, and it has some pretty mid-range scores all across the board, which is pretty darn good. You know, Jonah had some pretty nice scores there and got up to pretty high score there. So this is also having a pretty mid-range performance all across the board. As if you watch this series, you'll know that. But it aced the survival, and it did a pretty good job against the flight, against the DVG crossbones. Anyways, the total score is 30, which is pretty nice indeed. So, yeah, let's move on. Here we're having the Sean Reed's third submission, which also got an extra point for some being cheaper. We completely botched the submarine challenge, however, so it's 0 points there. It is a bit more efficient, and it aced the survivability challenge, and against the flight, it got 8 out of 10. So against the DVG crossbones, this thing was pretty darn good, actually. One of the best, actually. Altogether, you get 23 points. But due to your top score there, you will be awarded the Good Combat Performance Award due to this submission. So thanks a lot, Sean Reed, for sending in so many designs. That was super awesome to see, and well, thanks a lot for that. And we'll be moving on now to Shotgun's design. And here we have the Shotgun Dart. It's a little bit funny because it actually doesn't use the AUG color scheme, which I've been constantly reminding everyone of so many times that I'm sure you're very tired of me. But that's previous episodes, not this one. I get to say it one time every episode. Anyways, so the Shotgun's Dart here, it has 2 extra points for being much cheaper than it has to be. In the against the tank challenge, it completely aced it. It got 5 out of 5. For the survivability, it unfortunately only got 1 point, so that draws down the total score a lot, of course. But due to acing the tank challenge, well, you are awarded, Shotgun, the Good Combat Performance Award. The total score is, however, 23, so definitely not in the top, but still pretty decent. So thanks a lot for submitting this design. It was fun to try out. Oh, and next up we have Scoovimation. Scoovimation has 2 submissions. This is the first one, and this is the 3-val with the 3 spikes on. GMODIST, what are you doing? Nobody saw that. This is the 3-val. It has a really funny and unique design. So, Scoovimation, you absolutely aced the challenge against the quick target. All across the board, you got pretty good scores, and you also aced the survivability. For the flight, you got 4 out of 10. All in all, it's pretty mid-range results here. But due to acing one of those challenges, you are absolutely awarded the Good Combat Performance Award. Your total score is 31. So that's pretty good. Now, next up, we have a design that I absolutely adore the look of. And that has actually spawned some cool things I'm going to show you. Now, this thing is absolutely horrendous at everything that's due to performance. So we absolutely botched the submarine challenge. We absolutely botched the tank challenge and the flight challenge against the DVG crossbones. It was horrible at survival, getting only 1 score. Yeah, all across the board, it's pretty darn shit when it comes to performance. It's decently efficient, that's one good thing. Anyways, the aesthetics of this thing is, however, 8 points. And the AOG quality control board did award you an extra point. So all of those points that you have gotten for this basically comes from that. So all in all, you have 18 points in score. It's not great, it's not the worst, but it's you would have been the worst if this thing looked bad, basically. But it looks so darn good, it got so high points for the aesthetics that you are awarded the Exquisite Design Award due to this submission. Now, we actually did a really fun thing. Scoovimation wanted to practice building some interiors and making a super cool looking design because Scoovimation offered me to get the pigeon like gutted out so I could fill it in with my own blocks, and that I did. So I gutted out the pigeon, the rest of the blocks I didn't like, it was gutted out basically. And I made a flamer design. So this thing attacks a target and just flames them to death. It uses all our new flamer blueprints, which all the commissioned officers can access, by the way, if you want to. You can download this thing, by the way, via our Discord too, so you can actually get the turrets there too if you don't want to become a commissioned officer. But of course, if you want to become a commissioned officer for $1 a month, you'll have a lot of thanks for me, because all of the helping this channel helps a lot. In any case, I built this design. I think it looks pretty darn cool. I just like the pigeon general look of the hull so much, I wanted to make it look pretty nice. So here we have it, and we have setups Sharon table inside of there, and we have my manually loaded 67mm diff gun there. We also have a super advanced thing controlled with a lot of ACBs, controlling these Azipods to make it move around. We have an extra little gun here, and of course it's mainly here for the flamers, and it has some revolving blast guns to back it up. I think it looks pretty darn cool. Well, anyways, the funny thing is that Scoovimation wanted to make a new updated version of the pigeon as well, which Scoovimation did before I completed my updated version. So here we have Scoovimation's pigeon updated, and both of these airships are in the Army of GMODISM second chapter Frontier Fleet, because it's just too funny. And I must say that if we just pause the game here, don't you think that the headlights absolutely should enlighten the AOG logo? Isn't that just completely appropriate? Anyways, Scoovimation made this a utility design. I added some repair tentacles to it as well, because for being a utility design, it of course needs to do some utility jobs, I thought. So this is now a utility design. It has a very cool turret designed by Scoovimation here that's kind of remote controlled, and it has so cool interiors. So Scoovimation really wanted to practice doing interiors, and well, they did. Look at that, it looks so cool. And we have like people hanging around here and standing around, and this one is my absolute favorite. Let's see here. Here we have it. Look at it. It's like a smartphone user. I thought this mannequin design was so funny. I had to steal this this mannequin like setting and save it in my own folder, because I want to use this. I want to hide away a man with a smartphone on my future build. That's so funny. So thanks a lot to Scoovimation, who just for fun also gutted out the pigeon and built a new version of it. It's so cool. And we have a lot of people standing around and doing cool stuff, thinking they are. And in the engine room, we can dive down here. We have someone sitting there, and I don't know if they're stealing goods. Who knows what they're up to? Someone checking the time. It's so cool. Also, I got some interiors for my little update here too. I wanted the steam engine exposed, and I did that and had some vents out too, We have a medium steam engine here. We have a operator, and from the outside you can actually like see the steam engine moving. I thought that was a very cool and important touch. Well, I just wanted us to check a little bit on what happens when a marauder comes in here. Whoa. Yeah, so Scooby-Mation's utility pigeon is doing some weird maneuvers there. And I wonder, like, I did some different saves on the flamer attack pigeon, and sometimes it does some weird commands. But anyways, you can see it here, coming in here and doing some absolute barbecuing, following up by some revolving blast guns. Look at that thing. It's absolutely brutal. Very nice against wooden targets. Well, any case. But of course, these are some extra built for fun, which we just did through the AOG channel on the Discord. So anyone can join that. But Scooby-Mation, of course, for the pigeon, for the original pigeon, you are awarded the Exquisite Design Award, and I feel that's extra deserving since you made, well, not this one that I made the updated version for the fleet that just looks so cool too. So basically, you'll see this design when we are defeating the Nether, as well as my Flamer version. So Scooby-Mation, thanks a lot for submitting those awesome designs. We're moving on now with American's AOG Bomber. It absolutely aced the sea trials. It aced the submarine challenge. It aced the quick tank challenge, and it has maxed out survivability score. It didn't have a very good performance against the flight for some reason though, but due to those epic scores in the department of the previous challenges, American is awarded the Epic Combat Performance Award. Your total score is 34. That puts you in the upper bracket, but not in the top 3. But any case, huge thanks for submitting this design. It was fun to test it out, and it has some pretty darn good performance. So thanks a lot. We're gonna move on though. We're gonna move on with the Cringe first submission. It absolutely botched the submarine challenge, and it also botched the tank challenge. However, yeah, it pretty much botched the flights challenge too against the DVG crossbones. However, you got 2 extra points from the AOG quality control board, and it has some okay results on some other challenges. So yeah, the total score is however 24, which is pretty okay. But we're gonna move on to your other submission. We have a similar plane from The Cringe, which is the second submission, of course. And this thing is definitely a personal design favorite of mine. It's so cool. It's so cool. It could absolutely have some aesthetical updates for some shapes, but the general design and shape of this thing is pretty darn epic. Anyways, it got an extra point for being cheaper than it has to be. It absolutely aced the quick target challenge, and it has a 8 out of 10 score for aesthetics. This thing looks really amazing, according to me at least. It aced the survivability challenge as well, and the quality control board gave you among the highest scores it gave anyone. So, The Cringe, you are awarded Good Combat Performance Award. You are also awarded Exquisite Design Award, and you're awarded the Quality Control Board Certified Design Award thing. Your total score is 38. Yeah, that is among the highest ones. That is indeed so far. That puts us at second highest, isn't it? No, third highest, right? Very nice, very nice. And congratulations to all of those awards. You definitely deserve it. The cringe, this looks super cool. 38 points and all those awards. I hope you enjoyed those extra Discord roles. In any case, super cool design. It was very fun to test out both of your designs, and I like your building style. It's very nice. Anyways, moving on to Captain Y. Or rather, MIA Captain Y. This is, of course, the BY-409, which is a absolutely epically designed aircraft. It got 3 extra points for being much cheaper than it has to be. It aced the submarine challenge, and it got 10 out of 10 for aesthetics, as I'm sure you can see why. The detail put into this thing is just so awesome. And yeah, it has some pretty decent performance there too. It looks super nice. So huge thanks to our missing in action Captain Y for submitting this design. Your score is 40 points. Yes, you heard me, 40 points. So I'm sorry, the cringe. That chance you had of getting that placement just went away because well, the quality control board also gave Captain Y some extra points, and yeah, it deserves all the design points it can get. It looks so nice. Anyways, Captain Y is thus awarded with the Exquisite Design Award and the Good Combat Performance Award. So huge thanks for submitting this design, if you're indeed still lurking on the channel somewhere. So, let's move on. Wait, that's all of them. Oh no, I forgot one. Yep, I forgot one. This is Ovo. This is Ovo's White Phosphorus Bomber. As you can see here, it got a pretty sleek looking design here. So this was definitely a favorite for the quality control board. It got 2 extra points for being cheaper. It did pretty good score all across the board, but it especially aced the efficiency scores. Also, we have 9 out of 10 for aesthetics, which is definitely the second highest score for aesthetics here. For survivability, it got 5 out of 5. For the flight, it got 6 out of 10. And it was so impossible to kill the thing. It's super survivable. Pretty decent score there. And the quality control board also gave it 6 extra points for being so cool looking. And in almost all of the challenges, it has decent points, except in the sea trials, where it actually only got 1 point. But otherwise, it has a pretty decent score. And, ladies and gentlemen, I did not forget Ovo. The complete score of Ovo's design is 51. Congratulations, Ovo. You are the winner. This thing has 51 points. So even though you are not getting a good combat performance award at all, actually, you did so good all across the board for all of the challenges. You managed to get decent points on all of the challenges, and sometimes that's what it takes to win. You also made an efficient design, and you made it cheaper than most other people. So that's really good. Also, the quality control board pretty much liked this craft very much, and that means that you are awarded the quality control board certified badge. You're also awarded the Exquisite Design Award due to this thing looking so darn cool. And you might ask me, will we only have one winner? Of course we will not. We will have 3 winners. We're going to have the top 3 one, or we're going to have the top 3 scores, which actually lands us at 4 winners, which I think is pretty good amount considering how many submissions we had. So yeah, huge congratulations to Ovo with the White Phosphorus Bomber. You absolutely deserved your first place here. So nice. And unfortunately, all of the designs, of course, the decals are gone from all of them, which means that you can see the White Phosphorus Bomber really lacks the AUG logos right now. We really feel that. But that will, of course, be added very shortly. In any case, The first place, of course, goes to Ovo for the white phosphorus bomber, and you also get the quality control board and the extinguished design award. So super congratulations to you. It's so fun to see this thing. Now the second place is actually shared, and it goes to Kovrax, to the Manta War, to Cadet Kovrax. This thing looks absolutely stunning, as we know, and Kovrax is also awarded the Quality Control Board Certified, as well as the Exquisite Design, as well as the Epic Combat Performance Award. I think this design is made Cadet Kovrax one of the most decorated members in the army of GMODISM. Congratulations, it's super cool. And it shares its second place with Jono 1928's first mission, the AOG Bomber. Also awarded Good Combat Performance Award and Extinguished Design, with also 49 points like Kovrax. Now it's really fun that Jono didn't really ace a lot of the challenges here, but it got some pretty good scores all across the board. Whereas Kovrax absolutely aced a lot of the challenges, but got 0 scores at others. So that's super fun to see two completely different tactics ending up getting the same score. As a third place, we will of course have Pizza Summoner. So huge congratulations to your third place. You're also awarded the Epic Combat Performance Award, the Exquisite Design Award, and you'll end up with 43 points. So to repeat that, the winner gets 51 points with Ovo. The second place is shared between Jono and Kovrax at 49 points, and the third place is at 43 points. So, congratulations to all of our winners. I will ask all of the winners here privately in Discord later, so the winners might actually see this before I do that. But I'll give you 2,000 extra materials for you to update the design in terms of aesthetics, or if you want to improve the performance. I will humbly ask you to not alter the design too much. We want it to be recognizable as the winner, but as Discord had some updates, it means that we can't see the decals and stuff anymore. And I know that Kovrax asked to make the design a little bit more expensive to have pistons here in the back, and I hope that can indeed be added now instead. So 2,000 extra materials over the allowed previous limit for our 4 winners, actually, place 1, 2, and 3, to update the designs aesthetically and performance-wise, whatever is necessary. You don't have to make it more expensive. I'm not saying that. It's just that you can if you want to. And the designs will then be installed in the Army of GMODISM's fleets. Well, anyways, huge thanks to anyone who's participated in the Army of GMODISM's Trials Season 1. It was so fun having you there, and I hope to see you in future challenges. If you want to get notified about future challenges, well, then you should join our Discord. You also should join the Army of GMODISM by enlisting yourself, self-enlisting to Matros 3rd class, or you will be... if you join the commissioned officers, you have access to that too. Now, as we have our winners here, of course, Jono is going to be promoted 1 level for being on the 2nd place. Ovo is going to be promoted 2 levels for being the winner. So you're not the Matros 3rd class anymore. That should put you to a Matros 1st class, actually. And Pizza Summoner is at the 3rd place, also awarded 1 step for 1 step up of the ladder in the enlisted officers. Now Kovrax is a cadet, so when it comes to the commissioned officers of Army of GMODISM, I'm sorry, but I can't promote you because that means a tier above on the Patreon. So for the commissioned officers, it's you can voluntarily promote yourself or demote yourself whenever you want. It's crazy, I know. Anyways, huge thanks to anyone who watched this entire series. I greatly appreciate that you've been hanging in with us for this pretty long series. It was really fun to do though, so thanks a lot for joining. This is your host, your Admiral Eric, and I'm signing out. Join the Discord so you can get access to our future challenges, because this is your Admiral and I'm signing out. In our Discord we have a pretty popular from the depth channel where you can get a lot of help too. In any case, we should get started. This is supposed to be the first video you ever watched, so we're going to take it very slowly to make your first boat here. So we don't need to care about these settings or anything like that. You will just want to click designer mode. Now designer mode has some different starting platforms. This is my starting platform, which anyone can download also if you want it. But what you basically want to do when you're getting to designer like this is you click escape and you just destroy all vehicles. So you get a clean slate. Then you can click escape again, you can move around and you have your character here. And you may be noticing that you're falling down. So if you click tab, you can be inside your character. If you click tab again, you can move outside it. If you don't want to fall with your character falling down like this, click E and then click E again, and you are having a free cam that's unbound to your character. To build a vehicle, look somewhere in the water/air and click the B key. To not let your block fall down and plop down in the water like this, you can click caps lock. You will make sure it's locked in the air. In this game there are different building modes. So if you have the key-based system, you can move around by just placing or removing blocks even. And the mouse is just giving you the direction you are looking at. You'll just move around with WASD like this, space, and Alt to go down. You can double tap any key to go fast. It is directional dependent on where you're looking. So I'm just holding W here, right? Then there is the other building mode that is mouse based. You'll just click F3 to switch to this. It has a much similar building way to many other games. Now, please learn the key-based system. The mouse-based system is so much inferior and the key-based system is just so good for this game. You may be unused to the controls at first, but it's much better. To stop building on your boat, click the B key, it falls down. Look at it again, click B again, you can lock it with caps. Now, to all of the blocks. We have so many blocks here, and to cut things a little bit short, wood and alloy are the floaty blocks. So when you're building boats, you want to have it out of alloy and wood to a big part, and then you can have some metal on it too without it sinking. If we just check here, the water area is where all of the different water based blocks are. So here we have your water propellers, sails, rudders, hydrofoils. Here we have a bunch of different types of weapon systems, and we're going to choose one of them. We have dedicated tutorials for that, of course. We have defense. We're not going to go into that much this time. It's not that important here. Sub-objects we will return to a little bit. And down here we have new blueprints. So if you don't want to build a hull for your first ship, you can just take any pre-made hull. And you see this little arrow here? It needs to face forwards towards the front text, otherwise you'll have trouble. And you'll just plonk this down here. And you can actually remove that portion. So now this is your boat. But I want to build my own hull here, so I'm gonna start on a new little project. We're gonna do things very simply here. So we will select a wooden beam like this. We're gonna remove this 1 meter block. It's generally better to use larger blocks, as large as you can, because they have a health point bonus. Now this is the front of the ship, important as said. Watch towards the front and click the N key. Then you will have a mirror. This mirror plane will of course shorten down building time a lot. Now we're going to make a little medium boat here. Like that, and you can see we left some spaces here. Place the block straight like this, watch downwards and click F. This area is now filled. Wood is floaty as said, it has buoyancy. Metal is not, but metal is much better at protecting us. So we will have a line of metal around this boat to protect us from incoming fire. And when you're selecting blocks here, you want to move them around and do different directions. You select a block like this, and then you will hold the tab. You get all these circles, and they will tell you how to turn the block dependent on how you're looking. So that's correct. So we can do like that, do like that. And here you can see we need to join these corners here. So we need to use another slope here. And now you can see we can't place this block in the air, but if we click backspace, we suddenly can. Now you can see if this is being hit by anything, it would just fall off. So this is just a temporary allowance. But when we plonk it down there, you can see it now works. As said, we can use these of course, but it's better to use larger blocks if we can. So we're switching to the beam slope here, turning it around like this, and trying to make a smooth shape of this ship. From the depth is subject to the laws of hydrodynamics. From the depth, they are kind of weak, but they still do work. So make sure that your builds are pointy and sharp if you want them to be fast. Now you should probably check if your boat even floats. And we have a lot of wood and not that much metal, so we have no trouble floating at all. If you have trouble floating, you can always use an air pump. Just place it in there and it will suddenly be very floaty. However, beware that the air pumps, especially on larger ships, does cause a lot of lag, so for larger ships they are never used, or should be used. If you want to be more floaty in a less laggy way, what you can do is just adding some alloy instead. Alloy and wood, as said, are the floaty blocks. You can see block's armor class, it's 40 and it's 47 here, and that is because it's boosted by the blocks behind of it. So it's usually a good idea to have 2 layers. Having more than 2 layers won't give you additional bonuses though, but that is a general recommendation. If you're confused about words, please watch my dictionary video that goes through all of the useful words that you'll need to know in From the Depth. Now, you may be pretty happy with the shape of your boat and you may not want to lose it. Click the escape button and save vehicle. You can name it whatever you want and save new vehicle as vehicle. Then you can load it from here whenever you need it. If you need to save it again, you'll just save and save over. In From the Depth, there are some different things we need to understand. We need something called engine power and we need something called materials. So if we go into resources, we have material storage, and that is what is material. That's what we need to care about right now. So they have different shapes and forms, they are all the same. Just choose whatever container you like to look at. Now we have 16,000 materials and you can fill them up pressing the Q button in designer mode. Now we need some type of engine power, otherwise we can't move around. To have that, we will select the fuel engines. Now I have a really good tutorial about everything you need to know about fuel engines and how to make them as best as you can. But for this little thing, we're just going to select one of these pre-made fuel engines and we're gonna put it in the back here. I really recommend that tutorial though. Now, fuel engines, they need fuel. So we'll go into the resources tab and select the fuel. If you look at the fuel here, you can see 500 mats extractable as fuel per minute. We estimate you require a maximum of 2.5. So yeah, we'll need a couple of more of these, right? Now we have some engine power, so we can add our basic propulsion. If you click the middle mouse button, you get to this beautiful little menu, and here, if you right-click this, you'll get a mirror mode in the center. Very handy. Here I just added these hydrodynamically, so they don't cause more drag than they need to. And we'll go to water tab, and we're gonna have huge propellers, 2 of them like that. They will need to go to side, so we're going to add a rudder to this boat, turning it around like that, and that. If your rudder is reversed, you can reverse the input inside of here, like this, if that is a problem you'll have. We need to control this boat a little bit here, so we're going to start with some manual control. We have a share. The articulated share lets you not move around very much, which makes it more stable. And then we have a ship's wheel or a vehicle controller. Everything is fine. So how do we use this boat? Well, if you hold U, you will move around like that. And the boat is now going away. If you want to lock onto the boat with your camera, you can use shift and caps lock to lock on. You can otherwise just be in build mode and you will be on the craft. Or you can click tab and be inside of your character, click tab again and move around. It's only when you double click E that you will be detached. So our boat is now moving, isn't that quite nice? Let's use the maximum speed. You can see the main drive in the lower right corner. We are having a good speed of 30 meters per second. H key, you can see we can turn as well. Very nice. If you want to stop the boat, click U and J at the same time and you will have no drive. And you don't have to use rudders if you want to turn and move around. You can actually use propellers as well. So I just add this here and we go to water and we're gonna select the small propeller. If you want to have this thing aim the direction you're looking at, you're just clicking the G key and it will aim the direction you are looking at like that. Very nice. If you want to select the block you're hovering over, you can click R key and you can get that block. Anyways, you can't block propellers outputs because then you can see not enough free room behind. So here you can see this little propeller. If you go into it, it's set to automatic control. Now, if you leave everything at automatic control, it usually just works. But personally, I think automatic control messes things up a lot of the time. So I will select manual control and I actually want to turn off automatic control for all propulsion. So then we need to set up everything manually. So if we click Turner preset there and Turner preset there and see, yeah, they're all Turner presets and they're green. That means that they are the right way around. So if I do like this, you can see we are now turning sideways like that. And if I go back here, I'll need to make sure they are set to pusher preset and pusher preset. That means they will respond to the command they were before. That means that they are working as propulsion. Sometimes the pre-selection for the manual control is wrong and it may think it's a pitcher or a roller or something like that. Now, for many boats, you probably want to have a manual control sometimes and an automatic control at other times. To have that ability, we'll need to add something that gives us a stabilization for manual control and automatic control, and that is PID general purpose. We're gonna have two of them. Inside of it, we will set propulsion pitch, check this box, and input signal will be pitch. The other one will be propulsion roll and the input will be roll. And we can leave them as is for now. Now what we need to do is to add some stabilization. And we're gonna have some circular propellers here and here. And these are set to pitcher presets, which is nice. And we're going to have here and there, and they are pitcher and they are pitcher. Then we're going to go to around the middle of the boat where we expect the center of mass to be later. Now the center of mass is a little bit to the right, but it's not going to be after some time. And now we need to check roller preset and roller preset. And the same on this side, roller preset and roller preset. Right, so when we put this boat down into the water, they will already start working and make sure that we are stable and nice. So what you can do is basically go around here and the propellers will actually try and keep the boat level. If the effect of the stabilization is a little bit too weak, you can go in here and you can increase the gain to something more appropriate. Test around with different values and see what works the best. Then you should have a stabilized control, so you can go left and right and move about with your boat and still being pretty stable. Now this is done easily with the AI as well. Problem is when you do it with the AI only, when the AI is not controlling the ship, it's also not going to stabilize it. That's the problem. That's why we need to add these. About that, it's time to add the AI. And the AI we can find on the AI tab, and we're going to select a little preset here. So we're just gonna select the medium little preset. place it down here. Now this is a wireless transmitter to other block. This is the main frame, and here we have aim point selection cards and AI routine cards. Now it's not set up yet, so we can move around and add some cool stuff here. And here on the aim point selection card, you can see we have some different values. This ship is going to target the thing with the most firepower as for now. And here we can make it target, for example, blocks above water. Maybe our weapons aren't very well designed to shoot at underwater. Different settings there. Anyways, we go into the AI, or click the C menu and click on the AI here. So we're gonna add a behavior here. A lot of ships use broadside 2.0. Some are pointing at, and very many ships are using circle at distance. So we're gonna set our combat distance here when it's gonna engage in combat. And here you can see the max roll to target. This should be 0 if we want to be a stable ship. And we should ignore altitude, because circle at distance can be used for aircraft as well, of course. Under adjustments, we are setting this as on water. We're gonna make sure it doesn't collide with anything by leaving the settings as is. And this vehicle is a sea vehicle. It probably needs at least 19 meters or whatever of depth, otherwise it will not work. And if you set that to 0, it might run into the ground and destroy itself. Turning circle, probably a little more, I don't know, 160 meters sounds about nice. Right, now we can go to maneuver. We're gonna add a maneuver. This is a ship or tank. Under here, we should use pitch controls and set the idle pitch angle to 0. And if we want to change the AI PIDs, we can do it here, but the general PIDs we already added are actually overriding these values, but they kind of look the same in the setup. And you can name the AI. This is, for example, Montrose 3rd Class your name, because maybe you are joining the army of GMODISM by self-assigning that role in the Discord. Well, then you can. Here we have it. Now, when we are not controlling this ship, we can see that the AI has already taken over control. We can then take over the ship and use it whenever we want to, and the AI is going to take over as soon as we let go of our controls. Even if we have an AI, our AI is basically incapable of doing much because it can't detect the enemy. So, to detect the enemy, we are going to add some type of detection systems. We're just gonna do a little simple tower where we're gonna have some AI connectors, and these are just connective pieces. Under that, we're gonna have a wireless receiver. This will be connected up automatically to this thing, the wireless transmitter. So we can have a piece of AI up here as well. Now, there are so different type of detection components you can use, but the most important thing you definitely want is the laser rangefinder and a 360-degree camera. That's the most important one. To get some extra accuracy, it can be a good idea to have a camera or tele gimbal tracker. Then we're gonna do this little weird thing here where we actually build up like this, and on top of it we can add a radar. And you might think, doesn't the radar, we're gonna have the 360 radar, doesn't the radar block the view of the camera? No, because the camera is looking in this direction exactly and this direction exactly. Yeah, and even if this is here, it's not actually blocking any of the view. I know, it's weird, it's just how it works. So now we have some decent detection. Different detection components are using different amount of general processing power. Please refer to my dictionary video. But in any case, to cut things short, these use GPPP, and if you have too little GPPP, the detection will be very inefficient, and to get more GPPP, you'll add general processing cards. They're expensive. Now we have a cool looking boat, but we obviously need some kind of firepower, right? And we're going to go to simple weapons. Here we get some basic firepower. The Age of Sail cannons together with a laser and a short cannon. These AA guns and the 40mm ones here, and the 30 and the 60mm cannon, they're really simple, you don't need to configure anything. So we can just add one of these in the back as some type of extra AA cannon. Now, to make this even work, we need to have something called a local weapon controller. To make your life easy, just select the all-in-one local weapon controller. If you go into this, you can select that, for example, have some limitations. This is not going to be able to shoot at things underwater, so we might set it to not target that. and it's probably not gonna reach more than like 2000 meters or whatever, so we can set it at that. Other than that, this is absolutely fine and should be working. We now have a working gun. And if I walk to this gun, I can actually control it. And shooting it by holding control. However, to use guns, we need something called ammunition. If you don't have ammunition, the ammunition tab is going to go down and you're going to not be able to fire for a while. So you'll just add some ammunition here. You can see that our weapons require 19 and we now have 1200. But we're gonna add some more weapons so they can be here for the time of being. Do know that these are pretty explosive. If they got damaged, they will blow up pretty spectacularly, so don't put them too close to anything that's very important. About that, our boat was a little bit destroyed here. If you want your boat to repair itself, go down to miscellaneous and select repair bot. You can add a couple of repair bots here. Don't have too many, but maybe 2 or 3 is an appropriate amount. And if we destroy something here, you can see that the repair bots, they come flying and they will repair the damaged. Also, your character is equipped with repair tentacles. To be able to manually control guns without walking up to them and controlling them because they are near, you go to control and select a fire control computer and just have it close by to the bridge. And when you have that, you can control all the guns. To make a little bit of a more fancy cannon, we go down to sub-objects and we select a one-axis turret here. We can plonk it down here, and this is a different object. So when we're building on this, we can't build on the floor here. So if we want to build on this, we click B and click B again. And if we want to build on this, we look at it, click B, and we can build on it. On this thing, we can also place an all-in-one local weapon controller, and then we can have some weapon systems. Onto this thing, we can even use some prefabs. Now I'm gonna use my prefabs here. All the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST have access to all of my prefabs and whatever if they want to use them. A lot of them are of course uploaded on the Steam workshop where you can get many of them as well. Anyways, I'm just going to add a quick little cram cannon here. It's kind of not what this video is exactly about, but we'll need something here. Now you can see we ran out of materials because it's tried to reload. We can make sure, yeah, we have enough ammo. Good. Protecting your turrets with some armor is of course a smart idea. And there we have that. And we're gonna add some missiles to complement. So we have a fly swatter interceptor array. We can use this little prefab. And this is going to add some interceptor missiles, which is going to target incoming missiles and cram shells and hopefully shoot them down. We're also going to add some extra cluster VLS missiles because why not? Right, so I think we have a pretty solid setup here. This boat has everything it needs to have, which means we of course need to finish up this armor a little bit. And we can fill here and fill there. Protect them here. Add some nice wind protecting glass, very important. So you may see that we have been a little bit careful at covering up this, and that is because you can go down here. This is a D11 turret. This is kind of the pattern where the turret will be blocked or not, where the alloy represents the turret and the metal represents the hull of the ship. So we'll need to leave that space to not make it collide. Basically like this and like that. That's as tight as we can do it. We of course need to add the glorious flag of the army of GMODIST, which is flag post. I have some other videos showing you how to get your own flags in from the depth. Here we go, very nice. You can also select the color here. And when you're building, you can even build with your fleet colors. This is what I usually do. But if you want to, you can also color this afterwards. So for example, I can paint it like this. If you want to test your ship, you can click the X menu. And it's a tradition that we always test everything against the Marauder. And the missiles are getting there. This is so funny. And there, isn't that quite beautiful? Alright, look at that. Oh, that was totally over-penetrating. Well, enjoy your first ship. Your ship should be absolutely functional. And if you're not happy with what the AI is doing, you can always take over the control yourself. Ram! Army of GMODIST, Invictus. Victory is ours. Yeah, so enjoy and do whatever you want with this. This is Eric and we're back with instant tutorials. It's time to talk about armor again. So if we're building here on this little structure, we can go into blocks. And armor is of course blocks we use to protect our crafts from incoming damage. To put it simply, armor is a combination of health and armor class. If you look at this wood block, a square meter of wood has 200 health points and 8 armor. So the armor on the block here, the 8 armor, is called armor class. For weapons, they usually have a AP value. And if the AP value is higher than the AC value or equal to it, it will deal full damage. But if the AP value is lower than the AC value, it will not deal full damage. We're gonna go into that a little bit more in detail. If we look at heavy armor, it has armor 60. Well, that means it's a lot better to protect you against armor penetrating shells than wood. It also has a lot more health. But if, for example, we have a shot that has more than 60 armor points in dealing its damage, well, at that point, our 60 armor won't really help at all. So if the armor doesn't help, it's actually more cost effective to have wood as armor. Because this wood blocks costs 1 material and this heavy armor blocks costs 25 materials. If you're anything like me, considering you're watching this video, you probably need a visual representation to understand this. Let's move over to this weapon platform. When we are making armor, it is important that the armor is as cheap as possible and as effective as possible. So that means that using heavy armor is usually not the best idea. This little slab of heavy armor costs as much as these 5 meter of metal, the most common armor. And that costs as much as these 25 meter of wood. And the funny thing is that health points per materials, wood is the best one of them all, absolutely the best one. But they have some drawbacks, of course. That's why people don't use it that much. So to understand armor, we will first need to demonstrate this. This is a gun testing station, of course, and we're going to check the APS here. If we scroll down here, we can see this is a pure sabot head. Now, we won't go into that in this video, but sabot heads and pure sabot shells is of course the most armor penetrating shell. You can see that the expected armor pierce, the AP value, is 107. That means that the benefits of having heavy armor is absolutely useless. And wood should perform much better under these circumstances, since we only need cheap health points. We're going to shoot a 150mm shot against these armor targets to test our thesis. The expected kinetic damage is 7000. So let's check that out. First, against the wood, in the upper right corner, you can see the damage dealt, which was 6000. So let's shoot against the metal slab. 6000 again. And finally, against the heavy armor. Here you can see that the heavy armor was the only armor that was penetrated during this test. You can clearly see here from this example that in this case, the wood did the absolute best. More than half of the metal armor was penetrated, but not even a third of the wooden armor was penetrated. And the heavy armor, well, it's breached. So now we're switching to a heavy head for comparison. The AP, armor piercing value, is lower. It's at 28 instead now. However, the kinetic damage is a lot higher. So let's check that out. And for a quick little reminder, wood's armor class is 8, Metal's armor class is 40, and heavy armor's armor class is 60. Wood. 14,000 damage. Didn't get through though. Metal. 7,000 damage. Also didn't get through. So lastly, heavy armor. 5,000 damage. Didn't even get through. From that, we can conclude that when the enemy is using weapons that are really deeply armor penetrating, you will need to use blocks, a lot of blocks, that have the most health points per material. The best one is wood, the second best one is stone. But when the weapons don't have a very high AP value, well, then you can really get protected using armor. High armor. While wood may be technically best for a lot of scenarios, you can see that having 25 meters of wood is really thick. So you might understand that it's not really practical to do so. So that is something you should keep in mind when choosing armor. Do you have the space for it? If you have the space for it, you don't need to choose the most dense armor. But for things that has to be dense, like turret heads and turret necks and stuff like that, well, heavy armor is the obvious choice. Now we're getting back here to check some other armor basics. So, you may notice that a lot of from the depth builders try to prefer to use the 4-meter beams as much as possible. And that's no coincidence. It's not only because it's easier to build that way, it is also a very simple fact. You see this block? It has 350 health. So, the block that's twice as large should have exactly 700 health. It does not. It has 770 health. And at the bottom there, you can see extra health from being bigger. So, the game rewards us for using bigger blocks, because if we have too many blocks, the game will lag so much. If you're building a ship that has more than 100,000 blocks, it will usually lag too much for most people to have like 2 of these ships facing each other. So the 4-meter blocks, the largest block, is a 20% health bonus. And that's huge. So you really want to try and use the biggest blocks that you can. 4-meter, this one, 20% bonus. Now, this is a little fun secret I realized in a Gimli battle recently. This block, the 4-meter offset, it has a 5-meter length, so it gets 25% bonus. Yeah. Now, there is another fun thing you can do too to add some armor. If you go into air and go into ducts, there are some really large ducts here. And these ducts, well, they are so large, so they are a little bit sheety in a way. So you don't get that bonus, of course. But having a heavy armor duct like this, it weighs a lot, it does, but it will give you a health of 37,500. That's a lot. So you can see that these ducts actually come with a little premium cost. If you see this heavy armor duct 3x3, it has a material cost of 350. And if you look at this 3-meter beam and take this times 3, well, you're not getting to 350 at all. That is because the game don't want us to only use the ducts because stuff looks funny. However, if you need to create a sheet that is protecting something from incoming damage, like if you have a front sider and, for example, you're facing an army of GMODIST vessel equipped with the Arcoballista Invictus, as you probably have seen in the Game of the Battles, well, then it can be a good idea to have a sheet of super high health ducts like this, and that will protect you from being penetrated by the most heavy APS penetrators. Let's go through some armor basics. So, if you go into your Z menu, as in Zebra, you will see the Health and AC tool. Drag this down to your toolbar. If you choose this tool, you will get some stats when you're looking at different blocks. You will see their armor class, as we went through before, and their health.
Armor is essentially whatever protects your system blocks. They are mostly found in the blocks menu. Lead is one of the worst blocks for armor, of course. It's very heavy as heavy armor. It's pretty cheap, but it doesn't give you enough health points and armor for that cost. In that case, stone is better. Wood is, as previously mentioned, the most amount of health points for your materials, and in some sense the best kinetic defense armor. However, since your structure becomes very big if you want to use it, stone is usually a better choice for this, because it is as heavy as metal. As you can see here, at least at this update of the game, it might change. As always, check your numbers yourself. But it has a much higher armor class than wood. Now, armor class doesn't only matter when we're talking about kinetic. No, we have some other stats to keep in mind too. When we're dealing with explosions, when we're receiving explosive damage, having armor is really good. And then, when someone is using fragmentation damage against you, like for example crams with frag pellets. Each of these frag pellets, as of now at least, have only 4 in AP value. That means that even wood provides some defense against fragmentations, and of course, stone a lot more. So both when we're talking kinetics and when we're talking explosions, well, armor class matters. Like armor class, we have something that was added with the fire update. We have fire resistance. Wood's fire resistance is 10. I think the default flamer's value is 20, so it's way above that resistance. However, stone's fire resistance is 50. So that gives some pretty good protection. Stone is the best block to protect against fire, for example. Alloy also has 50 fire resistance, which is nice, but it also has a 25% flammability. That means when a fire destroys this block, it will add fuel to the fire. Metal has a lower fire resistance, but no flammability, which makes it a good protection against fire as well. Heavy armor has a very high fire resistance, but it also has a big flammability. That means that because they are so dense, they can contribute a little bit to the fire, but they're pretty resistant too. Rubber is the most flammable block at 100% flammability. Wood is close behind at 80. So that's also a stat to keep in mind when we're choosing the armor. Armor that is below water will of course be much better protected against fire. Moving on, we have alloy, which has an armor class of 35. However, the alloy block is very light. You can see its relative buoyancy is plus 32, which is a lot more floaty than even wood, which is weird. But it has a weight of 5, so it has half the weight of even wood, which is the next most light block. Stone and metal is at the same weight, and heavy armor and lead is at the same weight. Be careful with that heavy armor, your thing might become very heavy. Metal, the most useful armor block altogether, has 40 armor class, which is a good bit more than alloy, but they have the same cost. So using metal, if you can take the weight, is always better. Heavy armor has an armor class of 60, which is of course amazing, but the cost makes it so that you should use it very carefully. The only block that has some decent armor class that's not super expensive is the applique panels. Applique panels are pretty volatile, they only have 125 health. That is about half the health of a wood block. However, they have 50 in armor class, which means that they provide a decent defense against fragmentation, heat fragmentations, hash fragmentations, and explosions in some sense too. Applique panels is pretty shallow too, so it can be a great thing to add to things that need to have a lower profile, like aircraft or whatnot. Metal and alloy plate should be more seen as decorations. Of course, they provide some bit of protection, just like applique panels, due to them having a decent armor class. But they have so little health that people usually say that they will fly off when you sneeze on them. Now we come to a little interesting aspect. Most armor blocks can be stacked. You can see here that the armor class of this is now 48. But you know from before that the metal block's armor class is actually 40. It adds armor because it's structurally sound, adds armor to other structural blocks, it says. So if we add another one, it's not changed. Only 1 meter behind it boosts the armor in front of it. That means that we can take a really strong block and back wood with. So if we look at heavy armor backed wood, we have an armor class of 20, which is of course a lot more than wood, since wood usually only has 8. So if you want to have pretty strong wood, well, you can back it up with heavy armor and you have some pretty sturdy wood there. Honorable mention is of course reinforced wood. It's basically a weird mix between wood and metal, but honestly, it's really terrible in every sense, and it's only if you can't have the space of having 1 layer of metal under 1 layer of wood that you would use reinforced decking. Reinforced decking is of course a nice decoration block that's a little bit more sturdy than wood. Now, alloy plates, applique panels and ERA don't really add to the armor behind it. So they can be added as an extra layer of course, but they won't boost anything. ERA armor is explosive reactor armor. If you shoot this, it explodes, but it can instantly delete heat and HESH shells, which otherwise can be very scary. Now we need to talk a little bit about angle. The angle a projectile comes at the surface matters too. Here we have a very simple 52mm armed with a heavy head. Let's shoot this slope. 26. Because it comes at an angle, the damage dealt is less. If we instead turn this block around and shoot it again, it deals 86. So when things come into a slope, they deal less damage. You remember the AC versus the AP value. If we're having an AC value that's a lot higher than the armor piercing value, well, then we get an interesting phenomena. Watch this board behind. You can see, it bounces. Sometimes it will bounce, and sometimes it will be absorbed into that slab. However, those times when the shot is absorbed, like now, it deals minuscule amounts of damage, because this AP value is so much lower than this armor class. So that you can make it ricochet off surfaces and thus dealing so little damage. Another little point we will cover briefly is fire resistance. So we're gonna start some example fires. We can see here that the fuel is of course being decreased when the stone is burning up, but of course the stone doesn't add anything to the fuel. The fuel on the metal is also not being added any, so you can see here on the alloy it has more fuel left. Here on the wood it actually almost has as much fuel as when it started. Now you can see that while it hasn't destroyed the first heavy armor block yet, it's pretty interesting because you can see that the intensity actually decreases or increases dependent on what block it's burning down. And here, one block got destroyed, but fortunately for the fire, it just escaped adding that fuel to the fire. In any case, looking at this, you might think that heavy armor is a fantastic fire defense. And do you remember that heavy armor is pretty expensive though? So if we compare that to metal or stone, which is even cheaper than metal, metal and stone is actually the fire resistance champions, not heavy armor. Now, what's the most effective defense against fire? Well, that's an air gap. Fire won't jump distances in the air. For some reason, I don't know, it's just how it works. Now what we need to cover is a little bit about EMP defense. So when we look at different blocks, we can see that this local weapon controller, for example, has an EMP susceptibility of 100. Here we have a surge protector. They can be placed down to absorb surges from EMPs. This has also a 100% EMP susceptibility, and that basically means it can be hurt by EMP. Example of these are AIs, weapon controllers, laser systems, and many others. EMP is really scary because it tries to deal the most amount of damage it can deal with the path of least resistance. Some bit different blocks lead EMP surges a lot better than others. Like wood and stone are decent insulators, and metal is a very bad insulator, it just leads them away. As well as heavy armor, it just leads them very easily. Rubber is the only block that provides proper EMP insulation. So rubber, you need to insulate important parts. Here we have a couple of weapon controllers, and here we have a couple of insulated weapon controllers. If we put an EMP surge here, you can see it goes and attacks this block, which now has been damaged to about 50% of its original health. An EMP can be a little bit weird to understand. If we have a smaller jolt, like 17,000 EMP damage, you can see it goes to destroy these blocks on the side. Now these are insulated, and EMP wants to choose the least part of resistance, but because there is nothing other, it will jump that rubber insulation anyways. So it's important to have some EMP surge protector as well. But the weird thing is, if we have a really big EMP surge, it will actually just bypass these and go down into the main structure because there is some other blocks inside of here, like these surge protectors built into the structure that of course have a lot more health points to hit for. So it's kind of weird. EMP is kind of conscious. The smaller charges try to go for smaller targets, and the big charges try to go for the biggest targets. That's something to keep in mind. When you're building your system, you always want to have surge protectors on some strategic places. Like if we just have a tiny little surge protector here, so if you have a pretty big EMP blast here, and we send it going, it will actually go for this tiny little surge protector. And the funny thing is, when EMP has gone away, it can't go back. So you'll need to think on how you can isolate it in a point and make it absorb at that spot. We have some tutorials that go through EMP more carefully though. Now let's look at some practical armoring examples if we were making this little boat here. So most boat hulls are built out of metal or alloy. This one is built out of metal. Only when you need a really fast thing, you can of course having alloy as well on the outside instead. But generally, metal is very awesome. So for the outer layer of your armor, you usually want 2 layers. You can have 2 layers of metal if you want to have a sturdy construction that can take a lot of beating. If you, however, are looking to get a little bit of a better weight and more floatiness, you can instead back it up with alloy, like this. Then we get a nice passive float. If you instead want to back up your armor, but you need to save some costs, you can always back it up with stone instead, and you get a little bit of a cheaper option. Now, if you need to protect yourself against most different types of damage, you have your plasma, you have your hash, you have your heat, and other type of shaped charges. Well, you need to have an air gap. And for plasma, and also fire, you need a proper air gap, not like a fake air gap. Some people like to have some spall catchers, they're called. So when heat is coming in, you want them to catch that spall, and thus you can have beam slopes is the most and best used thing for this. But if you want to protect yourself against plasma too, you'll need to leave this space in between. So we have a free space. The best spall catcher there is actually the beam slope of heavy armor. It is a little bit expensive, of course, but this thing can take hash and heat beatings all day. And the best thing to back it up with is, of course, a full block of heavy armor. Now, this is only for very heavy armor and is where you should have your heavy armor if you're not coating it on the front side. You can back it up with alloy too to get some structural stability, but still more of that health. Most people, however, do some spall catchers using just regular metal beam slopes. They're fine for that. Another option, if you want to have a good bit of armor, but you can't really afford that heavy armor, well, you can have a layer of applique as a spall catcher instead. You can also add applique to the surface of your ship to make them detonate on the surface too. But for that application, it's actually better to have the era. Now, the era slopes and the era work the same way. They have exactly the same stats, except that the slopes are half the cost. So it's actually more efficient to only use slopes than the full blocks. They don't provide anything extra. If you want to protect yourself against armor-piercing fragmentation, you can add era backwards on the inside of the hull like this. Under the first surface on the inside, you can add a layer like this, and any shot that's coming in there that's armor-piercing payload or heat or hash will just not deal a lot of damage. That can be a good addition too, but of course remember, they're destroyed when they're shot at, so they're kind of single use. But worth it sometimes. There are different combinations to piece together, but you usually want to be cost effective. So if you, for example, have double metal or metal backed with stone, you can then add an air gap. An air gap is always good to have, and just back that up with some beam slopes. So say we have this, and if we have the way to do so, we can back this up with some stone, or if we don't, we can back it up with some wood, because wood is a really good health points for that cost. Having an air gap is always advisable though. If you back your metal with wood, you get some weird secondary effects we will talk a little bit about in future videos, but what it boils down to is that you have metal, which is good armor, and then you have the best health point sponge behind it. So you can even have this in several layers. Having checkerboards is not advisable anymore due to explosive damage being trapped in small spaces and dealing more damage. Thus, it's better to work with sheets than checkerboards. If you realize you need to change your ship, click the V menu and go into Armor Refit. A lot of people like to build with alloy and heavy armor. So, if we, for example, want to make this lightweight, we will change metal to alloy. And if we want to make it super lightweight, we can actually change stone to wood. And now we have a pretty lightweight design here. So working with a lot of alloy gives us a lot of weight to add to work to. Then, without being too heavy, we can add alloy, have some wood where we save costs, or just have alloy altogether. Like that. Now we have a super light alloy ship. Now we can use heavy armor where we need to use it to provide maximum protection, and back that with some more alloy to keep our weight in check. This is the most popular way to build things in from the depth. However, I would argue it's not the most cost-effective way. To build cost-effectively in terms of armor, you will want to work with a lot of wood, stone, and metal in different configurations, and alloy where you need to. I, for example, love to use alloy as interior armor, because it adds float, low weight, but still decent armor class. If you, however, love to build things as fast as possible, I would definitely try to use as much alloy as possible, and then use heavy armor or metal only where you need to use it. Because then you can get away with the smallest footprints, the least drags, the sleekest shapes, and thus the fastest speed. I believe that will be everything for this little episode here.
From the Depth Instant Tutorial.
This is Eric, and this is your one-stop shop for fuel engines. We covered it before on Instant Tutorials, but we had a weird texture pack, so I think we assume it's outdated. So we're just gonna cover everything a little bit quickly, a little bit more compactly in one video. Everything you need to know. This is a really tiny bad engine, producing 109 power. Engines, they basically burn materials, they use materials and make power. As you can see in the lower right corner of the screen, we have the power metric. Now, to be able to use materials, they'll need fuel tanks. The fuel tanks, they're basically converting materials to fuel as we go. So the more engines you have, the more fuel tanks you have. Only having this tank will basically make 100 fuel per minute. Each tank adds 50 fuel extractable per minute, and a vehicle has 50 by default. So if you have a really small engine, like on this craft right now, you don't actually need a fuel tank. You can see it works fine with a material box here. The handy thing about fuel tanks is they will tell you how many materials are extractable as fuel per minute. And under that, you'll see an estimate of how many fuel tanks you are estimated to require. If you have 2 little fuel tanks for your vehicle, you will see the fuel access bar down in the lower right corner go down to 0. One thing that's good to know is that when a fuel tank is destroyed, it will create a fire. If you have a naval vessel, it's a good idea to have your fuel tanks under the waterline, because then the fire will spread much less. So protect your fuel tanks, or at least don't place them inside the AI core so that it will burn down whenever they catch fire. To see the stats of an engine, and to see how it works under full load, we'll need to test it. Here is a big injector engine. What we can do to test the engines is to use engine power. Go to defense and find the signal jammer ECM. You can place it down anywhere. This will use a lot of engine power. So we're gonna drag this up to 20,000 and add another one so we're sure we're using more power than we can produce. The next step is to go to resources and to fuel boxes. Here we can see how many fuel boxes we'll need to add. If you add one, we can see it goes down. We'll need to add more. We are estimated to require about 2,000. You'll just add/remove fuel boxes until your materials extractable per minute as fuel is higher than the estimate requirement. If you run out of materials, just hover over a fuel tank or material box and press Q a couple of times in designer mode. In the lower right corner, you can see we're using all the engine power we produce, which is the goal for this test. Now we can see how many materials per second this thing is burning. We can see how much power it generates also, which is 16,500. If you press Q on the engine, you can go into it and we can see some stats. For example, we can look at stable output, 100%, we can see power per material. This is 430. The higher power per material we have, the more efficient the engine is. So this is a stat you will want to look at when trying to build efficient engines. The fuel generator is the main block of an engine. The arrow indicates in which way we can build the engine. Crankshafts are the pinnacle of the engine. This is where the cylinders can be built around. The cylinders generate the power on the engine. They can be built all around the crankshaft. To generate power, you either need carburetors or injectors. Carburetors can connect on 5 different surfaces, only excluding the top. Injectors can only connect to 2 cylinders. If you have carburetors or injectors on an engine without having any type of cooling, they will overheat. To make them not overheat, you have 2 options which you can combine. You have pipes, exhaust pipes, or you have radiators, which you can place on cylinders and crankshafts and even connect to each other to provide some type of cooling. Each cylinder will tell if they are overheated. On each cylinder, you can see how much power they generate. This one with a carburetor generates 122. Same with this one. This one without any carburetor or anything will only generate 15. This one with the injector will generate 436. You can see injectors produce a lot more power than carburetors. But carburetor engines can be made to be super efficient. The most power dense engine are injector engines. However, injector engines are really easy to overheat. You can see it's not enough with having 1 exhaust per cylinder when you're having an injector engine. You'll either need to add more than 1 exhaust per cylinder, or you have to have a lot of radiators. Now, radiators are a one-time cost that will cool the engine, but you can need a lot of them if you have no exhausts, and they're pretty expensive. When you have too few fuel boxes, it looks like this. Add more fuel tanks, it even says. Very easy to understand. To make injector engines cheaper but cooler, you'll need to utilize some smart plumbing techniques. Exhausts can namely be combined to 1 single output. So we have connections all around this little engine, and we can drag them out to this thing. Now each cylinder has at least 2 outputs,
And that will make sure the engine doesn't run too hot. To make it run even cooler, you can add radiators in the spaces that are left. In case you need to use your engines to charge a battery, for example, then you go in here and you set battery charge fraction to whatever you want. If you set it to 1, it will only work with charging batteries if batteries can be charged. Under the priority of the engine, you will set priority to 1 for the engines that are most efficient, 0 for the neutral engines, and -1 for the least efficient engines. The engines with priority 1 will be used before the engines of priority -1 or 0. This is an injector engine. It's the least efficient engines of them all. It will be set to -1 so that this engine is only used if it really has to be used. This is useful when you're having several engines. If you're only having one engine on your craft, this doesn't matter. Now we're instead going to move on to a lower power but higher efficiency engine, a carburetor engine. Now the carburetor can be placed under 5 different directions, as said. They can also share superchargers. The superchargers will make this engine more efficient. So here we have a pretty compact design, and we can even add superchargers there and there. But it needs, of course, more cooling. So we'll set up some nice exhaust plumbing. And remember, the more connections you have per cylinder, the more cooling they will provide. If you really can't have exhausts on your build, you can of course spam radiators all over the place. There we have it. Everything is connected together and all the gases can escape in these 2 pipes. As you can see, the power per material is now 465, compared to the injector engine's 400. Now, this is not much better at all, especially considering that the power of this engine is only 1800 and the injector engine is at 3800. This is because the supercharger engines only really are efficient at lower RPMs. So what you can do is to lower the RPM to something around 0.4, 0.3, 0.4, up to 0.5. Around that range is recommended. When we do that, you can see that the power per material has gone up to 820. Under this little stable output chart, you can see the power per material at different RPMs. 25, 50, 100. So, if we want it to be efficient, we'll need to limit the RPM. But it's a big difference. This engine has doubled the efficiency of this engine. So, it will take more space, but having efficient low RPM engines can be a really good long-time investment for slow ships and stationary forts and something that's not in combat and doesn't have to be compact in engine power. For stationary efficient engines, it can be a good idea to add the radiators, because as you can see, they lower the temperature, and lower temperature means higher efficiency for the engines. So all the engines will actually be more efficient having a couple of radiators, but the radiators of course have a high price tag, so use them in moderation. Power per material goes up. If we remove it, power per material goes down. If you're making some pretty exotic engines, there is an adapter, and the adapter can be used if you want to have cylinders on a little bit of extended or moved away configurations like this. Well, but there is another option of course, and that is having several engines. Then you don't need to limit the RPM. Make sure your inefficient engine is set to priority -1 and set the efficient engine to priority +1. Now you just need to make sure that the efficient engine is large enough. Then let's say that our standby cost for this vehicle is 1500. We're just chilling about. That will mean that this engine is producing 1500 power exactly and not anything more. And even though we set the max RPM to 1, you can see this is still running super efficiently because we are not requesting more power. And this is the real beauty with fuel engines. They will only produce as much power as you need, so they can be super efficient since they are so adaptable. And that basically means that this engine, even though it exists, doesn't even take 1 material per second. It's not even used. But then let's say we get into combat and we are suddenly requesting 7000 power because our shields are requesting it and the weapons and all. Well, then this engine will kick in and save the day. So what engine can we use if we want high RPM and high efficiency at the same time? Well, like in the real world, it's really a waste of materials to throw away exhaust. Yeah, indeed, it can be reused into turbo engines. So we have turbochargers. They can only be attached to carburetors. To make turbo engines, you'll need to use the turbochargers. The turbochargers are one of the most finicky systems in the game. So what you need to do here is, the simplest way is to use the cylinder turbocharger. And this little hairdryer thing connects on the top to the carburetor, and this little base part is connected to the cylinder. And they are in 2 configurations as well and get mirrored automatically. These of course need to be connected up to an exhaust system, preferably a combined output for simplicity. Just like that. Now the exhaust is leaving here and it's connected up to all of the turbochargers. Now in the turbochargers you can see that this engine has a power per material of 644, which is pretty decent. If you look at this one, it's again 400, so it's much more efficient even though we just have these simple ones here. So basically the exhaust from the cylinder is getting funneled into these turbochargers, going back into the carburetor, back and forth in some way and out there. Very handy. However, do keep in mind that if you add exhausts to an engine with this setup and not having them all connected up to turbochargers, you will kind of make the power per material efficiency lower. So don't do that. Now we have the excellent opportunity to look a little bit more at exhausts. Exhausts are really weird, and if you block the exhaust like this, you can see not externally vented cooling reduced to 50%, which is a big hit for engines, so you'll have to make sure they are externally vented. Externally vented can mean some different way. Like for example, if this is the hull, what you can do is you can go to the exhaust and install a hull pipe like this. And now the exhaust is being delivered on top of the hull. The other option is to, at the exterior of your hull, go to air, go to ducts, and have a duct instead. This will let the exhaust through. Now exhausts are weird. It doesn't matter how far away you're blocking the output. It can be 2000 meters and it's still not externally vented. So just make sure that it's a 1x1 meter line that goes out forever. And that line can't be blocked for the exhaust. It's very weird, but it is what it is. Now the cylinder turbochargers are a little bit easier to work with. You can of course have max 4 per cylinder if you really cram them in there. And if you have more, you will have more efficiency. Then there is the other option of the carbureted turbochargers. This is one of the more complex things in the game, but they're pretty cool so you can use them. And they work kind of the same way, except you can't connect them up directly to the cylinder. They will have to be in a configuration like this. So one of the sides are connected up to the carburetor, and the other side will decide one will be an input and one would be an output. I'm just moving some stuff around here. You can see the hairdryer part going there. So now we have 2 of them per carburetor here. And the more you can fit in, the more efficient it will be. Now, what we'll need to do here is to have exhausts from the engines. And we're sealing them like that. We have exhaust all around the cylinder just to make it as cool as possible. And then you can see we have the exhaust popping in here. So now we have, just like the cylinder turbocharger, the same way basically, we're using 1.25 out of 6 exhaust per one of these. So the power per material is basically exactly the same for the previous engine. Now, why do you even use the carbureted turbochargers then? So the exhaust was colliding a little bit with the engines here, so I just aimed them upwards. These are only for decoration. What we can do is to make this a lot more efficient. And what we basically can do is we can steal gases from other engines and reuse them to make this engine more efficient. So we can basically Frankenstein together some engines here and make the end result very, very efficient. So when we connect this thing, we're using all of the gases from the inefficient injector engine. We're funneling them through here and connecting them up here. Now you can see that the carbureted turbocharger here and here is using 6 out of 6. This means that the power per material is much boosted. You can see that on the smoke too. This one didn't have the connection, so we'll make sure to connect these. And now, these ones are also getting 6 out of 6 exhausts pressure, which makes the power per material for this engine 811, which is even better than the current configuration of the efficient engine. So there you go, that's why you may want to use the carbureted turbocharger, even though it can be a hassle to set up. If you want to take that to its extreme, here is my Centauri trash bin. This basically has an input on the green and an output on the red. This is basically a max efficiency recycling. I connected up 4 of these on each of the carburetors to make sure they recycle a lot of that power and give us a well-deserved power bonus. Well, that's pretty nice, I'd say.
From the depths, instant tutorial.
This is Instant Tutorials, and today we're going to do a new general tutorial about APS. APS and advanced cannons are the exact same things, if you didn't know that. It is called APS because previously it was also called Advanced Projectile System. When starting to work with advanced cannons, the task may seem daunting, but it actually isn't that complex. Many of the components you see right here in front of you are actually completely useless, and I'm only gonna show you what you need to learn to be able to build with these things. For example, the ammo controller parts down here are built in, so you don't have to use this. I like to use them so that I can save a particular shell when I save a turret, for example. But if you're making a turret and setting up a shell, well, you can just set it up inside of the APS settings. The ammo controller and modules are actually not needed anymore. As for the other pieces, we have the advanced firing piece. The advanced firing piece is of course the main firing chamber. That's what fires the shot. That's what loads in the shell and fires it. This is the most important block for an APS cannon and is the block that is required for all APS cannons. Then we have mantlets. Mantlets are optional, but usually good to have so that you can have your barrel aiming at different directions. Then we have barrels, and the barrels can be attached directly to a firing piece, but it's good to connect them via a mantle for said reason. Gauge increasers are used to make the caliber of the gun to be able to be larger. Cooling units, they make the gun cooler, and not cooler in a way that's super cool, but cooler in a way that it doesn't overheat. If it's not cool enough, it won't fire. The cooling units, however, come in straight pipe, weird shapes. Who cares? The only one you need to use is the Gauge Cooler 5-way. It has no drawbacks of using only that one. The other cooling, you don't care about them, it's completely unnecessary. If you're using 6-way connectors, you probably made something wrong, you don't need them. You can use gauge increasers or cooling units to connect things instead. 6-way connectors are mostly useless. Recoil absorbers help you to make your gun accurate when firing a lot of shots, because the recoil makes it less accurate. And if you have these, this won't happen. Autoloaders is a very important block for the APS cannons. On the autoloaders, you can add ammo clips, and the ammo clips on the autoloaders, they will make them reload faster, basically increasing your firing speed. The more autoloaders you have, the faster the gun will shoot. However, autoloaders are pretty expensive, so you can instead put magazines, ammo clips on top of the autoloaders, and that will make the autoloader reload faster. Instead of having a lot of autoloaders, you can decrease the amount by having an ammo clip. The ammo clips doesn't care about how long they are, they only care about how many connections you have per autoloader, and the max you can have is, well, 4. The ammo input feeders, they are put on the ammo clips or the autoloaders to be able to make the gun input ammo to it faster and reload faster. The fall of shot predictor is a pretty useless block. For this tutorial, you don't need to care about it. The laser targeter is really good for some very specific use cases, but it's outside this tutorial. You can also make railguns and rail assisted cannons. We'll go into that briefly too. To make an ammo, you can just click Q on the ammo controller. You can add a new shell or edit the current shell. And here you can change whatever you want this shell to be about. You can switch out some different parts, and the different parts have different properties. You can then click to assign to all intakes, and that will change the shell. If you're having some shells in the magazine, you can hold Q, click designer mode, click refill, and APS shells. And they are now reloaded to the new type of shell. We're gonna design a very simple APS turret to go through the basics. We're gonna have a 1-axis turret. On that we need a local weapon controller. We can select the all-in-one type and add it behind the turret block. EMP insulation can be used if we have the space. Click Q on this thing and you can see we have some different stats. It's completely useless to shoot at targets you can't shoot at, so this cannon are not able to shoot at things underwater, so I will set it up. The range of this cannon is also probably gonna be below 3000 meters or something like that, depending on how we set it up, so you can limit it to whatever range it effectively works at. If you have multiple mainframes, make sure that you select whatever mainframe it's going to listen to. So the built-in ammo and the ammo controller, it's basically the same thing, the only thing is that this one can be seen. And the annoying thing with this thing is that also can be destroyed. However, I will just show you this because we can actually see them. So we're going to create a little shell here. The top of the shell is actually the bottom of the shell, and the bottom here on the list is actually the top or the head of the shell. So for this we're gonna scroll down to nose. Different types of shells have different types of damage types. Now we're just going to have a regular kinetic shell for this one. So we're gonna have a heavy head. Down here we're gonna have some solid warhead bodies. That's basically how to make a proper lead slug. This is going to be a 150 millimeter shell gauge, so I'm going to put that into the stats here. So now we can see the expected muzzle velocity, detection range and stuff like that. What we need to care about is the muzzle velocity. The faster the shell are, the more likely it is to hit the enemy, but it doesn't need to be faster than it needs to be. And it depends a little bit on what shell we use. Kinetic shells generally need to be faster, and chemical shells actually need to be slower, because then you can pack more firepower. If you want to know all about the different words I use and you feel confused, please check my previous dictionary video where I go through all of the common phrases. So, inputting our stats here, we have some important things to look at here. This is a kinetic shell. We are looking at expected kinetic damage. Here we can see 3800. And if we, for example, add another gunpowder casing, you can see that the expected kinetic damage goes up. If I add another one, you can see it goes down. So it is about finding the sweet spot here for the best amount of kinetic damage and also the AP value we want for the shell. If we have a chemical shell, for example, and we don't have a penetrating head, well, the kinetic value here isn't very important at all. If we have a combined shell, it might be important, of course, because that's going to limit your penetration capability. If we have a payload on this shell, for example, we have a high explosive warhead body on this thing, it's going to penetrate a bit into the target and then it's going to detonate. For APS shells, you do not need fuses. Then we have some optional parts we can use if we want to. A base bleeder will increase the damage, but also increase the inaccuracy. The visible tracer increases accuracy of shots when fired in a series. Gravitational ram is weird and usually not used by very many players, and cavitation base can make you shoot at things underwater. For example, the Arcoballista Invictus is using the super cavitation base to be able to shoot at things underwater. Now, we're not going to have any of that, and we're going to rely on our gunpowder thing. If you have some issues with your shell not really fitting into the outloader, you can decrease the propellant amount here, and that might make it fit. You can see that for this particular shell we have developed, we are requiring a 2 meter outloader. Clip length required says to you how big of an outloader you have to fit this shell. And if you play around with these different values, you can see that you can change around some stuff here. This is the ammo we have selected for this gun. Also, we shall look at barrel length for full propellant burn. We need to have at least 5.4 meters, or otherwise we just have too much gunpowder in this cannon. The muzzle velocity will be 850 meters per second for this shell. And if you don't set this little millimeter value here, you will get the wrong stats for your shell. This 150 millimeter stat here doesn't actually matter at all. We actually will need to set that up in the APS cannon. This is just for calculation ease, nothing more than that. And when setting up the shell, you can see that this is what the shell looks like right now. And if you haven't seen my dictionary video yet, well, this is technically a SAPHE shell. Semi-armor penetrating, high explosive, isn't that fun? So, as we already decided what shell we will have, we can start building on our turret here. We already know that we'll need to have outloaders that are exactly 2 meter or larger. Having larger outloaders than you need is of course completely wasteful and unnecessary. You don't need to do that. So we're building this turret from the bottom up. We are adding 3 outloaders in line here, and they can be attached simply. So we're gonna have some ammo clips here, and you may notice that there are clear ammo clips like this, and there are solid ammo clips like this. These solid ammo clips are just to make the game lag a little bit less. Now, an autoloader and an ammo clip can be interchanged with each other. You can, instead of having outloaders with ammo clips, instead have just outloaders instead. For this example, we could have had 9 outloaders, and the reason we are connecting clips to an outloader is just to save cost. If this was 9 outloaders instead of 3 outloaders with 2 clips each, well, it would have the same reload time. So using clips is to save costs. I added an ammo intake for each clip and each outloader. This is the proper ratio. So if you have some outloaders with fewer clips and fewer ammo intakes or more or less or stuff like that, the gun will basically shoot uneven after some time, and it will be very annoying. Now that we have decided how the turret will look like, we can add our firing piece. The firing piece will not be connected to these automatically. We'll need to use a gauge cooler, and as said before, the gauge 5-way cooler is the thing you need. When adding this on top of here, things are connected, as you can see. In front of the gun, we need a mantlet. Having a mantlet will increase the accuracy of your cannon, even though you may think you don't need one. So having at least an omni mantlet of 1 meter is recommended. This is on a turret block, which means it has side-to-side movements very easily. In this case, it's best to add a elevation mantlet of any kind that may be fitting this particular cannon. In front of the mantlet, we need to have some barrels. Barrels are best used the longer they are, they have more health. There are heavy barrels with slightly more health, but do keep in mind that the heavy barrels will make the gun move slower as well. And if you remember here from the ammo we're going to use, we need a 5.4 meters of minimal barrel length to be able to use full propulsion. One of these is of course 4 meters, so then we'll need to have 5 meters at least. But if we have it longer than that, our accuracy will be greater. The longer barrel, the more accurate cannon. So, we have that. For small vehicles, recoil can be very annoying. And if you want to mitigate recoil, you can add any of the muzzle brakes in front of your cannon. Muzzle brakes will make sure that the vehicle isn't being pushed back at all by the shot that it fired. But if you don't need it, don't use it because it adds inaccuracy. As well as the bore activator, it doesn't stack. A bore activator will give you a little bit of a cooling bonus. It's usually a good idea to have for most cannons, and they can be put in front of the cannon too, so that's nice. You may notice that this cannon has a gauge of 60mm. We're going to go into the APS and we're going to set the desired gauge. You can see it doesn't have what we want. We have already decided we're going to do a 150mm gun, so we're gonna write in that. However, as you're seeing here, we don't have that yet. What we need to add is something called gauge increasers. Having a gauge increaser brings it up to 120mm. We will need another one to bring it up to 150mm. Now it will actually be larger than this, the capacity, but we've already set the gauge in the APS piece, so it will only go to 150, even though we are adding more. Now, we will need to go and set up our cannon. So we go into one of the intakes, and you can see ammo controllers on the main construct. We already built the shell and it is on the main construct, so we're going to use that. We can of course add a etherical shell inside of the structure that even can't be destroyed. The annoying part with this type of shell is that this thing can actually be shot off. I use it because I like to have my shells installed on my turret. We're assigning this shell here, and we're going to select Assign to all intakes for this gun. Now it's starting to load a 150mm shell into our gun, which we also can fire. Different calibers have different gun sounds. If you want to watch a video that goes through all of the different calibers sounds, I already made that video. Please check it out and select your favorite gun sound. This gun is very unbalanced. The rate of fire is 7 seconds per shot, 7.7 RPM, as you can see in the stats. But the outloader limit and the ammo intake limit is of course balanced. As I told you before, we should be able to reach 17.9 RPM. The cooling limit, however, is the thing that's limiting the firing speed. Now, what we can do to add some cooling bonus is actually to increase the number of barrels. If we are having more barrels, we are going to have a much faster cooling limit because we are getting a 2x cooling multiplier with 6 barrels. However, you can see here that we are suddenly 54mm. If we want to have 6 barrels with 150mm, we need to add a lot of more gauge increasers. However, the issue with having multi-barrel is that you can see that the inaccuracy is increased by 0.08 degrees just by being a multi-barrel system. This is of course not fun at all, so for most APS cannons you should only have one barrel. In order to fix the issue on a proper note is going to add more cooling vents. So we're adding a cooling vent here. The cooling limit is at 10. Adding another one, it's at 12. Adding another one, it's at 14. And here we're getting the weird Tetris. So obviously I probably need at least 2 more. So I'm gonna add 2 more here by replacing the gauge increasers, and then I'm going to place my gauge increasers here instead. Now the cooling limit is at 19 RPM, which means that the rate of fire is secured at 17.9. The really funny thing we can do here is give a tiny boost to the RPM, and that is, if we want to, we can add a ammo intake directly onto the APS firing piece. And if you're only having a cannon that has ammo intakes on the APS firing piece, that is called a diff gun. So we're going to assign this here, and now you can see that the RPM is 18.9. To make pure diff guns, I have other tutorials for that too. Now, we have some issues left on this system. You can see here that we have some inaccuracy here, 0.24. And we got some from recoil. That is not good at all. And the more we fire, the more inaccuracy we get from recoil. On recoil down there, you can see we have 500 and 598 per second, but the absorption is only 110. To fix that, we'll need to add some recoil absorbers, can be attached to cooling vents for example. And if we add that, we need to make sure that the absorption rate is higher than the recoil. We don't need to add more than that of course, but it just needs to be just above. And 590 is of course a little bit too little, so it has to be 710 per second to counter the 598 per second that the recoil is generating if this system is firing constantly. So just make sure that the absorption rate is higher than the recoil rate. Then your cannon will be able to fire in full force all along with no problems. Now we have a pretty functional cannon. But what if we want to make this shell speed even faster? What can we do? Well, we can actually add more gunpowder, but there is another way too that we can make this shell faster. And that's by using railgun parts. So, if we have a railgun, we can just add it here on top of the firing piece. And then we go into the APS system, we go to railgun, and we are going to look for maximum energy per shot. The maximum energy we can have per shot is, as you can see down here, 7,156. Keep that number in mind. Now we're going to select how many magnets we need. Each magnet will give you 5,000 energy capacity to the railgun. If we want to have full capacity for each shot, we need to have 2 railgun magnets because that gives us a capacity of 10,000. And that will be able to cover 7,000, whereas 5,000 would not have been able to cover that. So, then we are needing to charge this thing. For that, we need to have railgun chargers. And they are super cool, but they are so expensive. And they're not only expensive like this, oh no, they will cost you energy. So you'll need to make sure that your vehicle is producing battery power, like electrical power, that are stored in the batteries here. And that you can do in many different ways, as I'm sure you know, otherwise refer to my other tutorials. So if we go into the railgun and we set this to anything above 7,156, that will be the max, and we go and check the settings here, then the rail use requires 2,137 per second. And while we're covered with the capacity, the recharge rate is not quite there yet. We'll need to make sure it's above 2,200 per second. Now we're there. Now we are balanced, we have a proper rail assisted gun. This will make the shell go really fast. But it's usually not a good idea to have full rail support. Rail is pretty expensive to boost the shell with there. And perhaps 2,000 energy like that will be enough to make this shot fast enough, which will bring it up with 400 meters per second faster speed than it would have had otherwise. That will also require us to have a lot less railgun chargers, which is going to bring down the cost for this cannon a lot. Like that. Do remember, however, that different shell configurations have different rail draw. So you can't just change the shell midway. You should probably decide the shell before making the cannon. Otherwise, you might get into some big problems, especially when working with rail assist guns. By the way, if you're having a rail assist gun, you can also use that energy to make it more accurate, if you want to. But what if we are actually not wanting to shoot a kinetical shell, but we want to have a interesting little fun chemical shell with frag, EMP and high explosive? Well, this is gonna be real dangerous. So, here we have some scary shells. What will happen if they will, for example, would be shot?
Bad things.
This issue needs to be fixed. We need to add the EED. Then we'll need to go into each of the outloaders and we need to add a ammo ejector to each of the autoloaders.
just like that. And if we have done that, you can see the little defuse there. In case some evil player would shoot at your ammo, well, it won't blow up anymore. Well, thank me later for not being ammo racked. This is one of the most problematic beginner mistakes in From the Depths that makes people's turrets just go up into smokes, and they basically just wasted 100,000 materials on a mistake. So that are the general metrics you'll need to keep in mind when building an APS turret. So now you should have an APS turret that can work independently and shoot at your enemies in different types of ways and in different types of configurations. Stay tuned for our future tutorials, of course. We will be going through how to make some specific APS cannons like sandblasters, probably diff guns, munition defense guns again, some more civs cannons and all that jazz. We have some previous tutorials as well, and you can probably check them out as well if you want to see what that is about. And with that, I will say thanks a lot for you to watch this video. Leave a like and of course subscribe to the channel to catch more videos. If you want to get all my videos with early access, the Ecclesiarchy is down there for you. And if you want to get some very cool perks, the Commissioned Officers is maybe something you want to become in the army of GMODISM. See you next time, and you must check out the Real Exism and the GMODIST channel as well. This is your host Eric of GMODISM signing out.
GMODISM.
Well, hello, it's your host Eric of GMODISM here, tuning in to this little video in my disposable robot suit. As you may or may not have noticed, there is a lot of weapons in From the Depths, and well, today I'm gonna show you the small task of making every single one of them weapon systems. So brace yourself for a long tutorial, but if you follow me through this tutorial, you'll be able to make any of the weapons in the game and should get you Kickstarter as a beginner. Or something like that. It's, you know, with my 2,000 plus hours in the game, I know some tricks. So anyways, we're gonna begin with some real simple stuff. This is the simple weapons tab. Now, simple weapons are kind of boring and you won't be using them that much, but I'm just gonna show you a little bit quickly how to set them up if you're really new to this game. So check my other videos if you want to know about AI and detection. Assuming you have good AI and detection, we just need to add a local weapon controller. Now, it's a little bit more expensive, but generally everyone is only using the all-in-one local weapon controller basically, and so should you. So place one of these down and make sure it is connected up to whatever channel the AI is set up to. It's gonna be channel 1 unless you change something. It has a built-in failsafe. You can tweak these settings, but you don't really need to. In the local weapon controller, the only thing you need to set up here really is so that it doesn't shoot at stuff it can't shoot at. Like for example, most cannons will not be able to shoot at underwater targets, so let's say we can probably decrease this to -5 in altitude, so we don't even target things underwater. If your cannon or a weapon system doesn't shoot very far, it might be a good idea to set the maximum range bracket to 4,000 or how far your weapon reaches. This is basically trial and error, so you can set that up when you are testing it. So the only thing you need to do when you have your all-in-one local weapon controller is basically go to the simple weapons, and you see all these turret variants. Select, you know, any of the turret variants, plonk them on top, and they will target and shoot at incoming crafts. Fortunately, they will reach one block further, so you can place them one block up like this, and then you can have like some type of floor material, so if you have it on the deck, you'll have it just like this. And when you spawn an enemy, you should see it is shooting at the enemy and just generally working. All of these simple weapons are very simple, except these 4 guns below here. If you choose any of them, you will click Q on them and you will notice we have some type of APS selection. And then you basically have to set up your own shell. More about that in the APS section. It's basically a compact APS gun, but much more boring than a real APS gun. And now, what if you are an Age of Sail person? There is this super cool little trick that I'll just have to teach you. So, when you have the local weapon controller, this is really stupid, but there is no way to tell which is front and back and left and right. So what you basically do is you press the G key, as in gmodims, in the direction you want to place it, and then you plonk it down. You go into it with a Q menu and you switch 2 cells in each direction to 4 cells left and right. And then you hold Control and click C to copy, and then you can apply this again. Now it will actually control all of these 4 cannons, which means we can add 1, 2, 3, 4, add one of these, paste, Control V, paste the settings here. You can see they control these 4 weapons, 1, 2, 3, 4, and of course 1, 2, 3, 4, and we can add a last one over here and paste. You can of course be smart to cover them up a little bit to make it, well, less prone to destructions, but this is basically how you can add several levels of Age of Sail cannons like this. Pretty neat! When it comes to the melee weapons, they're a little bit more simple. Like the ram, for example, it just works with, well, velocity basically, and force. So you'll just come into your enemies as fast as you can with as heavy vehicle you can basically have, and it's going to deal damage proportionally to, well, the amount of newtons you're coming in with. Then we have drills. We also have drills under the Steam menu here, so you can build the drills yourselves there. But under simple weapons we have drills. They kind of work the same. We have a drill unit, we got some extensions, and we got some drill bits, and yeah, what they basically do is deal damage dependent on your engine. On the drill you also need a couple of power input and it will start spinning up. And you don't then need to have a high speed in order to deal damage, you'll just need to come close to them and you just use your engine power to deal damage instead. Something along these lines. The more powerful engine and drill you have, the faster you will be able to drill through your enemies and deal a lot of damage. From the Depths is a crazy game, and tactical nukes happen to be a simple weapon. The easiest and most common way to use tactical nukes is, well, I don't know why, but they explode on contact, yeah? Somewhat like this. Have a longer stick and you'll not get hurt. Simple but effective. Alright, so we should make some of the other weapons now, and when you build weapons you can naturally go in and build like fixed weapon into your crafts that are like not on turrets. But if we're gonna be realistic, like 95% of all people's weapons are on turrets, except missiles. But for those that are on turrets, you need to build in a specific shape in order for the turrets to be able to spin around. And when you go to sub-objects, you have some pre-made templates. They look like this. You can spawn them and basically the turret will be on the alloy and the turret well thus can be on the metal. Now, I made the process pretty simple for you. If you go and get the Mark III of the platform, you can just go and click this little button here. You have the turret templates and you have the blue button. You'll switch to big turrets if you're into that. So in any case, if we're building a turret with a 5 meter of diameter, you will basically have a square turret well. You'll just need to cut away the corners of the turret. If it is a 3x3, it's the only shape you can have like a square and it will actually spin around fine. Most people don't build turrets above D17, but yeah. So basically the turret here are designed to be on the white here, the red ones are open space and the green one. If you want to have a turret, well, that's how it works. So we are going to build a little turret, and since we are gonna go and make a pretty small little system, we're gonna build a D5 turret right there. Now I do know how to build this by heart, but what you basically do is you go to sub object and then you have 1, 3 and 5 axis turret, so you can select one which is appropriate for the size. So in the game there is something called EMP that can hurt stuff. So when you're building on this, what you basically need to do, if you're building here, you can see we can place a block here and here. And this is a little bit confusing because you may think you can build on the turret like this, you can't. If you aim the turret, however, and build, you can see that you can build inside of here. That means that we are on the turret sub-object and we can even build stuff inside of them. You can see we can have like 2 layers. And obviously these will collide, so we're gonna remove these 2 on the platform, aim on the turret, start building again. Now we are actually building on the turret. So we need a all-in-one local weapon controller, and of course EMP is a thing in From the Depth, so it's a little bit for another tutorial. I already made that, but basically you can surround it with rubber like this and you'll make sure you won't die. Now, as said, this is a 5x5 turret, so let's say it looks like this. We have a little turret base for it. So this is kind of the turret we're gonna build, and we could have a square turret well around this to protect it. And again, set up here, if you wanted to not shoot at underwater stuff, we can set it here. It can reach 5,000 meters, pretty unlikely, can set it to something lower, dependent on weapon system. So, we can then build our turrets. We've basically gone through the simple weapons, and now we should build actual weapons. So first out after simple weapons here, and naturally you can put simple weapons on a turret, but I mean next we have basically cram cannons. So cram cannons, they kind of work like this. We have a firing piece. A firing piece is an output for the gun, so we can have several ones per gun. But we have some considerations to think about when we do that. In any case, here you can see we have different types of barrels. The motor-driven barrels will make these little guns be able to kind of aim inside, like move around. You can see max barrel elevation. We have a little stat there and azimuth. So basically, these works as a kind of mantlet. If we go in and aim here, you can see that they are like aiming inside of these. And this is great to only have like motor-driven barrels for systems that are, well, let's say you're building fixed guns, you need a lot of motor-driven barrels. If you're building on a turret, however, you should add a couple of elevation barrels. And the weird thing is you can't only have elevation barrels, because then the barrel rotation speed, you can see 6 degrees per second, and here we have 50 degrees per second. So you kind of need a mix of both pivot barrels, that is motor-driven barrels. I don't know why they are called 2 different things depending on where you look, but that's From the Depth for you. So you basically need to mix these pivot barrels or motor-driven barrels. With elevation barrels, and you don't need like a lot of them, but you can basically see the max elevation you can reach, how many you need to add to that. So 65 degrees is a lot. The longer it is, the less elevation-y it will be. There is something called heavy barrel. They have a higher health, but I also make it move a lot slower. Good to know. So if you add a couple of other barrels like this, you can see that we are having a pretty slow movement speed. Now we're back to 6 degrees per second, but thanks to the amount of elevation barrels to motor-driven barrels ratio, we can still move it real good. Anyways, we don't need that many barrels. 10 degrees per second should be quite enough. Cram cannons don't actually need barrels at all in order for the shell speed to be 300 meters per second. Whatever you do, cram shells will always launch at 300 meters per second, except if you go into the cram firing piece clicking queue, setting it to something lower, but there is no reason to do that. Alright, so here we have your cram cannons, and the cram cannons are very far away from the local weapon controller, but that doesn't matter because it is being automatically controlled because we have a all-in-one local weapon controller controlling this turret axis. So because it is controlling this turret axis, it also means it will basically control all the guns that are present onto this turret. If these were fixed guns, however, we would have to have local weapon controllers beside the firing pieces, just like we did with the Age of Sail guns. In any case, now we basically went through the barrels. You can suppress some recoil and you can suppress the flash, and this is only if you want to make a bomber. You can use the bomb chutes, but otherwise you don't need to know any more of that. Cram cannons have a gauge of 1000 meters per default. That is the smallest they can be. If you connect up gauge increasers to the system somehow, you can increase the gauge a little bit. So now you can see we added some there, and now we have 2 cannons of 1200 millimeter. Now if we add one here, they will get really confused and sad. So if you're gonna build tight like this, you'll need to make sure that you'll have a gauge increaser that can't like connect to the other side. So here you can see we have a missing connection there. So then we can add it to this and we can do like this. So you can basically puzzle together like this. So if we have this, as you can see, we'll have a higher gauge than this. Yeah, that's what you can do. When we are talking about cram cannons, the interface screen and the predictor, they are pretty... That's really not something you'll need to use. It's just some simple tools for predicting where the shot will go if you aim it manually is the predictor. And the interface screen is if you're too lazy to go to the firing piece, you can have that as a shortcut. All of these are just gauge increasers of different shapes and sizes. The laser targeter has a very specific use scenario. We can spawn one here to just showcase that. And you'll need fusing boxes for most cram cannons. So we could, for example, make this a hollow point fuse. It will basically explode on contact. This fuse, we can set it to timed fuse. You don't need to think much about what time to set it at, because we have a laser targeter. You usually use timed fuses with laser targeters, and it will basically detonate on the target. Alright, so there are all sorts of fancy ways to build cram cannons, but the basic thing is that we have this little piece. It is a type of packer. It has 3 connections. One here, one here, one here. If you fill them in with as many packers as possible, it will be able to reload. You can see having 3 packers like this gives us a reload speed of basically, what is that? Is that like 3 minutes almost? Yeah, that's abysmal. If you instead of these pellets add payload compactors, you basically make the shell be able to be even larger. So now you can see we have a reload time of 526 seconds. That's insane. Now, to be able to provide a good reload time, you really need to pack it with pellets. The easiest way to build a cram cannon is just to take a 6-way connector like this, build a little tube thing down here, just have packers, and like have as many packers as you can fit. There are different pellets which decide the type of damage you'll deal. I mean. High explosive pellets, frag pellets, EMP pellets, incendiary pellets, and hardener pellets, which is basically is the armor piercing shell. So if we select hardener, high explosive ones here, we can add them like this, and suddenly we have a cannon which actually shoots one time every half minute. The thing is, the power of the cannon isn't decided by the amount of pellets, it's decided by the amount of connections from a packer to a pellet. Okay, from the depth is a strange game, bear with me, it's a little bit advanced. So what you basically do then is that you build snakes like this and add more packers to connect to the pellets, and suddenly we have a much stronger cannon, even though we didn't add much cost. So the packers cost 25 materials and each pellet box costs 180. So it's pretty non-economical to not use all the connections you can. Now you may have heard the term 3D Tetris being thrown around a lot. And what that basically is that think that you have a packer and then you have a pellet. And then you're thinking, how can I make this have 6 or 5 connections? Well, obviously, by adding packers all around this specific pellet. And then we can just connect up all of these pellets using like a complex snake network of like World Championship of Snake on Nokia 3310. Yeah, whatever. That's basically how you can do that advanced. Now I have a lot of prefabs which is available for the commissioned officers to use. So like for example, we usually pre-build Tetris. So we could like have a square like this, and this is 5x5. So you can see like the complex little network piecing it together. And we'll just basically stack them on top like this, and we have a very fast and easy way to pre-build a cannon. But that is for another video. If you want to learn proper 3D Tetris, I'll just give you the main ropes here. But about that, huge thanks to all the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM, most notably captains Awesome Pupper and Shiro, commanders Ben Velke and Delphin, Lieutenants Ali, Anto, Cravey, Flores Dagan, Josef Ishowski, Owen, Powered by the Greed, Vincent Veritas, Rick Pearl, Scuba Rock, and all the cadets. Also big thanks to the members of the Ecclesiarchy, that is the YouTube members, and the, commissioned officers is via Patreon. And the commissioned officers are the ones that they'll get a copy of my blueprints and prefabs and turrets and stuff, and you know, all of that. If you want to get my stuff but you don't want or can't pay for it, go to my Steam workshop and you can just download the ships there and do the like prefab copies yourself, because Steam workshop for From the Depths doesn't have a good way to share turrets or prefabs. So that's one of the reasons only patrons can get them too. In any case, if you go into the menus here, you can see that we have more than 6-way connectors. We have all sorts of connectors. That is, if we are building a 2-barrel turret like this, it can be a really smart idea to not make them connect to each other. So what we basically want to do if we have a dual barrel system is that we can actually further reuse the pellets by having connections that are basically being shared. So I'm just gonna do a very simple little Tetris thing here. Hardener pellets are a bit cheaper, so we put them in the middle there, and then we're gonna have high explosive there, and there. And obviously you can see we have the potential to have 3 more connectors here and 3 more connectors there. And yeah, then we basically just piece together some type of connection network when we have added them like this. This can actually be a pretty smart idea to actually get your symmetry planes going too. Anyways, this is not going to be super efficient Tetris, but it is just to show you a little bit quickly how we put these things together. So let's say, for example, we can turn off the symmetry plane and having a two-way connector, making it not connect to this firing piece, but connect to this one. We can connect it down there, and we can have a two-way, like a three-way connector that works as a kind of tube going down like this. Or actually, I mean like this, in order to connect to the pieces around there. Then we need a four-way connector. Yeah, it's a little bit finicky, as you might imagine, like all things in From the Depth otherwise is. Yeah, something like that, right? Yeah, that works. And then we can take this little thing and do a little connection to them here. And here we have it. Now we have a cram cannon, which is pretty cheap and still provides some firepower. If you see like unused connections there, you can just like add connections to them, and that will be nice. Anyways, now you can see we have two different shells here. They have different health and they have a little bit different configs. And you might be tempted to go into reconfigure layout and play around with these values, but you'll mess up your 3D Tetris. So I would stay away from that. Yeah. We can even set the shell tracer if we want to something different. And yeah, now we have a turret that reloads every 36 or 23 seconds. Let's say we want to make this side a little bit slower. Well, we could take a connection that is only used by it, like for here example. We can put a payload compactor so that only this side of the turret, only this barrel, gets the payload compactors. Now you can see it has a slower shell with more connections. And if you fire this thing, it will obviously shoot two shells like this, and one is going to be timed detonated. Now it's set to 10 seconds, but if we shoot at an enemy target, it is going to blow up in their faces. Okay, there we go. And here you can see, bam, try to blow up in its face. Now, just a general tip, but if you're testing weapons, you can go into it and you can select like slower game speed. And when you fire a gun, you can in detail check it a little bit better. Cram cannons are usually performing a lot better when large. Small cram cannons like this is a pretty weak system, so that can be a good thing to keep in mind. Like the Gimli class battleship you may have seen on the channel uses D17 crams and 4 of them. And of course they're powerful, but a tiny cram like this is, you know, it's the wrong weapon to build small, let's just say that. We are going to move on to the next weapon system, which happens to be advanced cannons. Another big one. So, APS guns are a lot easier than you think. Basically, you want to think about what shell do I want to have and then build your cannon around it basically. But let's just do like this. We're having a firing piece. We have like cram cannons can like share pellets and shit between the barrels. Well, APS guns not so much. If you're building a dual barrel APS gun, they are basically independent. Each of the like blocks, each of the gun barrels and mags and all of that are independent. They are not connecting in any way at all. So if you're building a APS system, well, you are building isolated guns per barrel. So we're just going to build a one barrel APS. Now, with a exception, but that we'll go with very soon. So a mantlet is the most common. Let's say have a very high elevation. Of course, we are on a turret, so we will already be able to move from side to side. The length of the barrel will depend on the shell you're having, so we're going to add that later. If you're having gauge increasers, you will make the potential for the gun to have a higher gauge. The coolers, so here we have the gauge increaser, only one gauge increaser exists, and then we have coolers of different shapes. Now, you can use 6-way connectors, but usually you don't have a need for them. You mostly have a need for just cooling units and gauge increasers. Gauge increasers and cooling units connect to shit the same way 6-way connector does, but they also have a function. So for efficient systems, you rarely need to use the 6-way connector, just saying that. Now, also, gauge increasers and coolers need to be connected directly behind the APS firing piece. When it comes to 6-way connectors, you can't put the 6-way connector between them. You can just put them like last in line. So, and you can of course not have them right behind the firing piece. So they're like super annoying, that's what I'm trying to say. Anyways, just like the cram cannon, you can put a laser targeter on this system, just the same way, and when you have fuses on the shells, you can make them detonate in the face of the enemy. Just the same. Just the same. At a time, fuse have this and you have the same effect, so we won't go through it 2 times. Alright, fall-off shot predictor, yeah, that's the thing you'll just add on top of it, and when you aim, you kind of get a little guess on how the bullet trajectory should go. Now it just goes down into the construct because we haven't assigned a shell. There is a type of gun called diff gun. That is when we have a firing piece and you put ammo intake feeders directly on top of it, just like this, and you can basically assign a shell to it, and obviously you're gonna have a gun, it's gonna work, and it's gonna shoot like very, 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 very slowly. Rate of fire for this gun is about a shot once every 1.5 minutes or something. Yeah, of course, that won't do it. If we have 2 of them. So what we need to do is we need to do autoloaders. Belt-fed autoloaders are for your machine guns. They can only be 1 meter long. For the other ones, we have 8 to 1 meter autoloaders. You basically want to have as small of an autoloader as you can have. You want to make your shells fill the autoloader. So basically select the size of an autoloader that fits your system the best, dependent on what you're trying to design. So you may not know that, but you can basically shoot a tiny 18mm shell, like a tiny shell, from an 8-meter autoloader. Just that you have an 8-meter autoloader won't make the shells any more powerful. It will just be a lot of wasted space and wasted materials, because an 8-meter autoloader is a lot more expensive than a 2-meter one, for example. Anyways, let's say we have a 3-meter autoloader system like this, or actually not, let's have a 2-meter autoloader system like this. The best way is to make something called APS clip Tetris. I have other videos about that, but you basically make these little 4x4 shapes and piece them and puzzle them together. But that's just to save costs. An autoload and a magazine, they both have the same reload. So this, for example, 1, 2, 3 is same. It's the same thing as this 1, 2, 3. So these 3 units connected here, they reload as fast as these 3 units here. So why do we even need to have magazines? It is a liability because they can blow up and stuff. Well, a magazine costs a lot less than an autoloader. So if you're building a big system, it's gonna add up and it's gonna be really expensive. So having mags just to the sides like this, not having 4 connections, but 2 connections each, well, that's gonna be good enough, let's say. If you want to not make your turrets blow up all the time, you need this ammo ejector. So you can just make a use of always adding ammo ejectors. Now, we are actually going to run into a little problem here, because we also need to add something called ammo input feeders. And you basically need an ammo input feeder for each magazine and each autoloader. Fortunately, they don't need to be symmetrical, so this has one and this has one, and these autoloaders here in the middle, they don't have them. But we can just add an extra line of ammo input feeders on these ammo clips, and you're gonna be absolutely fine. So there are two ways basically to make APS shells. And you'll just go in here. Let's say that we want to have a 179mm gun in general. We'll just go in here and we are gonna make a new shell. So click create new shell. Then you'll click assign to all intakes. Then you click edit. Then you go to view stats here. And you select view stats for firing piece. You're gonna select this firing piece. Down here you can see clip length required is 3. That is a bit problematic because we only have 2, so we're gonna decrease the number here by just scrolling down on the parts, so we have fewer parts. The other thing we could do is just decreasing the shell gauge until we have something that we like, for example. So, for example, if we have a 16-part shell, maybe even like a 20-part shell like this, we need a 4-meter autoloader. So basically then we could decrease the shell gauge, and we can see we are reaching the equilibrium at 100mm. So let's just go with that. 20 parts of this shell and 100mm. So as I said, there are two ways to make a gunpowder based shell, or a railgun based shell for that matter, but that's a little bit more narrow. Either you're gonna have a kinetic shell mainly. So for kinetic shells, you usually want to have like heavy head, armor piercing head, usually heavy head, sometimes sabot head. And then you add solid warhead bodies. Solid warhead bodies is like your basic lead component. It deals kinetic damage, it makes holes. If we just look a little bit quickly here on the heads, you have the heavy head, armor piercing head, and sabot head, and hollow point head. Those are the kinetics. Heavy head gives you the best kinetic damage. Sabot head deals the best kinetic damage against very angled heavy armor that can make other shells bounce, basically. Then you have some other stuff like different chemical shells. Right, if you're looking at the bodies, solid warhead bodies is your regular lead slug. Sabot warhead body makes the armor piercing higher but the kinetic damage lower, so it can be good to add to heavy heads to increase the AP value. Because a heavy head will have significantly proportionally decreased damage when we're dealing damage against heavy armor, for example, because it has a expected armor piercing of 25. Anyways, let's set this as a sabot head. This is just for another video, actually. We don't need to talk about that in detail. But when you're doing kinetic shells, they'll need to be real fast, okay? So here you have a muzzle velocity of 1,623 meters per second. Very nice. Behind it all, you can add the base beater to make it faster, a visible tracer to make it more accurate, a gravitation ram or a supercavitation base you can use to shoot at things underwater. Gravitation ram is rarely used, it's a bit memey. Anyways, you have your fuses here too, as I mentioned before, here on the bodies, and the stabilizer fin body also increases accuracy at the cost of speed, basically. Anyways, let's add a visible tracer here just for having something there, and yeah, this shell is gonna be done. Now, when we have this shell attached, you can go and click Q if you're in designer mode and reload it. We're gonna go back to the shell here, and we are gonna check here barrel length required for base inaccuracy. So 2.4 will need to make it accurate. But barrel length for full propellant burn, if you want to use all that gunpowder, you'll need at least 9.3 meters. So obviously we need to add 9.3 meters of barrel. So 4, 8, 9, and then we can have a bore evacuator to have some free cooling effect. Only use muzzle brakes if your vehicle are having trouble dealing with a recoil. Otherwise, it just makes the shells more inaccurate. Anyways, this APS firing piece is at 179 millimeters still. So click Q on it and set it to the amount we said, which is 100. Now you can see it works fantastically fine, and the thing we need to do to build a APS gun is check the values here. You can see if we begin from top to bottom, we're having a lot of different information about how far we can aim, how fast the shell is, and like stuff like that. Oh yeah. And when we are designing this little shell here, you can of course like change the shell gauge here, but that doesn't change the shell gauge for the firing piece. So we're just changing it there for understanding what we're doing. Anyways, if you look down a little bit here on the menu, you can see that the recoil is 2000 with 819 per second. And the absorption is a lot lower and a lot lower per second. This will make us incredibly inaccurate due to the recoil. So add a couple of recoil absorbers, basically so many that your absorption is gonna be better. Like both the first number and the second number absorption per second. Now we don't need that much for this system, so we can have just 2 of them and we have enough absorption. Now if you look down a little bit more here, you see we have 29 RPM, autoloader limit 42, ammo intake limit 42. That is because we added enough ammo intakes, as you remember from earlier. The cooling limit is 29 RPM. That's sad. Fortunately, we're having a pretty small gauge here, so we can actually go into the APS and select that we want 2 barrels. And if we want to have 2 barrels, we're getting a multi-barrel cooling multiplier, which now suddenly makes our cooling limit to, well, almost enough, but our gauge is now only 89, so that's a problem. So what you basically do here, add enough barrels for your cooling limit to exceed the autoloader and ammo intake limit a little bit. Or you can of course also just add more cooling units, but this is the cheap way, add more barrels, it's the cheap way to do it. So to add more coolers, you can just have one here and you can just add more coolers like this. What you also can do now, because we're on 80mm, we want to have a higher gauge, so we can have more gauge increasers. Just add a couple of more gauge increasers until we reach the preset value 100mm. Very nice. Now we have a cooling limit, an autoloader limit, and all of that jazz. We have a fully functional kinetic APS cannon. So if we will just repair this little thing here, you can see here, we can fire our gun. It's slowly but surely firing with our 3 little barrels here. Isn't that quite beautiful? And it will just continue to fire away until it's going through here. Very beautiful. Now, what we can do also for a system like this. Now we have set up a kinetic type of system. What if we wanted to have a chemical type of system? Well, for chemical shells, you basically usually want to have higher gauges. So we're gonna see how high gauge we can have for this. We can go 240 93 millimeters. So let's go into this little designer here and set this value. Now we can see how large of a clip we require. Now we should just decrease the amount of parts until we reach the 2 meter, or actually until we reach the 3 meter, because now we're going to be pretty smart here. Previously, we didn't have the emergency ejection defuses. So basically, what would have happened if we would have gotten shot here? Like if this got shot, it would like to eject shells to the side here, and that could potentially hurt like your system or like your ship. But these are just kinetic shells, they're not dealing a lot of damage, so it's kind of okay that they're just ejected like this. It's not optimal, but it's okay. But when you're dealing with chemical shells, oh my, the situation is entirely different. So let us just set up that in how we should not set it up first. So for a chemical shell, frag, high explosive, sabot, whatever, you know, EMP, that's your chemicals. We're gonna have frag head, we're gonna have frag warhead bodies. And chemical shells, they don't really need to be fast. If they are fast, they have the potential to deal less damage. There is a thing to be said for penetration depth shells, of course, but for this, it is like, yeah, it's just a pure chemical shell. If we would reload this here, I just realized our shell didn't fit. So we're gonna have a gunpowder casing, 400 meters per second. Okay, that's gonna be fine. Now we are fitting. And there we are. Now these deal a lot of damage. They are actually gonna be really, really scary. They can make the entire turret blow up. If we didn't have these at all, they would blow up the entire turret. Like this. It's like, it's no joke. It's no joke. So, to mitigate that little issue, you go into the frag shell. You can add like 1 or 2 parts more than you actually have space for. And you're gonna go in here and select EED, Emergency Ejection Defuse. And then we can see here, what do we have? Can we fit now? We can't really fit now. So set the emergency ejection defuse here, have the gunpowder here, and adjust the gunpowder so that we exactly fit inside of this. Very nice, like this. So here we have it, 500 meters per second. We have a frag shell and an emergency ejection defuse. That is absolutely fantastic. Now we're gonna refill the APS shells, and when we shoot them, look like that, nothing is happening. And that's because the EED is present, and the emergency ejection defuse makes the shell like not scary when it's being ejected. And the game kind of saves processing time by not even rendering the shell being ejected, because it doesn't deal any damage anyways. So that's basically how that works. And if we have this little system, we can see that we have a cooling limit. That's not quite enough, since we did have the barrel is like only 1 now. So now we need to add a couple of cooling vents until we reach the number. All right, for this little thing, you can see if we shoot it, we're dealing a lot more damage, of course, but it's not penetrating really. It's just exploding on the surface using fragmentation. Yeah, you can set the fragmentation angle and stuff inside the menu. It's pretty neat. If you are not having any way of adding more like gunpowder or whatever, you can't have a larger autoloader. So if you want to make this go faster, you actually need to have a larger autoloader so you can have more gunpowder. There is another way to do it. So let us change the head to a faster head. Frag heads, high explosive heads, heavy heads, they have 1.45 speed modifier, but armor-piercing ones have 1.6. Sabots as well, but they are not good to mix with chemicals. So now we have an armor-piercing frag shell. This is a pretty common type of setup. And if we want to make it go even faster, we can go in here, and you can see on top of here there is actually a possibility to place like a railgun part, or you can place the railgun part to decide what we kind of use that for recoil absorber. So we're gonna have a railgun magnet on top of that, and oh crap, we can't have it there because we're blocked from the mantlet. Sorry. Anyways, we put the railgun magnet to the side here, and we're having some of these railgun magnets. Each of them can add 5,000 energy, so to be quite honest, we only need one. Then we're gonna have railgun chargers. These are super expensive, but they will charge your railguns. So, having 4 of them like this, you may wonder how much is it gonna boost the shell. Well, you actually need to set that up. So inside of here you can see maximum energy per shot. Well, you can drag it up to, what is the max amount? It's like 23,000. That will use battery energy from your vehicle, so it's gonna be super like expensive on your system, because railgun it's a lot of battery power, and of course you need infrastructure to generate that battery power. So it's not like they're not going faster for free, let's say that. Anyways, to decide how much rail charge you should have, look at the rate of fire, 3.93 seconds per shot. Okay, then you go into the railgun and you kind of adjust this number until you have that 3.23 or whatever it was. Let's have it a little bit lower because I don't remember. Also, if you get out of battery power and whatever and you still want your gun to function, check this box, allow railgun to fire when partially charged. That really relies on you setting this up properly first, of course. Now, however, our shell goes 722 meters per second instead, because our rail power, now we have a rail assist gunpowder gun basically. Now it will go faster, and that's pretty good because we are now having a armor piercing frag shell. So it will basically penetrate and then explode. Now we have some scary stuff there that's pretty hard to shoot at, so we are being totally destroyed by these, well, until now. The era took us until now. Now we just penetrated through there and exploded inside the meaty parts, dealing a lot of damage. So, I think that's all you need to know about the railguns, but one thing you should keep in look here. When we added these railgun parts, obviously the recoil increased. So, check at this. The recoil is now twice as high as our absorption, or we removed the thing. But it wouldn't have sufficed with what we had earlier. So, adding this little railgun addition makes us be necessary to add more recoil absorbers for it to not be really inaccurate. It's gonna be really inaccurate if you let the recoil like amount up. But I think that's all you need to know about the railguns here. Play around with it, see what you like. Chemical shells, as said, you want to have as many like chemical parts. So for example, like we could actually make this slower. We can have it just more frag modules like this. And yeah, here we can simulate how much the rail draw is and see how high the shell speed would be. Anyways, we could have just a one gunpowder casing like this, and you'll deal a lot more fragmentation damage, but of course a lot less armor penetration damage. Right, that's all you need to know about the APS cannons for now. I have more APS cannon tutorials if you want to know how to make them in more detail. Missile systems, they don't need to be on turrets, but they can be on turrets. If you don't want to make them on turrets, the best way is basically do like this. Plonk down a controller, like a missile controller. Then you have a couple of connectors, just like this. There are 1 million ways to make missiles, but this is the most common and most effective. So, here on the side or anywhere, put a staggered fire add-on. Then have a identify friend or foe, very important. Then you have small, medium, large and huge. Medium is a pretty good size, to be honest. Actually, we can do it like this. We're gonna have them separated. So we're gonna have a little array there. Then we're gonna have gantries. So we're gonna add gantries to like this high maybe. And we are going to use the prefab tool to do like that. Here on our little missile control area, we're gonna have a local weapon controller all in one, close to this one, making it being controlled. Then we are going to go to the missile wireless transmitter. And we're gonna add a transmitter here. And we're gonna add a receiver here. And now all of these are connected up, very handy. To make them have a little boost when being fired, we can add as many of these. Now we only add 1 per launcher, but if you add more, the launching speed will be even faster. As for the all-in-one local weapon controller, goes as usual, set it up to not shoot the things you can't shoot at. You can select the amount of stagger between the missiles here. You can hear the friend or foe you don't need to set up, you just need to have it. And under the missile controller, the required accuracy, when you're having a non-turret system, you don't basically need that. So this is like unchecked by default, but if you check this, you actually need to make it aim at the enemy to be able to fire. And that can be useful for aircraft, but now we're just making a regular vertical launch missile system. But if you're like directly aiming your missiles at your enemy, go in here, set the core to, and no, we are at that one. Go into the missile system, check required accuracy on hull, and set required accuracy before fire to like 22 or something. We're not gonna do that though. We're gonna leave it as is. And for the missiles, it is super simple, to be honest. There are a lot of different guidances, but the best one all around is active radar seeker. And explosive warhead bodies are pretty reliable. We'll just fill it up. Back here we have a variable thruster. That's the one you're gonna use basically always. Then add a couple of fins. Then to make them hit a little bit more often, we have a signal processor that basically neglects your enemy's decoys and stuff a little bit, or helps doing that at least. Then you should usually have an APN guidance as well. Can have it on whatever you want. It's not important for this video. It depends what you want it at, but the preset value is pretty good. Add an APN guidance and they will... It's augmented proportional navigation, I think, and they basically try to predict where the enemy will be in the future a little bit. Like prediction guidance, but better. Yeah, and this is basically how we can set it up. You need a fuel tank, except you don't. You can set free internal space used for fuel. And now you can see thrust duration is 11 seconds. This is a little bit low, and you may wonder why is there even any type of fuel. That is because the APN guidance has some free space inside, so it basically can be filled up with fuel. You can switch this to do high explosive damage instead, and like for EMP, why not? But then you can see our thrust duration is suddenly 0. So if we do that, we'll actually need to add like 2 fuel tanks. Now we can see we have a thrust duration of 25, which is useless because the lifetime of our missile is 20. So Then we go to the thruster and you just drag up the thrust until the thrust duration is a little like lower than the lifetime. Yeah, when you're feeling done with this, you can just check the copy to all matching launch pads, and all the missiles would be like that. So if you for example spawn a whatever, let's just spawn a Shrike here, and it's gonna just continue, like start launching missiles, and they're gonna try and hit the Shrike. Now it's actually really close. Why did I spawn it so close? That's stupid. Okay, I'm gonna protect this area. Anyways, so they are reloading again and they are just firing again, and you can see they are doing a good job at trying to hit the poor Shrike there. Now, if you add more fins or even turning thrusters, you can make the missiles more maneuverable and, well, better set up to hit aircraft targets. The weapon system we set up is a little bit more suited to shoot at your favorite testing vehicle, like the Crossbones, or actually not, like the Marauder or the Marauder, or the Marauder. There are many options. Anyways, now we can see they're doing some good VLM work, popping in here and vertical launching missile the Marauders as to oblivion. Very easy, very neat. VLM missiles are fun. Alright, I think that's all you need to know about missiles for now. It is a wide but also narrow topic, and there is like a little mini gaming from the depth even. If you make like missile decorators, you can make the missiles look really cool. Yeah. Anyways, next weapon. So remember, you like need to aim at the turret and then click your build button to be able to build on the turret. That can be a little bit annoying in you if you're new to the game. Right. So advanced cannons, missiles. Now we have laser systems, and this is a. There are two ways to make laser systems. The most common way is to actually not have much of a laser system on the turret itself, but instead just making the turret the output. And to do that, you have a laser transceiver. You aim it down in the middle of the turret block. They don't need to connect, they just need to be aligned. And then adding a lot of laser connectors, you add a laser combiner, and you add armored laser optics and armored steering optics. The more optics you have, the better it will be at dealing damage at long ranges, and the more steering options or steering optics you have, the more of a firing arc it will be able to give you. On this thing here, you can add a superheating module if you want to. That will basically increase the fire damage you're dealing. If you want to have a arson laser, as I usually like to call them. Now, to build the actual laser system, you actually need to build on the main platform, if we're gonna just funnel it here. And then we need a connector facing upwards. So we're just gonna go down here under the platform and build our little laser system. It's gonna have a bunch of laser connectors. And there are basically several ways to make lasers. The most, or best way, is you have a, oh yeah, the main block of the laser is this thing, the multi-purpose laser. It needs to be somewhere on your construct, but for the love of everything that's dear in the empire of the army objective. Anyways, you want to protect this piece. This is the most important piece. The multi-purpose laser piece cannot be placed. Onto this thing, you can add something called a laser output regulator. That makes you be able to deal unhinged amount of damage, which is always a good idea. Onto this little laser connector, you can add laser couplers. I'm just gonna make one, and you can like have these nodes separate. Just connect them to each other with laser transceivers aiming at each other, and you can have like a network. Anyways, on these laser couplers, we can actually build 2 of them at the same time. We're gonna add a symmetry plane. You can have a cavity. You can have a lot of cavities. And on these cavities, you add laser pumps. Laser pumps put laser into the laser, and they just use engine power to do it. So you need a real big fat engine to even have this laser firing. You can also have a lot of stored laser energy, and if you want that, that's called laser storage cavities. They are like having a lot of stored laser energy, so it can be good for charged lasers, lasers that deal a lot of damage for the first couple of seconds and then kind of not. If you're having a system that's like only laser cavities, and then you have just a few pumps, you're basically having a one-shot system. You can do like an alpha strike, and then the laser, like when you have emptied the laser cavities, if you're having like one of these pumps and just 20,000 cavities, you're basically having a super scary death ray for a couple of seconds, and then you're like almost pissing on your enemy for the rest of the battle. Anyways, looking at these, you can see that we need a power use of 4,680 for this. These 2 combined needs a power of almost 10,000, so it's a real brutal system. If you want to make the intensity of the laser larger, you can add laser frequency doublers. You can see here that the intensity of this laser goes up here. You can actually not see it there. You'll need to look at this thing somewhere here. Now you can see that the intensity of the laser is 69, the funny number. Yeah, well, now we have a regular pump laser. So if we check this little system here, we can see it's gonna burn through and deal a lot of damage with just some engine power, doing scary stuff and creating fires. Very scary. If we would like to make this a pulse laser, we need to add Q switches on all of these laser couplers. And if you have 4, you have Q4. If you have 1, Q1. If you have 2, Q2. Yeah, Q3 if you have 3. It's not difficult. So now we have a 2Q laser. Basically, continuous laser is always better, but some people like pulse lasers, so there we go. And naturally, cool lasers are red. Increase the beam size, make it red. It's not gonna be more scary, but at least it looks cool. That's how we do it in the army of GMODIST, at least. I think that's what you need to know about lasers, to be honest. There are like melee weapons for lasers too, where you can basically connect up a laser beam between 2 blocks and try to go and, I don't know, like cheese grate your enemies with it. It's weird, but most people just have continuous lasers. Yeah, that's what you need to know about the lasers. You can of course fit a laser system onto a turret if you want to as well. But the cool thing with lasers is that they are really, really redundant. You can make connections to more than 1 turret. You can have it on like 3 turrets, and suddenly the same big old laser system is gonna be reused for, yeah, like several of the guns, which is naturally a handy thing to do. Redundancy is what makes you not die from the death, if you didn't know that. particle cannons. Particle cannons, as the rest of these little things, is another, like, all of this is pretty like advanced stuff, so that I'm even trying to make it into one video is crazy as it is. But if we're gonna be a little bit realistic here, you have a shitload of lenses. Well, doesn't matter, they're basically all the same, except the pack lens. So the pack lens, don't care about it, it has very specific uses, it's weird stuff. Short range lenses is pretty shit at long ranges, but pretty good at short ones, obviously. It's like the laser, short range laser combiner. I didn't mention that because it's so inaccurate, so bad and so spazzy, but it basically makes you deal like several times the damage, so that's the up point. Same with the short range pack lens, it has a damage bonus. Scatter lens, vertical lens, obviously for AA, compare that to the AA mantlet we used for the APS. The long range lenses, they're really big, so they're also really like easy target. Most people tend to use the scatter lens or the vertical lens. I think we are gonna have the scatter lens. So it's not very hard. You basically have your output tubes here, and then you like try to fill out this space with like a weird snake pattern. It's like you're playing Snake on your Nokia 3310 all over again. Welcome back to childhood. I'm old. But here you have it, very neat. Beautiful. You can fill it out and you deal a lot of damage. This is a super scary system. This basically makes Death Ray go into space because it's unhinged like this. And then you might think, well, I'll just connect it up like this because I'm really smart. Congratulations, your gun is unsafe and you like deal damage to yourself. What you need to do to be able to feed into this again is to add a particle input port. No, it needs to go at the specific space. Let's see here. Yeah, now I remembered. It needs to be added exactly. Unfortunately, here, you see, because of course it needs to. And that makes us be able to, well, now we just need to find another way to make this little loop. Then we can connect up these two and do our weird Tetris. And the last block like this. And now we have a safe cannon. And if we have this little particle input port, the damage lost at high ranges is kind of decreased, which is neat. The other way to do it is like if we have this one here, let's say we're gonna make another output. We can like, now this is really like stupid, but basically we can have, instead of the input port, you can use the tube terminator to like stop the tube. So then you can have two tubes like this, and now you actually have two beams or two arms. So yeah, you like have separate arms, and yeah, generally I'll like to use this little input port, but whatever. Go to the scatter lens, and inside of here you can set up all types of stuff. You have damage types, you have piercing, which we can check this one too. Higher the recharge, the more damage. If you're overclocking the system, you're gonna deal a lot more damage, but to like several times the energy. So it is never worth it to overclock it if you're thinking about energy per damage. But you know, if you're tight on space, you can overclock it all you want. The more focus you have, the less damage you'll deal. So more focus means a really good accuracy. or like less spread, and if you have low focus you have more damage and well, less accuracy because it's a bit more random where the shot will land basically. So we can set this other one up to be impact, which is like hollow point or you know, thump damage. You can have explosive shock as well, make it like totally unfocused and like really slow reload. So it's gonna be a small system, but it's gonna deal some damage. So if we try to, well, shoot this system, bam, we are shooting two separate beams, one from this and one from this. And you can see the pierce one pierced all the way through to there, so quite a good bit. And the explosive one did this little explosion on the surface. Yeah, so obviously if you want to shoot at things high up in the air, it can be a good idea to use the, or to add the AA lens. Let us spawn everyone's favorite target and see if we can even hit it, because of course we put it to pretty low accuracy. Now, oh, we actually hit it there, that's cool. We can set this to a lower reload time, and for this one as well, just so we can see some shots coming in there. And that is your average pack cannon for you. Pack is not really worth it in terms of how much damage it does, except for some specific scenarios. It deals, well, it doesn't care if you're underwater, if you're over water, if you're in space. It just doesn't care. So a submarine that uses pack, fine. Use pack everywhere. Also, shields doesn't care, smoke doesn't care, countermeasures, civs, AMMs, whatever, it doesn't care, it can't be stopped. Packs will shoot at the enemy, they will hit, no matter what, you can't evade them. They are instant, so you can't be evasive really, to never get hit. So yeah, packs have their advantage. Smoke is a defense you can use against lasers, by the way. I didn't mention that around lasers. Shields also decrease the damage from lasers, but not as much. Shields obviously work against APS and crams and stuff like that. Think Dune, but not missiles. Also think Dune. Anyways, next weapon system. Yeah, that should be said. Simple weapons, cram cannons, advanced missiles, and advanced cannons and missiles. Now I'm mixing words. They all need that you have enough like ammo barrels in order to use them, otherwise they will complain. And you'll see them complaining down on the lower right corner if you have too few ammo access. Now, laser, as said, uses engine power. Particle cannons, like railguns, need energy, but they don't need ammunition, they only need energy, like battery power. Like, you know, electric generated energy into batteries. As for plasma, which is our next system, they need both. They need ammo and they need, well, yeah, energy. So plasma is kind of like railguns, but they deal a little less damage, but they're easier to set up and you can do some really cool stuff with them. Plasma, unfortunately, I mean, is really simple. You just have a little plasma thing here. It's also really expensive. Look at that, each generator costs 800. It's like, it's expensive. Now, there are two ways to build a plasma cannon, basically. But yeah, first you need, well, you don't need, but here we have connection hubs. You have hubs like that, pretty neat. To connect up to your systems, you're gonna have these. These are the four-way collectors. The collectors are your connectors, basically. Then you'll need to add chambers in another direction. And onto the chambers, you add generators. like, not like that, because this one is on a connector, but on like this. So here we have generators like that. And inside the collectors you can store plasma energy, and inside inside the collectors you just connect up the chambers, and the chambers, they store plasma charges, and the generators fill them up using ammo and energy. They kind of generate charges. So now we have a couple of charges. There are two ways to build plasma. You can like maximize the amount of stored charges by having long like rods of chambers that just store charges, or you can have as many generators as possible to deal like a lot good DPS system basically. The chambers, they're pretty cheap, and the generators are pretty expensive, so that's the trade-off. The barrels are called accelerators. They are put directly onto the mantlet. The more barrels you have, or I mean, the more accelerators you have, the more energy you can use to make the projectiles fast. We don't need that many. We don't need a lot at all, actually, because the accuracy is the same. Now, heat sinks can be added to make it overheat less fast. Heat is a problem for this type of system. Then we have some type of like ends to our accelerators to not make them look shit, because I don't know why, but they're not hollow. You have this stabilizer, reduces damage lost over time. This is your average. Choose this if you don't know what to use. Magnetic destabilizer makes you be able to use a shotgun system, shoot several shots at once. Usually a bad idea, can be fun. Then we have a magnetic destabilizer. This splits each charge into like two, so you can have a really high rate of fire. Anyways, let's use this regular system first. Go in here, and you can set charges used per projectile. We have 16 charges available, so we can set it to 16. Accelerator energy per charge, if we have it real high, the shells will be like faster, 1470 meters per second, our current barrel allows. And if we set them real slow, they're gonna like be 85 meters per second. Having them slower, of course, makes you hit less often, but also it requires much less energy. You can set the RPM limit if you don't want it to like burst out shells too fast. And energy used for cooling, you can like to cool the system so that it stays cool. And you can also have a temperature limit. If your temperature is too high, you won't be able to shoot. Anyways, let's shoot this little mega charge here. So fire. Gonna be real slow, and plasma deals more damage the more tightly packed and dense the block you're shooting at is. Plasma was basically added in order to counter the super tight, like heavy armor blocks people were building. Bam, it's just doing a lot of damage like that. Pretty neat. Charged up again. Plasma is really expensive, you know, but it can be pretty good. Now, if we instead set this to 8, we're gonna have a pretty little cool effect. We're basically gonna have it shoot several blasts. And that's gonna be decided by the max RPM limit we selected. So now it shoots 2 blasts like this. Bam bam. And now we are like, yeah, not shooting them. If we're holding fire, they will be spread out after a while. But using a system like this, you can really drill through the enemy. which is very, very handy. And as said, you kind of want to limit the fire for cooling. If you like don't like temperature limit, okay, let's have it like real high, and you just shoot and let the temperature like grow, you will be more inaccurate the longer you shoot for. So you may end up with a system that's pretty inaccurate if you have no cooling. Well, that is basically plasma. You can change the color on it too. And oh yeah, burst size, that's pretty, yeah. So like if you hold fire, so set this to like really high, and you have it in bursts of 2. So if you hold fire and you don't want the projectiles to spread out like that, if you want them to group and fire in little groups, you get that penetration effect even if you hold fire, well, then you can set the burst size. If you want to make more of a machine gun system, naturally, you can use the magnetic destabilizer to split the charges, and you can basically make like continuous firing systems like this. They will deal like a lot less damage per shot, but you can just spam them like this until you're out of charges, and you'll need to wait for the next like salvo like this. But yeah, that's something you can do. Play around with plasma. It's fun. It's not the best system in any regard, but you can utilize this and make swarms of plasma and get through pretty complex and good armor. And if you ever have the unfortunate fate to meet a scary heavy armor frontsider, you may want to bring some plasma cannons. Next one, we have flamers. Flamer is the most dense firepower of any weapon system in the game. Now, we're gonna make a little turret here that doesn't even fit. But flamer fuel tanks, they're pretty like scary and stuff. And then we have like oxidizer tanks and catalyst tanks. Catalyst tanks makes the flame basically burn faster, and oxidizer tanks make it be able to burn underwater, but also makes the catalysts work better and, well, deal more damage. You connect them up with like piping like this, and on the bottom of a stack, having like short stacks is there is no benefit to that. Having as short stacks as possible like that, with a like flamer compressor at the bottom to pressurize the tank. Right, on top of this all, you'll just add a flamethrower. Now we have a pretty even system. We're having, like, you can't set it there of course, but you can see that we have flamer, fuel and intensity output like this. And you can't mix these stacks. You can't put some fuel in the catalyst, then they will just not work. And you can, however, set up the color of your flame to be whatever you want, as you can with most systems nowadays. So we can have pink flame, and well, you can just like burn. And you will start some fires where you're shooting at, and obviously having a big scary flamer system like this is gonna deal a lot of damage. So flamers is the most damage basically. I think maybe diff guns can be better, but flamers deal a lot of damage. If you have a really small ship that can come in close and deal flamer damage, that would probably be your best bet at dealing with your enemies. Because the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, that this fire has 140,000 fuel and the same oxidizer. This is gonna burn for a while. This has not stopped burning yet. So if you got in close, deal this damage, and let's say the vehicle that dealt this kind of flamer damage is already dead. Well, it doesn't matter. This has the ability to burn through your enemy ships. So yeah, flamers are really scary. The scary thing about them too is that like with APS cannons, they're pretty volatile. Most of weapon systems aren't very volatile, but these are. When these like get destroyed, they'll actually create a fire. So that is scary. Well, let's shift delete this little system here. Now, we've gone through basically all of the weapon systems. We have defense systems too, but I guess you'll have to beg some in comments if you want me to make that too, if you want to have a video of all of the defensive systems you can make. Well, I hope this was useful, checking at all weapons you can build in from the depth. I'm frantically, I don't know, I can't speak English anymore. Yeah, flamethrowers, they use engine power, by the way. Not that much, but can be good to know. Well, now we've gone through all of the weapon systems. I hope it was useful for you, and if it was, please do leave a like to this little video.
GMODIST.
Well, hello and welcome back to the Gimli Battles. Today, my ladies and gentlemen, we do something really special. This is the losers bracket of the Gimli Battles. So every ship that lost against the Gimli is going to be pitched against each other. And it's not a kind tournament. Oh no. On the losers bracket of things, you get extra few chances. Oh yes, this is single elimination. All of the ships in this list have already lost against the Gimli in the initial battle. But the ship that wins the losers bracket will have a chance to participate in the official tournament again and prove itself against the other ships that actually defeated the Gimli. For that, we will have a more proper tournament, but of course, first we'll need to check if there is anyone in the losers bracket that deserves to be on the winners bracket. Maybe it was unlucky. So today we will start with some first blood Gimli losers bracket, and we're going to pitch the ships against each other for the first time, and the winner goes through and the loser will see no more. So we'll have to pray that you're lucky in this tournament, because you only get one chance. If you're unlucky, well, you're out. There is only gonna be one battle, and here we have the first of it. Drakenslang Hydrofoil War Canoe Mark II from Borderwise surprisingly lost against the Gimli. Now, I know it can win, but for our battles it did lose. Funny enough, the older version of the Hydrofoil War Canoe was actually a better design against the Gimli, and it turned out to exist in the winners bracket, actually. But the Mark II is in the losers bracket, and it's going to be pitched against... No, this is not the regular good old Gimli. This is the Gimli class after party version. So this little after party version has been fixed and upgraded a tiny bit by me, but mostly by our MIA Captain Y, who at that time fixed up this ship to be able to participate in a ship tournament, I think it was, from Sean Reed, if I don't misremember. And you can see here the after party version is very funny, because basically they are cleaning away, as you can see, obviously. So that's really funny. I wonder how this pirate got on board. Anyhow, we should start the battle. The Gimli after party version, surprisingly enough, even though it is upgraded, it did lose against the original Gimli. Maybe it was luck, we don't know. But now we'll see if, well, the after party version or the Hydrofoil War Canoe, the Drakenslang Mark II, will be able to win this. So, the stakes are high. Shells are coming in here from the Drakenslang. The Gimli is struggling to take out those crams when they come in. You saw one of them pop. I think the business is mutual, because the Drakenslang obviously don't want to be hit by those crams either. Let's see what game speed we have. We have 0.7. right? Oh, the mortars hit as well. These mortars are pretty weak, but oh, this is a very surface cram. So we have a very surface cram mortar. Right, it's very even. The Dragon Slang Mark II is slightly in the lead, but it's so little it doesn't mean much in this initial stage. The Dragon Slang was able to take out a shell coming in there from the Gimle. Now the Gimle has some decoy crams as well, so I'm a little bit unsure of what are the decoys and what are like the real shells, because obviously I think I made them the same caliber. Oh, bam! Very scary shot here. So we got some different loadout here. We do not have... Oh yeah, that's really funny. You see these cannons here? I think it may be the Vigoletta Marksman. However, it's not a turret, it only looks like a turret, and that's because in this tournament this ship participated. You were limited on how many sub-objects you can have. So that's why the after-party version of the Gimle has much fewer diff civs, for example. It has much less sub-objects, so it's pretty low lag optimized. I don't see the Gimle's laser, the after-party Gimle's laser shooting much here. Crams are popping through here. Dragon Slang is in the lead now by a good bit more than it was before. It's popping up and down. It has a really nice shell avoidance system there, just jumping up and down. And I'm not completely sure what the after-party's crams were now. We of course looked at that in the initial video, but if you happen to well, not have seen that, go watch that so that you can see how it looked like when the battle was online. Same with the after-party version. If you want a good walkthrough of these systems for the after-party version, that video of course already exists. Dragon Slang down to 93%, but the Gimle after-party is at 90. Very interesting here. Here we got a little bit of a lag spike. I think we should go and investigate what's happening here. Looks like the after-party Gimle has some trouble turning here. A lot of the Azibods are offline, are they not? Okay. We're losing. We have a very thin layer of block here on top. This is not looking too good for the Gimle. It looks a bit sad, I must say. Well. I do think there is one neat thing with the after-party version, though. I don't think it shoots as much underwater. So the original Gimle tends to shoot a lot underwater because most ships have, you know, squishy bits underwater. Not the Dragon Slang, however. And that proved to be the reason, one of the big reasons the Gimle lost against the Dragon Slang. I think it's 1.5. That's actually in the winner's bracket. 88% versus 93. The Gimle after-party seems to not be able to deal much damage here. It is indeed also sinking, is it not? Now we're getting into far view here. When I look at the Dragon Slang here, I can really see it should probably be the best idea to bring incendiary weapons against the Dragon Slang. And a lot of designs made by Imp do have incendiary weapons, and one, as said, the 1.5 version of the Draconslang by Borderwise is in the winners bracket, so maybe they will meet there. It will be very, very interesting to see. Okay. Wow. Borderwise put a lot of detection here in the turrets, did he not? Is this like detection? Is all of it detection? You know what? I think I just have to pause and look. Oh, that's thick layer. Oh yeah. This is some serious detection, man. Well, better than missing the mark, eh? 84% versus Draconslang is still at 91. Right now, it really looks like we'll not be seeing any more of the after-party version of the Gimle. Oh no. It looks indeed like the Draconslang is going to win this first battle in the losers bracket in our little first blood. The interior armor has been a bit upgraded here, so I just want to check out how it looks like. Have we suffered some losses to the AI system? It seems not. The Gimli is trying to turn and maneuver around, but it's not doing a very good job, and it looks like some of the firepower here in the front exists, but is not available to participate in this battle. We'll see. The Draconslang may do like in some earlier battles, get to the Gimle's weak side. And if it does, this battle can end very quickly indeed. Looks seriously like the damage per second output from both vessels have significantly decreased. And the cram cannons are considering a high arc. Very interesting. When Draconslang is able to hold this particular bearing to the Gimle has a really hard time to deal any damage or get back at it in any way. Yeah. It's looking great for the Draconslang right now. 10% in the lead. Gimle not able to deal much damage here. You can see we have a cannon firing blanks. That means stuff is disconnected. And at 90%, while we're not having great firepower obviously, those APS cannons are able to deal some decent damage anyways. Oh! But of course, with big crams, anything can happen. So, battle is not over yet. Gimle has basically won battles at a 75% level too, so it can get lucky. I do suspect it will not be this lucky, of course, but we shall see indeed. Well, the stats are looking quite nice still for the Draconslang. It's keeping this bearing to the aft of the Gimle, and this is of course great news, because the Gimle has not been able to get much damage back in a while. So the after-party iteration of the Gimle is probably no more very soon. But we'll see what's happening in case the Draconslang has a change of minds and move around and puts itself to another bearing. Perhaps the Gimle could deal some damage back instead. These front Arcoballista Invictus cannons are just waiting for something to shoot at. Indeed it is. This thing is somehow still alive. I think it has reloaded. It is, you know, it's a diff. It's a diff damage dealing system. Oh man, that was a pretty good hit. I am. Not the killer shot, but like could have been. Scary stuff that. Oh well. Oh, look at that. The Gimle got a fatal hit. The superstructure has now gone down. Oh my. How to command the Gimle now? This will be very difficult, I'd say. How is the AI compartment looking here? Maybe fine, but 64%, it is so dead. Yep. I'd be highly surprised if the results shift in any way by now. That would be just a crazy, insane, lucky strike shot. That would be too silly. Also, the time is running out for this battle. It's limited 15 minutes per battle, and we're up to 11 minutes. Oh, and the Gimle is despawning. Congratulations! Drakenslang will not be eliminated. The Gimle After Party version. Well, built by me and Captain Y, and I think a bit Sean Reed too. Well, it is indeed First Blood. Very symbolic, because this is indeed the loser's bracket for the Gimle battle, so it would be symbolic, isn't it? Very nice. Well, in any case, next battle. Next out, we have the Argente Gris by Blitz Bunny. Now in AOG colors. I can definitely see it doesn't look good in AOG colors. Anyways, these splendid colors though. Anyways, which will challenge Valantis Mark IV by Parzival, which we've seen pretty recently, because this ship got into the tournament a little bit late due to me wanting to even out the brackets and it following the official rules and stuff like that. See that battle separately if you have not already. Alright, we have automatic cannon fire popping in here against the Argente Gris. What will Blitz Bunny do to counter this? Are we gonna fire some cram shells? Now, I've done so many battles, I do not quite remember exactly what weapon systems each of them have, but obviously this is cram cannons. Oh my! And the anti-munition system. Oh! The Argente Gris has the ability to overwhelm a lot of people's Civ's defenses, but the health of those shells are a little bit too small. So you can see here that the Valantis by Parzival, she is basically just shooting down all of that damage coming in there. Brutal and effective. That's why you have Civ's cannons. Look at it. Another volley is coming. Bam! No problem at all. Well, the APS damage is harder to take out. We can see some cannons have been damaged already. We also seem to have a couple of missiles popping in there. I do wonder what these missiles are doing here. I don't remember what damage type it is, of course. But next time they pop in, I'm going to do a tiny little analyzation. Okay, we have fins here. We got, looks like a simple explosive. I wonder if these perhaps are mainly to take out detection and be a big distraction too. I think they might be a distraction as well. Which might be smart, but it seems that Valantis doesn't want to target decoys very well. I think the Valantis cram systems are, or anti-cram systems are set up to be specifically that, and not shoot very much at incoming missiles. And the cool thing with using medium missiles is that the medium missile is 1000 millimeter. So if you want your Civ system to shoot at crams and missiles, it might be a good idea to distract that said system, with medium missiles. Also, if you want to get through defenses that are set up to be very strong, the thing you can do is to shoot 1000mm crams. Yes, they will be more weak, but you can make them pretty strong too. And if you shoot 1000mm crams, a lot of people's civs defenses will not target your cram shells because they may be set up to not target things that are, you know, less than 1500mm. Or basically, you know, like that. So, a little tip there. The Argente Gris is not looking too good here. Oh no. Down to 79%. These Karam cannons, it's as simple as this. They don't stand a chance against the civ system of the Valantis. So Valantis Mark IV, she can just continue deal damage, and the RNS Argente Gris just have to take it. No weapon systems to deal with this incoming fire either. So it is what it is. Well, we'll see if the battle changes in any way, shape or form, but it's very unlikely to see. Valantis, she's at 98%. That is a quite strong domination of this battle here. Well, Valantis, maybe we'll see Valantis pitched against the Gimless winners in the future. Who knows? There is many participants in the losers bracket, however, so we'll have many videos where the ships will be shown for the first and last time in this tournament after the Gimli battles. Again, if you want to see more of the Argente Gris or the Valantis, they both have separate battles, best of 3 versus the Gimli. So that might be quite good to know if you want some more action. Well, the Argente Gris is 66%. Doesn't look like it's dealing much damage. It indeed is not. And the Valantis, well, at 98% still. Bum. Looks like those missiles made a lot of the heavy lifting for the Argente Gris's part. Because the damage that has come in, it seems to have mostly been them. Now, what I think would have been pretty smart here, I think it could have been a good idea to, instead of making those incoming missiles frag, what if we could make heat charges and targeting the turret, targeting hot blocks with laser pointers and stuff like that. We could basically make it target turrets specifically. If that medium missile system shot at hot blocks, it would target this shield. And if it targets that shield using a shape charge, it will be very effective at taking out turrets. Well, enough with this battle. Congratulations to Valantis Mark IV by Parzival. Your first battle in the losers bracket is indeed a success. Well, Argente Gris, we won't be seeing any more of this beautiful ship in this little tournament, I think not. However, let's just take a paused moment to appreciate this beautiful little matros, or I don't know, first ship's mate, looking here at sports television or something. All right. We'll be back with another battle in a moment. See you now. Next up, we will have DPS Old Jack versus the Super Meg. So, let's get into it. So, here we have the DPS Old Jack by Lenny. There is a new Jack too, by the way. Unfortunately, also in the losers bracket. But DPS Old Jack and DPS new Jack and old Jack. Yes, they're both they're here. Yeah, I think challenge.org pitched old Jack versus new Jack in the first like roll, but the matchups was kind of boring, so I re-rolled it, but that would have been a little bit funny. Here we have the Super Meg by Drip was taken, so we're gonna see how the Super Meg performs against the DPS old Jack. Battle is commencing. And while we're at this little initial stage of the battle, do keep in mind that we have a little Discord community. It is listed as a community, proper community, so you can basically just Google it up to join it. If you want to join that, we have some nice From the Depth and other fun creative games conversations there. Oh bam, that's a big boom. I'm so curious to see what shells we have here. Is this armor piercing? I think that this is armor piercing high explosive, right? Oh bam, they seem to be shooting through this armor pretty decently. And in the front here, we got... Do we have a... Oh no, this is a laser. I almost thought it was a sandblaster of some kind. Well, well. Blue lasers popping up there. We have laser and cram combo, a very classic combo. The Gimli uses that, of course, too. Very well indeed. Oh! The old Jack got a big damage. Poor thing, what happened? Where did we got hit? Oh my. The old Jack is a little bit old, as the name suggests, so I think it is also a little bit susceptible to fire, just like the Gimli is now, with fire mechanics. The Gimli construction of the Gimli began before the fire mechanic was a thing, so it's really old. All right. Oh, sorry. Trying to utilize the new cameras. I'm not doing a good job, I know. Anyways. I'm gonna have smooth free cam instead. What? Lenny's DPS old Jack is switching the table around. Super Meg by Drip was taken is down to 85%. Looks like some proper damage was applied here. Oh, bam! Look at this. Oh yeah, I know what's happened. See, Lenny's DPS old Jack uses armor piercing high explosive, and armor piercing high explosive is great if you want to get rid of people who are trying to use the pesky way of building turrets, which is called turret necks. I'm a fierce opponent of turret neck, and I do thick neck turrets, no neck turrets. Just make the head larger. Yep, just make it larger, no turret necks, that's a weak point. Because the thing is, the explosive damage does weird things, so it kind of wants to move itself into weird spaces, right? So what basically can happen is that explosive damage is gonna be applied in this little tight space, and explosive damage in tight spaces somehow gets boosted damage as well. So probably that happened. Those AP HE shells got in there and made it a tough time for those turret nicks. Oh bam, look at this! We're burning straight through here. This laser is gonna keep fixed. Man, that's pretty cool. So the Super Meg looks like she wants to bisect poor old Jack. Alright. We don't have a lot of damage popping in here from the old Jack. This battle has really
gotten a bit slow here. We're gonna see what happens here. Because obviously, both the Super Meg and the Old Jack are so damaged. This has been a proper battleship brawl. Man, they really hurt each other real bad. So the damage being dealt is a little bit gimped now. Oh, bam, but that was a good hit on the superstructure. I hope Old Jack got redundant detection, because if... okay, now we have a ship called Jack, so ships are usually she's, but if it's Jack, will we do an exception, or if is it still a she? Tell me, ship nerds, in the comment field. I think I know the answer, because I know that there was a ship called Bismarck and stuff like that, but I'm sure you know better. Anyways, the time limit for this battle is 15 minutes. Worst case scenario, it's gonna continue this until 15 minutes and we'll have a winner, basically. And that's the person with the best health, mainly. So we have one cram cannon versus one APS cannon. And other than that, ooh, we have a laser detonated one there. About laser detonation. No, that's just some interceptors. Well, I can see on these interceptors they would have needed a reversed launch. I'll still need to do a follow-up on my interceptors video, if I haven't done that already, of course, by the upload of this video, but I suspect not. It's not on the highest priority on my list. I have many things to record. Well, 77 versus 64 percentages. Big ships being sad is maybe the title of this. No, it's First Blood, of course. Episode 1. Yeah, having the rules set up like this single elimination for everyone in the losers bracket, it's harsh. But initially, I didn't intend for the ships in the losers bracket to be participating or be shown again. So having a, yes, harsh, but existing tournament for the losers bracket to the Gimli Challengers is a addition. So you may think it's harsh with single elimination, just one battle. Well, it was worse before, that's all I'm saying. AOG Invictus, yes, join today. By the way, you can join the army of GMODISM in the Discord if you want to be a, well, an enlisted in the AOG, you can do that. If, however, you want to be a commissioned officer, well, then you can join, of course, as well. That you will, however, do on Patreon. So I will just take this time to say big thanks to our commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM, which is Commodore Owen, Captain Sebastian Jode, Captain Shuro, Commander Morden, Lieutenant Ant-O, Cravey, Flauros Dragon, Powered by Greed, Vincent Veritas, Rick Prell, and Scooby Rocks. If you joined very recently, or if you're a cadet, well, thanks for your support as well. Lieutenants and above will be read up in future videos, of course. Yes. In any case, it looks like we got a winner. The Super Meg Drip was taken, is indeed a superior ship. The Old Jack is despawning. It's dead and gone. Now, it was great by the Old Jack to bring some armor-piercing high explosives so we could see what that can do to a ship. And, well, Drip was taken, should be really happy, because I think the Old Jack was a very dangerous matchup for the Super Meg, since it indeed had the ability to gimp a lot of these turrets. Well,
Well, hello. This is your host Eric of GMODIST, and we're back here with the Gimli Tournament Losers Bracket, where the losers to the Gimli who lost against single combat best of 3 against the Gimli, those who lost get a second chance, despite what we said earlier. But it's pretty harsh. It's a single elimination. And this is the second iteration of this little series. This is the Royal Bastard, and it will be meeting Lenny's updated design, the new Jack. Not to confuse with the old Jack from the previous episode. Now, the new Jack is a complete overhaul and has quite a different loadout of weapons, which then in theory should be much more effective at defeating the Gimli at least. We shall see, however, how the new Jack fares against the Royal Bastard by Not the Guy. So, new Jack is same builder as old Jack, which is Lenny, and the Royal Bastard is by Not the Guy. So, let's start this first blood little tournament and see what's going on here. Alright. It will be very interesting to see how this little battle will commence. Last time, the DPS old Jack had a pretty close call with the Super Mega by Drip was taken, but now we shall see how Lenny's upgraded or new loadout of a design can deal with something like the Royal Bastard. Now, if you want to see in more action exactly how the DPS new Jack and old Jack and all of that perform, and the Royal Bastard of course, do please check out the video dedicated for this, because obviously they have already participated in battle before. We seem to have armor piercing high explosive for both of the guns, right? No? This is actually disruptor conduit. Are all of the shells like that? That is very surprising. Okay, so that's basically an EMP rod. You can see some EMP damage leaking through there. By the way, if you want to know how to set up big battles like this, I would recommend you to check out the video on the GMODIST channel, my second channel. I made a little tutorial on how to set up big battles with the Gimli rules, also explain them in detail and stuff like that, if you were wondering. Now this is funny because from my knowledge, radar are not able to see through glass. So all of these radars should be absolutely useless here. Here we got some cameras, that's fine though. But not infrared cameras if we got them there. Well. Oh bam! The Royal Bastard got a real bad hit here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to see what happened here. This is some properly heavy armor protected design. It's completely empty. You know what I think? I think this is a classic case of autoloaders with no emergency ejection defuses despite using chemical payload. Yeah, okay. That could have been avoided, just saying. I wanna see when another one of the APS guns fire. Wrong. Because I wanna see. The DPS new Jack is behind in points though. Are you dead already? What's up with you? No, we have parts along here. Maybe it's just not reloaded. Oh, here we have another one. Is this dead? Or did it only get detached from the connection? It's possible too. Well, looks like it. Bam. Oh, the DPS new Jack is absolutely excellent at picking off these turrets. These turrets are very weakly designed. Oh, bam! You can see him shedding turrets like this. Oh no, and we're up for the next one right here. Any second. You can see it already targeted. I bet there is a... oh, bam! Look at that. We'll just have to pause and check out here. Bam! Do you see this? All this tiny fragmentations from the explosion. Bam! Brutal. Yep. That's what's gonna happen if you don't have emergency ejection defuses and ejectors on your turrets. It's not looking amazing for the Royal Bastard, but the last word is not spoken, my ladies and gentlemen. Oh no. These cram cannons are dealing some serious business. So let me use some nice backstacked era here too, so that's very strong against penetration. Looks like... no, we have emergency ejection no, I don't know, we have ejectors at least. I think we have defuses too, if I remember correctly when looking at the shell. Alright. The new Jack is at 88%, and the Royal Bastard is honestly... it has more health left. Well, not anymore. But cram cannons, they can hit hard. If they hit, of course. But you can see this is a seriously damaged turret, and it probably doesn't fire due to fail safes. Yeah. For some guns, it's actually a good idea to not have fail-safes, because if you do, you may gimp yourself if you have a lot of armor in front of yourself. Very interesting indeed. These interceptors should absolutely fire when it's... oh yeah, they do fire when we have cram cannon shots in combat. That's good. So as said, this is single elimination, which means that this battle is decisive. If luck is on your side, congratulations. If it's not, too bad. The winners brackets tournament will be a little bit more forgiving with double elimination, but for the losers bracket it's single elimination because, again, I didn't intend to have this before either, so... the tournament was initially only to be for the winners bracket, but I wanted to give the best of the losers a second chance, so we will decide that by deciding it with the single combat. Right, so the new Jack is struggling to deal damage. Those APS cannons may have not been the most strongly designed designs in this world. This is true, but the cram cannons, double barrel cram cannons, looks like some pretty decent Tetris 2. Which basically means that this is not gonna die just yet. That's some proper 3D Tetris here. Double barrel cannons, they are not gonna die just like that. But the Royal Bastard is now behind in health. So, we shall indeed see if the DPS New Jack is able to uphold this advantage with its singular APS cannon dealing all of the damage here. We can see we have holes all over the place. Those fragmentations are not kind to the Royal Bastard. Frag Cram is a really good weapon to bring to big battleship battles, as you probably know. 83 versus 76 percentages. And since the cram cannons are not targeting the new Jack's remaining 3-barrel turret, well, I guess we will not be that surprised by the results. But again, those crams are scary, so anything can technically happen, of course. But at 75 percentages, well, it doesn't look that good. There are so many holes all over the place. A single well-aimed shot will basically mess it up real bad for the royal bastard. We can see, where is the cannon? Oh yeah, we have started to target another one of the cannons. The turrets. Oh no, now there is no turret being targeted. I feel it should probably keep a little bit longer dealing damage to particular targets here. Did we have an AI hit? It looks like the royal bastard is unable to maneuver correctly. Oh yes, it has hit despawn territory. I think either something very important was shot, or it simply, well, it simply died. Or AI kill or something, I don't know. But what matters is, congratulations Lenny, the DPS new Jack has had severely better luck than the old Jack. That will have to say clearly an improvement based on this little battle, of course. Different enemies, so we can't say for certain, but man, good job. And to Not the Guy, thanks for the submission. This is the last we will see of the royal bastard for the Gimli tournament battles. Hopefully you'll send in another design in the future, and well, if you want to upgrade your designs, of course, check out our tutorials to learn how to best do it. We got that video on how to build a successful battleship design or winning battleship design discussing this topic. Anyways, next battle, which will be Scyther Shepherd versus Harbor 033, yes. Here we are with the second little battle of this video, which is Nevada by Harbor and Scyther Shepherd's Super Annihilator. This beautiful thing is the Nevada. Absolutely stunning design. We can see it here. If you want to watch it more closely, please check the previous video showcasing this only. Very, very beautiful details here. A lot of thought has been put into these details, and you can see it's pretty cool. We got like rooms and stuff. Yes. Anyways, this looks pretty neat in Army of GMODIST colors, I must say. Very, very splendid indeed. We got some civs turrets all over the place. I must say I kind of forgot how it looks like. It definitely looks very different with this color scheme, I assume, because I almost won't recognize it. Absolutely stunning. I absolutely adore this little pool area here. That's so cool. I feel like I feel like I haven't seen this pool areas. Obviously I have, but yeah. Check the previous for more details and stuff, but it looked super nice. Very, very neat. So, the Nevada by Harbor, looking like a pretty heavy front shooting design, most likely. Oh, very modern bridge here, yes. Well, which will be fighting Scyther Shepherd's Super Annihilator. And the Super Annihilator, she has the very, very easy to see Scyther Shepherd design with the black, white, very strong contrast type of design. Looking much more traditional in terms of battleship builds, which usually means stronger, but we shall see indeed how it performs against Nevada. Obviously, both of these ships lost against Gimli, so that's the only thing we know they got in common. Wow. Interesting. I kind of don't remember if this is extra turrets or if they're just here for the looks. Nevertheless, the looks are very nice, and we got some different interceptors and stuff here. Different types of detection and weapon and stuff like that. Alright, let the battle commence. Ooh, pretty strong laser there by the Nevada. Reminds us a lot about the Gimli's laser design. Looks like Cyto Shepherd's Super Annihilator is waiting a little bit with turning its turrets towards the enemy. They seem to have a lower range set. Interesting. This can't possibly be a beneficial way to do it, can it? The Civ's cannons are indeed very engaged. And we got a lot of shells coming in here. Disruptor conduits. We fire in like bursts. We have a party mix magazine. So this is a Hesh high explosive squash head. Yeah, that's set up to deal with turrets and interiors like this very harshly. I do wonder, however, Cyto Shepherd's turret seems to be completely messed up. Whoa, they're like mega messed up. Huh. I wonder if Cyto Shepherd's design kinda doesn't have the opportunity to move the turrets because of the turret collision update thing. Because when that happened, we allowed everyone who sent in a design to update their design so that it's actually working. I think perhaps Cyto Shepherd did not. Possibly Cyto Shepherd did not. So most likely the Super Annihilator, she's gonna die. Obviously the weapons are not dealing damage. We have all sorts of internal fires here with the steam boilers. Yeah, this is not even a match. This is just brutal. We're just grinding the poor Super Annihilator down to its last components. Whoa! A turret has turned. That is weird. Is it because we kind of damaged the sides and the... Oh! So much of the armor. Okay, so the Super Annihilator, she got help by the Nevera, who just grinded down the armor enough so she can turn its turrets. Poor thing. Well, obviously this ain't really a match. She's gonna die very, very hard. So I guess we can admire the brave Nevada and its crew for the fantastic performance of publicly scrapping the Super Annihilator to never appear in another Gimli battle ever again. No, this is its last chance. When it dies, it's dead. Under construction. Well, nice interiors. Actually, very nice interiors. It's like some... looks really neat, actually. We have a blast door too. We have like started on so much interiors. Man, Harbor 033, if you're watching this, which I hope you are, you'll need to update this interior. This looks nice. This has so much potential. if you updated the interiors and makes it look real nice, and also upgrade these weapons a little bit, I can promise you a unofficial updated battle with the Nevera Mark II. Because I would like to experience those interiors when they are finished. Well, Cyto Shepard's Super Annihilator is no more, and Harbor's Nevera is the victor of this design. Well, thanks for the design, Cyto Shepard, but you'll have to submit new designs in the future challenges, because the Super Annihilator is no more. Congratulations then to the Nevera by Harbor. We'll be moving on to the next battle now, which we shall certainly do. For this little battle, we have another little Gimle upgrade. So Kevin Try attempted to make the Gimle Mark II. Do keep in mind that this is not the official Gimle Mark II. I will make a Gimle Mark II upgrade, which will be my doing. The Gimle Mark II, this one is by Kevin Try, who tried to upgrade the Gimle to make it better than the original. However, it wasn't quite better, and it lost against the Gimle in the battle versus it and the Gimle. So this is the Mark II of the Gimle. It has some different loadout, and again, please check out the video looking through that with its original battle, of course. And the Gimle Mark II is going to face UCS Resolute by Omicron. Both Kevin Try and Omicron are in the army of GMODISM, if I recall correctly, both as matroses. So, thanks for your fantastic service building these ships for these battles, of course. In any case, we're going to see if Gimle's Mark II, we're going to see if Kevin Try's Gimle's Mark II is stronger than UCS Resolute or not. I do remember that the Gimle Mark II battle was a pretty grindy one, so it's gonna be interesting. And I don't really have in my head what upgrades were made. But I think most of the gun systems have been upgraded, some of the armor and the loadout for the weapons that are not exchanged have been updated. Oh bam! The Gimle's Cram cannons took and made a real beating of the Resolute last time, but that was the original Gimle. Ooh. They are getting through still here, so this is very interesting. The Resolute is behind in health right now. The Gimle Mark II looks pretty similar to the original Gimle. There are some differences, of course, but I think they are, if I recall correctly, they are less significant than the upgrades made to the Gimle class Afterparty, who we will not be seeing anymore, however, because it indeed lost its battle. I think it looks pretty similar. I think we have some added armor here, right? Yeah, I think we got some boosted armor. Well, it's not this video where we're going to look at the exact changes and upgrades, however. For that, you probably know where to find the video, which is in the playlist of the Gimle battles, of course. Well, the Gimle Mark II by Kevin Try. She is at 98%, and the UCS Resolute by Omicron is at 98 as well. Right now, it's extremely even, and we have no idea which will be the victor so far. While we are checking out this little combat, I will just say huge thanks to all of the supporters in the army of GMODISM as commissioned officers, which is Patreon. Commodore Owen, Captain Sebastian Dode, Captain Shiro, Commander Morden, Lieutenants Anto, Krabby, Force Dragon, Powered by Greed, Vincent Veritas, Rick Prell, and Scooby Rocks. Thanks a lot for supporting the channel every month. It really helps. And also to all of the cadets and the ecclesiarchy of GMODIST. And if you're in the ecclesiarchy, you probably know that you have early access to videos, which may be the reason you joined. I'm very curious to see. We have a proper sandblaster system here. Yes, we do. Heavy heads, I believe it is. They are probably the system that's doubling as crams as well. Or cram killers, I mean. 95.4 percentages and 96.8 on the Gimla. Very hard to see which will win so far. Well, well. Mm-hmm. 94 versus 96. Damage is being dealt and exchanged, but despite this, are we holding a unusually large distance or something? Because something with the battles feels slower than it should be. Ooh, look at that. I bet we got some heat decoys here, right? Ha ha ha. Stone tetras. We gotta have a lot of heat decoys here. Gimlet's laser, by default at least, likes to target hot blocks. So it's reasonable to hide some material. Yeah. There's a lot of little different things you can do, but it's really smart to hide the decoys in a very material efficient material like stone in a cluster like this. Also that we have wooden half blocks like this also means that they are much lighter than whole blocks. That's most likely intentional as well. However, Kevin Tries Gimlet Mark II is taking a beating here. It is 5% behind in stats. Yet it looks to be pretty a-okay. It doesn't look that damaged. Well, well. 90 versus 94, 98. I don't even know which one I should root for, because the UCS Resolute is fun, because it's a unique design, and I absolutely love this sideways swiveling guns. Maybe not the best design from a performance standpoint, but it looks so darn cool. I just like it. We'll see, however. I should root for the Gimli, of course, but because I know I will make a new version Mark II, yeah, it's not as important. The Gimli will be represented later on a little bit anyways, and we have so many battles with the original Gimli that I have been itching to replace it with an upgraded version for so long, and that others had tried to upgrade the Gimli before me is very cool. Just very cool. Well, 78 percentages versus UCS Resolutes 94. I don't understand why it has so many damage types. It feels that all of them are not as effective. I think this Sandblaster metric is really what we're at. What we are tracking and using as we speak. Well, cram shells are still coming in here, and they are not just a little bit scary, they are extremely scary, and if they hit the wrong spot, well, the UCS Resolute is no more.
hitting the AI compartment, or say that this build has only all remaining engines on one space. If we land a cram there too, it won't probably be able to go anywhere either. Well. The Resolute is shooting out crams incoming there. Now we have a 10% difference in who's the lead, and it looks like the UCS Omicron is able to deal much better with the Gimli Mark II's cram cannons than it did the original Gimli. Very, very nice. Man, the Sandblaster like tactic is just so brutal. You can just see blocks peeling off like this. It's just designed to focus and shoot on hot blocks like this. And of course, behind turrets, we usually hide some stuff too. So for this case, we have a backup AI behind the computer, for example. We've got some engines and stuff. And the turret can basically provide a type of protecting shield because it is a loose block of health points. If that makes any sense. I don't know. Well, well. It's been 7 minutes in this battle, but it just feels so much longer. It's a bit grindy. Also, the fast-firing sandblasters, I think they may be targeting hot blocks as well. And in front of turrets, you usually place a shield, and the shield is usually a hot block, which means that if you put shields on your turrets, the enemy can automatically target the turrets if you have shields on them, because the shields get warm. Yeah. And when the shields are warm, you can set the AI to target hot blocks, and the shield is then a hot block, and the enemy's weapons will shoot at the hot block, which means you have no more shield. So that can be good to know. Just skipping on armor and only having a water/water, like when you're just having it proofed like that, it won't, work. Now I kind of lost my train of thought there, but it doesn't really matter. I think we're just going to see. It looks really like the Gimli is going to be grinded down here. The Sandblaster tactic is pretty efficient, and you can see maybe it is targeting clusters, honestly, because these hot blocks here should not be, like there shouldn't be. Oh yeah, there might be hot blocks here. We actually got this thing, the engine here. We have some auxiliary engines there. So the Gimli Mark II needs to be extremely lucky to win this. Of course, these cram shells are dangerous. They just need to hit something fatal. Otherwise, the Resolute by Omicron will probably take home this victory. I'm a little bit uncertain actually if all of them are. This is a heavy head, right? I think it is. That could have been a squash head, but I think it may be a heavy head. This is heavy head 2, I think. And they're dealing a lot of kinetic damage, that's for true. If you're pitching it against targets that don't really have a lot of armor, you can get through a lot of things. So if you're facing targets made of stone and wood mainly, heavy heads might be the thing you need. Look at that indeed. 73%, yes. Well, just to do a little check here. There's so many blocks missing inside. Wow. I'll just pause it quickly. Oh, bam! So the fast-firing AI Oh wow, this AI is just hanging on a very thin line. Look at that. The main AI has almost been killed. It's still active though, but you can see this laser turret ain't burning anymore. And the reason for this, well, it doesn't target, so it doesn't shoot, so we'll have to wait. Well, we passed 10 minutes and the Kevin Try Gimle Mark II is not looking very happy here. It feels like the AI is starting to getting targeted by that sandblaster all the time, and the Resolute's Omicron is at 91.8%. Absolutely insane. Well, in the meantime, while we're watching to see if any results would turn around, very unlikely, but those crime cannons can get the lucky shot, so you never know. I will just say, do know that we have the Relaxism channel for some relaxing content. Hopefully I got an up on the 24/7 little soundscape live streams there if you want to tune in there. And the GMODIST channel, I hope it doesn't, but I think it might need a few subscribers more. It's not quite there to 1,000 subs, and we'll need to get to 1,000 subs before I can apply it to the YouTube partnership program, which basically mean that the ads that are shown on the channel, YouTube has to start sharing the revenue with me. Until then, they don't have to. They can take all that money, so I'll do the work and they keep the money. So that's not fair. So if you want to make it a little bit more beneficial for me, please subscribe to the GMODIST and Relaxism channel. I know it's really cringe to ask that, but if you want to keep your subscription feed real minimalistic, well, do remember to leave a support like to this and these and many of our videos, because that will help me a lot as well. Well, UCS Resolute by Omicron Mark 1 MK1. Congratulations, you are the victor of this battle, and we'll be seeing more of the Resolute in the upcoming battles here for the losers bracket tournament First Blood. And well, the Gimle Mark II upgrade by Kevin Try, it's dead this time as well. Unfortunately, we will not be seeing any more of this Mark II of the Gimle, but of course I'll do my official upgrade, so you will see the Mark II version. The Mark II, maybe I should call it the Mark III. I mean, Kevin Try is a matros in the army of GMODISM, so perhaps the Mark II is like official in some sense, even though it's mainly on paper. Yeah, actually, Gimle, my upgrade of Gimle should probably be Mark III, or maybe it should actually be Mark IV, because the after party version also exists, made by Captain MIA Captain Y and me in conjunction for that tournament. So actually my upgraded version of the Gimle might be the Mark IV by all sense. By all sense. Because Captain Y is of course also Army of GMODIST Captain. Well, anyways, huge congratulations to Omicron and Kevin Try, the Mark II of the Gimle. Well, it couldn't beat it, we won't see it more in this little tournament. But Kevin Try, you have a lot of submissions, so you fear not. Your submissions will be tested 1-1 in this little tournament indeed. So, more about that later.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the GMODISM channel. Oh yes, indeed. Today, we are going to continue with the Gimle's Losers Bracket, which I kind of called in my project files the Revenge tournament. Because of course the winner of the Losers Bracket will be welcome back to the Winners Bracket and fight all the victors of the Gimle there. I think I probably am the person you're watching who has the weirdest camera colors. Can you see I'm a little bit like pink here?
That's not my mood light this time. I've been trying to set up really hard my camera so that it works reasonably. It just doesn't, but it's also a wish.com camera from 2018, and yeah. Not sure why I wanted to tell you that, but now you know why my colors are weird sometime. I do weird settings. So yeah, I need to update that sometime. Anyways, this is the... wait, this is pretty interesting. This is pretty interesting. So we have two ships which are a little bit similar here. We have the... This is the Millennium Zenith Star by Starreach. And now I don't remember exactly. If these are airships that can't go up, well, we'll need to fix that, of course. Well, anyways, let the battle commence. I really choose a interesting color here, I think. I set up a new coloring scheme. It looks kind of like Lego. I'm not sure about this. I used too bright colors. Anyways, the Singularity version 2, if I recall correctly, we actually spawned that on the ground level as well. But obviously the Singularity, the Millennium Zenith Star, that is an airship that needs to... okay, never mind. Alright, we spawned them both in the air because of course these are both airships. The brackets are like randomized. So I didn't choose to have two airships against each other, but I think that's pretty cool. Then we can really see which is the better airship. And of course, both these are participating against the Gimle. Spoiler alert, both of them loses against the Gimle. But if you want to see them more in detail, how they are built, what weapons they have, what loadout and stuff, you can of course check that. We got a lot of missiles here. This is like interceptors. And I don't think the Zenith Star cares too much about that. They both have a lot of interceptors, of course, because they are of course made to fight the Gimle. Alright. I forgot cinematic camera, so now we are smoother. Alright then. A lot of EMP popping up here. That's some really scary penetrating pack. Bam! That is a scary pack. That particle cannon is not to game around with. Holy moly, this is for Zenith Star. Look at this. No, that's maybe not the... I don't know which is the pack and which is the... Oh no, that is the plasma, right? Because it looks like the pack is an EMP, right? No? That looked like a scary thing, right? So we have a probably mixed shot with a pack here. I don't quite remember. And the Millennium Zenith has some really scary penetrators going on there. So we can see we got some EMP sparking around here too. So we're soon getting through to the engines. Really looks like the Millennium Zenith is gonna lose, but I'm not too sure about that because if I recall correctly, the Singularity... Oh, never mind. The Singularity is gonna win. The Singularity is gonna win this. No question about it. Look at the poor thing. Well, Millennium Zenith Star is no more. It has died, and in the losers bracket here on the Gimle tournament we are really hardcore, so there is only one battle per entrant. Not in the winners bracket, that's gonna be
double elimination, of course, but in the losers bracket, this is what it is. So, well, I absolutely loved the look of the Millennium Zenith star by Star Reach. Very beautiful design, but it will be seen no more. Game over. Big congratulations to Squick. The Singularity version 2 did indeed provide some crazy scary weapons. I think I'll have to check out this plasma a little bit sometime in the future, because that was an impressive display against the Zenith star. In any case, let's move on to the next battle. Next up, we have two folks who have been on the channel for quite some time, both of them. This is the Secret Advisor, also known as Kovrax nowadays, with the Exerfire. And Kovrax is a really good min-max builder, man. This is like the Emperor of Diffgans, usually. But this is a cram design mainly. It doesn't have that many Diffgans. Since Kovrax has such a very good and skilled min-max designs like that, now I think these might be a little bit problematic here, but I think I just missed these. It would be nice to flip them, because this is like internal propulsion, which is not quite allowed, but that is my sins for previous times. Obviously. Did I DQ this? I don't think I did. Well, shame on me, but it's an easy fix. Otherwise, it's very abiding by the rules here. You can see it is under the block count, which was extremely hard for Kovrax, because Kovrax really likes to build with a lot of blocks, a lot of big hollow wood designs. You've seen many ships before here. But it was a great surprise that the Exerfire lost against the Gimla. I did not expect that, and honestly I don't think Kovrax expected that either, but it did. Then we have Kevin Try, who has a lot of designs submitted to this little challenge. This is Kevin Try's attempt of not upgrading the Gimla to Mark II, but trying to upgrade the BBS 5th season by Bungalow Bill, I think it was, which is an Onyx Watch fan build originally. So this is like a fan upgrade of a fan build. Well, you've seen them before in the previous battle. If you want to check out their loadouts a little bit more, you can do that there. Well, let's check out which will be the stronger between these two formidable losers against the Gimla ship. So, oh, we got that burst fire really hurting the sides here of the Exerfire. Well, they are awaiting to fire. Oh, look at that. They are kind of changing aim points back and forth, looking for somewhere to shoot at. We'll need to check out when they do fire. So we're just gonna pause briefly here and see what Kevin Try's system. How is the BBS 5th season 2 faring here? We are shooting heavy heads. This is a proper sandblaster here. This must be perfect to shoot against this thing here. Yeah, I think the BBS 5th season 2 has good chances. I think it's set up in a way that deals very well with a type like the Exerfire. But the Secret Advisor Kovrax is a very skilled builder. So we will see here. He usually wins with everything is unseen, basically. Oh, so we got proximity explosion. I wonder if we have some issues here with the detection or something. Oh, interesting. So the BBFC season, what are we doing here? Are we trying to get away from the battle?
You might get some penalty points if you do that. Well, it's very close. Look at that. The BBS 5th season is really working to shoot down those cram cannons when they come in with everything it got, but it leaks through. It leaks through, and oh, 90%, 98%. BBS 5th Season 2 is taking some super heavy hits here. All these sandblasting in Old Honor, but when it comes to big cram cannons, if you can't avoid them, you gotta shoot them down. And if you don't, well, you're probably not gonna win. I don't believe the BBS 5th season will make this. I do wonder, however, why the Exeter Fire's cram cannons are so extremely inaccurate. We're having some trouble turning the right sides towards the enemy here. Oh, now the secondary cram barrage is popping in here. We got a lot of shells. Oh yeah, a lot of shells incoming. Here you can see them coming there, just spreading out here. It's almost like they explode before they hit. Ooh, I did forget about that. Otherwise, either the laser targeting for deciding the range is a little bit weird, or they are set to explode in front of an enemy, but that would not be a really good way to shoot against armored targets like the Gimli. It would be better to use that to shoot against other stuff. Like, for example, if you want to shoot against, yeah, basically hollow wooden designs like the Exeter Fire, that would be a nice setup. Oh, bam. Now we are getting in some scary hits here. This is brutal indeed. Well, let's see how the Exeter Fire is looking. When it comes to designs like this, you really have to grind your health down. They have a really sturdy type of redundancy, so it's not easy to get them down on their knees. 90% it is down at. I really feel that it would have been great for an enemy that wants to, it's gonna deal with the Exeter Fire next, assuming it wins. They better have incendiary with a lot of oxidizers. We can see some of the cram cannons here are damaged. Oh my, they are shooting blanks. They are shooting blanks. And this is because of turret nicks. Don't use turret nicks. Thick turrets for the win. I keep saying it every time, but it is because that is my personal belief, because I see so many turrets starting to malfunction due to turret nicks. Now, in all honesty, I think that the BBS 5th Season 2 does have turret nicks as well, so it also depends on how one does it. That was some really scary hits there. I think we should pause and just check around a little bit here. Ah, yeah, okay. So the BBS 5th Season 2, it's very armored, but it doesn't really have a turret nick, right? It kind of has a little bit of a turret nick, but not the classic thin turret nick like that. It has like a proper armor slab as the nick. Well, I thought it got hit in a real bad spot and it started to despawn, but it did not. The BBS 5th Season isn't dead yet, but it is a few percentages away from being completely grinded down there. Like 2%. I think we can await the next cram volley, and I do think we'll have the results at that time. Like, basically there. Ah, there we go. Well, BBS 5th season. Fan rebuild of a fan-made Onyx Watch build. Cool, but no more. It is dead, and the Exerfire goes on to another battle. Well, I looked through this little thing here, so it seems that I basically just missed that little part with the thrusters, but honestly it doesn't affect the performance. If they were properly ducted, they would honestly have been more protected than they are right now, because of that they're basically placed so that they have no protection. They're just placed on wood like that, so it makes no difference. So I don't know if that was the reason why I just let that slide, but since I did, we are not going to speak about that anymore, just so you know. For our next little battle, it will be the first battle where both of the contestants are not completely fresh. No. So this is of course Draken Slang Hydrofoil War Canoe Mark II by Borderwise. And Borderwise, I'm so sorry. Well, you're gonna be pitched against Rollo by Imp. So Imp submitted a lot of designs, and the Imp is absolutely winner-tipped. Somehow, the Rollo was not able to beat the Gimle. I don't know really why. It's a good design, of course, but it lost somehow against the Gimle. I don't know how it did that, but it did. Anyways, it's still a good design, so let's just keep this battle rolling. Oh. But of course, Borderwise has the Mark 1.5 in the... oh yeah, right, it was this one. Yeah, there is another thing, yes indeed, in the winners bracket, so not too sad. Man, this is like a swarm of Hesh. Oh, and they all have the same speed, kinda. So the lambs are trying to take him out, but obviously we have some pretty scary stuff going on there. Ooh. I wonder how the Gimle survived this. But we shall see. Perhaps Draken Slang is able to lace down the Rollo. It is an airship course, so if it loses too many blocks, it's gonna be very sad. Ooh, we're trying to dodge cramps here. Bam, but we are hitting. Oh, bam. Borderwise, Draken Slang shot out some big thrusters there with the custom jet engines. The Rollo is trying to go side to side to avoid incoming cram shells, but it seems that it's timing a little bit off. And if I recall correctly, this was the reason why the Gimle was able to win over it. Of course, if you want to check out the Rollo's weapon systems and stuff like that in a little bit more detail, obviously we got that video already for you to watch on the battles where we go through the weapon systems as well. We have some menacing people here on this this ship trying to mess up with some stuff, so they may be responsible for the potential unluckiness, right? All right. Here. Ooh. These are cram shells. They are scary.
with frag. Did we lose anything here? Oh yes we did, we lost some laser systems. And they just keep popping. It looks a little bit like the Drakenslang has a damaged AI, or the local weapon controllers are not really up to combat capabilities right now. That might be it too. Oh, and the laser is trying to shoot at those crams, but they are not even hitting anyways. We're really shooting off here. Well, this is almost a long-range battle. We're having some issues hitting each other here due to the range and the heavy use of crams. I wonder if those APS guns in the front here that were firing some bursts, if they just have an insane reload speed, or if we have some issues with them being damaged. Look at that. Well, the Drakenslang is trying to maneuver. We got some more crams incoming. They are dealing damage here. Oh man, that's a lot of blocks. That is a lot of blocks. Is this the last time we shall see the Drakenslang Mark II for the Gimli battles? It might indeed be. Well, one thing I'll have to say, of course, is big thanks to all of the commissioned officers in the army of GMODISM. Most notably Commodore Owen, Captain Sebastian Dode, Captain Shiro, Commander Morn, Lieutenants Anto, Cravey, Florus Dagon, Hard by Greed, Vincent Veritas, Rick Brell, and Scoob Rocks. To all our cadets and the members of the Ecclesiarchy as well. And of course, if you have joined after this video was recorded, big thanks to you too. Right, so the Rollo is at 96% and the Drakenslang is down to just under 92%. And they are both a little bit dodgy, so some issues with dealing damage are definitely to be seen. Man, Rollo's guns are not the most accurate here. It's like the Rollo got some bad detection or something. Oh hey. That is nice. I wonder if we got some bad detection here. These cram cannons in the back are super scary, by the way. They are pretty strong. Oh man, we got a big hit there. Bam, 90%. Ooh, the Rollo is being steamed rolled over here. Look at that. Drakenslang Mark II defended its name, and it is now in the lead. This is going to be very interesting to see. Oh wow, unexpected to see that good hit so late in the battle there. Anyways, these cram cannons, they are actually snaked into the innermost part of this design, so they're actually pretty strong and big. Oh man, no. It's really up to single cram shell hits now that decides this battle. It's so even. It is so even. Ooh. And Rollo just
misses all the time. That's a success shot rate. It's really bad. The Draken Slang is doing a pretty good job at snaking back and forth, living up to its name to just not get hit that often. And those APS guns that we saw in the start, which probably gimped these turret, because you can see that these turret has like no barrels in a reasonable gauge, which is most likely due to all of those hash rods popping in there, those telephone poles. 8 or 10 meter shots, you know. So now it's up to the crams, and the crams have some issue hitting. Ooh, but that was a nasty hit. The Draken Slang. Oh, the Draken Slang is still slightly in the lead. Oh no! But the Draken Slang's AI got killed. Oh, bam! I don't remember where the AI is right now. But obviously, none of the guns are working anymore. The AI must have been sniped. I think it's inside of here somewhere. Oh. The sadness of frags. Well. Oh, is it here? Maybe? What is this? I don't. It was a good time ago. I checked inside of the Draken Slang, but it might be so simple and depressing that the local weapon controllers on the turrets are not properly EMP defended, which I think was a problem from the Draken Slang I saw before. No. This AI is completely offline. So there is a AI somewhere. Okay. So there is an AI that is alive, but the AI that's controlling the computer for all of the weapons, it seems not alive. It needs a darn good luck to be able to repair this computer part now, because obviously you'll need to repair it to return to combat, and we limited the amount of repairables by quite a bit for the Gimli battles. Well, it's just sitting here and taking damage. So unless it wakes up, I don't think this battle will change very much at all. This constant cram rain is pretty terrifying though. Just look at it. It's completely still, so I'm very surprised they kind of missed this often anyways. But this is just the reason why you want to have a little bit of EMP on your cram shells. It can do wonders. Well, and the wonders for this little battle is that the Rollo by Imp gets some more chances to prove itself despite taking so much damage. Man, it's pretty hollow. It is damaged. It really looked like the Draken Slang was able to flip it around and win, but not this time. And that means we will not see any more of the Draken Slang Mark II in this tournament here. So, of course, there is another Draken Slang. So, for all of you Draken Slang fans, fear not. Another iteration that has actually proven to work better in combat, well, it shall return. But big congratulations to Imp. Well, all of these designs are pretty darn impressive indeed. And the reason why Imp is like winner tipped is because there are so many designs Imp sent in. And I think like all but this one was able to get into the winners bracket. So yeah, very impressive. And they deal damage. Man, they deal damage. Well, hello, and you are most welcome back to the GMODIST channel. We are back for some nice action in the losers bracket of the Gimle battles. Basically, all the ships that have lost against Gimle are now able to participate again in single combat, and well, the one that is best will be able to return to the winners bracket. So this is a single elimination tournament, pretty hardcore and very tense. So today we will have the Daxter's Gunner Mark II-4, which of course, as everyone else, fought against Gimle and lost in single combat best of 3. And we're gonna pitch that against the Volantis Mark IV by Parzival. And, well, I felt she could have won against the Gimle. This is a late submission actually that I allowed in to basically smoothen out the brackets. Yeah, so that's what it is. In any case, we are going to let the battle commence and see what is going to go on there. So, I think I spawned the wrong version, the one with decos, but our game speed is like 90% of full speed, so it's fine. It has the same stats, of course. It's just having the decorations enabled for this one instead of disabled. All right. Oh, there we had some really nice use of sieves, shooting down the clusters of stuff coming in there. Oh, bam! This is a larger rocket. Is that not a cluster system? Ooh, very hard to take out. And if you can see here, we got a nice little mix of fragmentation. I thought there was a mix. Well, never mind. We got only fragmentation streaming in here against the Daxter's Gunner Mark II-4. It is not looking great for the poor old gunner. The cramshells coming in here are being effectively dealt with the sieves. And the only thing that seemed to deal serious damage to the Volantis is, of course, the cluster missiles. We got a radar-seeking explosive. These are cool cluster missiles. I will give them that. They are really cool. And that's just a carrying container with no payload whatsoever, probably to just distract the lambs, defenses and stuff like that. So obviously they pop in here and they will deal some impact damage. But the real payload isn't that explosives. However, due to the redundancy here on the Volantis, it doesn't matter that much. That said, the Daxter's Gunner still have some percentages left. Of course, it is not dead by any means. It's just starting to look a bit sad, you know? Oh, very sad actually. Wow, that's some thick armor. I think we may have a case of overspending on armor here instead of having firepower. Well, the clusters launch. I love cluster missiles. They are so cool. So cool that I decided to spend a lot of hours to make a 2-kilometer long video. No, a 2-kilometer long missile in a 2-hour-long video. 2-kilometer missile, 2-hour-long video. Yeah, which is a follow-up on another 2-hour-long video about cluster missiles of extreme sizes. It was fun though. Well, well, we shall see indeed. I love how they kind of output very nice, what is it called? Ruter in Swedish. It's well, diamonds or something in card play. I feel like this cluster missile is very neatly set up, but I am wondering if they should not have perhaps been incendiary. Oh yes, that would have been pretty nasty. That would light a lot of people's wooden decks on fire. Well, it is obvious the Dexter's Gunner Mark II-4 is sinking. We won't see any more of the gunner in this little tournament. It got a second chance, as harsh as it is, to prove itself against the other ones in single combat. Yes, but obviously it is not easy. All of the designs who have been sent in to fight the Gimle are of course strong ships. All of them are strong ships. But there is always the bigger ship, the bigger fish, yeah? But I wanted to see all of them, even if they lost against the Gimle, wanted to see them one time more at least, before I clean up my folders. So here we have it. Results are official. De Valantis wins another battle in the loser's bracket, and the Dexter's Gunner Mark II will be seen no more. Well, congratulations, Parzival. We shall be moving on to the next battle. Next up, we will be facing the Super Meg by Drip Was Taken, which has actually won a previous little battle. However, the BBS Obelisk Gate, a Onyx Watch inspired fan build made by our very resilient AOG Montrose Kevin Try, who has sent in a lot of designs for the Gimle battles, and they will be facing each other. So we are going to see, will the Super Meg uphold its reputation of being, well, more decent than DPS Old Jack, from Lenny at least, but will it also be more decent than the BBS Obelisk Gate? Or will the BBS Obelisk Gate by Kevin Try and the Super Meg's Journey here by Kevin Try? We shall see in a moment. And there we got them. And I must say, the Obelisk Gate, I think this design looks very, very cool. I absolutely love this little design. It looks so nice. There are a lot of funny mannequins all around the place here too, and the scaffolding here and everything. It has some pretty neat interior areas and stuff like that too. So if you haven't seen that, check the original battle video with the Obelisk Gate, of course. Worth a little check out, definitely. But anyways, enough about that. Here we have the Super Meg by Drip Was Taken, already won a battle here on the loser's bracket. This is a strong design. It is very strong. It's a very strong indeed. So we shall be seeing who is the stronger one. That I don't know. I don't quite remember the Obelisk Gate's combat performance. We seem to have some pretty scary railguns going on here, do we not? You know what? We're gonna slow down time a bit. We have a armor-piercing, high-explosive EMP shell with a depth penetration fuse, I think, a emergency ejection defuse, and a tracer. Don't ask. You know, this game is nerdy, and I may have learned how to recognize all the components. By the way, I actually got hold of some beautiful renditions of all the APS parts. I think it was by Waydance, and I'm going to utilize them, of course, make some charts and stuff like that, and be able to provide some guides that make it very clear with the APS parts and cool stuff like that. Well, the shells I looked at, I honestly did hope that they would hit on a little bit more interesting spot. Ooh. We have a little sandblasting going on here from the Super Meg. This is a little heavy head with a base bleeder and stuff like that. Well, we're gonna lock onto these supersonic shells. See, what are we gonna hit here? I kinda don't really think they're that powerful, these shells. They seem to be lacking some stopping power. Not getting through the Super Meg that easily, but now it looked like one go through. Maybe just missed. Bam. Got some EMP cooking there. Ooh! Obelisk Gate! What did you do? Lost 8% of your total health? What happened? This we'll need to pause the game here. What happened here? Bam. We got some crazy hit here in the side. Those bam. Bam! The Super Meg's cram cannons are not messing around. I kinda don't remember them being this strong. But they are. Now we're having a lot of misses though. We shall see indeed who gets some shots in here. Very interesting. Oh, and the Obelisk Gate was able to deal with that cram. Not that cram though. So the Obelisk Gate has some pretty serious civs systems there. Yes, indeed. Lamps engaging, and we got some diff civs and different systems like that. Oh, the Super Meg is actually down to 89%. The Obelisk Gate at 85 is not really losing that much more health. Well, it really depends on how these cram shells will land, because this railgun is able to hit pretty consistently. And the Obelisk Gate has this problem of not compartmentalizing the interior armor, which means that explosive damage is spread all over the place. Ooh, the Super Meg lost a turret there too. Very, very intense. They are at the same health now, basically. Oh wow. The Obelisk Gate may have been able to turn this around with just dealing consistent railgun damage. The armor-piercing explosive EMP shell may not penetrate that deep, but you know what? They keep coming. Yes, they do. 84 versus 84 percentages. Can the Super Meg twist this around and provide some victorious results? Or is this the last views we will see of the Super Meg? It's honestly looking like this is the last views we're seeing of the Super Meg. So that's what we're looking at it a little bit extra. But we shall check out and see how the obelisk gate, how she's doing. I think, if I recall correctly, that the obelisk gate is Kevin Fry's most formidable submission here. It's definitely in the lead here by 3% as of now. None of the main cannons are offline. Nope. Which is great news for the obelisk gate. And especially for Kevin Fry, of course. Yeah, all of these cannons are definitely alive and well. Ooh, now detection was lost on this turret here. Oh, I think that all that EMP leeching has depleted the detection of the Super Meg. Look at that, that's pretty cool. I don't think it has accuracy that... oh, it's so far off. I think its accuracy have been absolutely fried, and now it even looks like an AI has been fried. It definitely looks like the obelisk gate by Kevin Fry is putting the Super Meg back into obscurity. 74 percentages. Only one cram cannon left. Basically no detection. Ooh, the rip was taken. I'm sorry to say, but well, the Super Meg is soon no more. It's up for elimination, as they say in my folder at least. Well, of course, there is a chance things would turn around, but it's just so enormously unlikely. I don't think that can happen. I almost think it can't happen, but obviously it can. But we have a 10% lead of the obelisk gate and gaining because it's able to deal consistent damage. So that's something you have to think of. When you're making weapons, of course you want the damage per second be real high, but you also need the effective damage per second be real high. And that means be able to get through the enemy defenses and being able to hit the target. So for that reason, cram cannons is not always the answer. It usually is, but cram cannons has a really good damage per material, and APS, especially railguns, they have a terrible damage per material and material spent ratio. But when you are able to deal consistent damage, that premium is absolutely worth it, and this is a really good showcase of this, because you saw the Super Meg's cram cannons. They're absolutely crazy. And they got some hits on the obelisk gate where it was like absolutely brutal, took off a big portion per hit. Rare though. Now, the Super Meg's biggest problem is, I'm not gonna drone on about it, but turret necks. Tiny 3x3 turret necks. High explosive damage will get into those spaces, blow off the turret cap, and the turret is no more. That's why I build thick turrets without a neck. Thick neck. Yes. Well, quite resilient indeed. It just keeps getting those shells there. Oh, it has no weapons online anymore. Oh damn. Oh damn. Well, Grip was taken. Well, we are looking forward for your future submissions to future challenges, which will be announced in the Discord mostly, and of course on YouTube posts if you don't know that, and in videos. But Discord is where I arrange them, so you should join anyways. And super big congratulations to Kevin Try. You will be continuing to get into the losers bracket here and prove the worth of the obelisk gate, or rather, the obelisk gate she will have to prove her worth because it's an AI controlled ship. But next battle, it's time for next battle. As soon as I officially confirm the results, of course, but yeah. Next up, we have a pretty fun little design here. This is Shield Cat's capsized catastrophe. Well, as it sounds, it's a ship that looks like it's upside down. Yep. And we got this interesting little network of connection points inside, which I think is pretty cool, actually. And yeah, very nice. We are using a lot of ducts here to try and provide some big surfaces for taking damage. Now, I don't know why anyone would use the 5x5 ducts. Isn't the 7x7 the only reasonable thing to have? Well, anyways, ducted propellers, they look absolutely beautiful. A joy to see. Then we have the new jack, the DPS new jack from Lenny, who's actually proven itself by winning the previous battle. So let the battle commence. Oh damn, the colors I chose here are absolutely crazy. What was it that the capsized catastrophe shot now? What the... What is this now? That's hollow point, right? I think that may be hollow point. Oh no. Oh no. I did find him again. Well, anyways, this thing sticking above the water is obviously not that well defended. We have some juicy interiors here. Very interesting indeed. Delivering some damage. It looks perhaps like the capsized catastrophe is kind of not dealing that much damage anymore, is it? Or it's probably just because we don't recognize. Oh. Well, in any case, will be very interesting to see the hair damage. Oh, and big thanks to all the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST, of course. If you want to support the channel monthly, well, you can join the commissioned officers, and that's via Patreon, so that you can be part of the honored commissioned officers, most notably Commodore Owen, Captain Sebastian Dode, Captain Shiro, Commander Morton, Lieutenant Anto, Cravey, Flora Stagan, Hard McGreed, Vincent Veritas, Rick Prell, and Scoobrot. Your monthly support helps the channel very much. And of course, big thanks to all of the cadets and the Ecclesiarchy of GMODIST. If you're in the Ecclesiarchy, you may have watched this video before everyone else, due to it providing some early access to videos. Nice little trick. Well, it's hard to see as I tried to say before, that the capsized catastrophe is even shooting and all, but that's because it's underwater, so we don't, we kind of don't know exactly what it's up to. We shall see indeed. Oh no. Oh no, now we did one of this again. Oh no. Fortunately we can do that. Okay. I'm just a little bit curious. Are you shooting all the same shells all the time? This is a secondary heat, so it's a whole point secondary heat, is it not? But it's real fast. And obviously, since it is a whole point, that's reasonable. Well. Oh man. A lot of blocks being lost there. The hollow points look real scary, but they are not as scary as you might think they are, because the damage they deal is pretty surface level, and usually we like to drill some holes, do some deep damage to gain some very effective results. Well, looking at the stats, the capsized catastrophe is indeed still in the lead. However, a lot of the ship's upsides is the bottom of the hull, so I suspect if this floaty top part of this anti-ship is destroyed, it will probably sink. Which will be a little bit of some bad news, of course, then. For the capsized catastrophe. It's at 92% though, and Lenny's DPS new jack is at 86. Ladies and gentlemen, the block shedding is real. Very scary. We'll just have to follow this little shell here and see. Bam. Interesting shell mix. Hollow point and secondary heat. It kind of becomes like some weird hash shell. Now, I'm not absolutely certain it will do anything better than shell designs usually do. But I don't know, maybe it does. It feels like we slowly have grinded through the armor here. Well, just to check here, there we got a little explosion, right? So it shot inside of there. We got another volley popping in there. I'm convinced this is that of a good design. I don't think it's meta or tacky or very, very effective in some way. But it's really fun to see different types of shells, especially unconventional ones. Can learn something new. And it's also entirely possible I just mix together the look of the component. But if you want to check some more in detail, obviously the capsized catastrophe and the Lenny's DPS new jack is obviously available too, as fighting the GMODIST single combat. Spoiler alert, they are in the losers bracket because they lost against the game, but sometimes it's just luck, excuse me, and sometimes it's just, well, pure skill. It depends, and sometimes you don't really know because the tables can flip very fast when a big cram shell or railgun APS just hits the right spot. It means no more AI. Redundancy is key, as I say all the time. Well, these shells are definitely continuing to pop in here. We have a 75% health of the shield cat. I'm wondering if it's able to still deal effective damage. The new jack is sure very resilient, that will have to say. Look at it. It has such a narrow shell. It can be hard to fit all of that important bits in the middle like this. Well. It's kind of funny we have to go below the surface to see if the cannons underwater are shooting or not, due to the weird render thing like above/below water, which I'm sure all of you who play the game are already very familiar with, and perhaps even a little bit annoyed. I am. Really fun here. The capsized catastrophe looks like it's an absolutely terrible shake that it's gonna sink in any second. But obviously it has a lot of these blocks that are not having that big of a health. And they have them here thick above the water surface, and most ships are set up to shoot above the water surface, right? So the only thing could happen is that this got shot off and that it sinks. But after a while, the DPS new jack by Lenny has been grinded down until there is no more. So unfortunately for Lenny, the DPS new jack will see no new action. Indeed not. But we are going to look forward for some future submissions you may send in, and hopefully this was a good learning experience at least. Well, big congratulations to Shieldcat, who will continuing in the losers bracket little tournament as a victorious one. Very nice.
GMODIST.
Well, hello and welcome back to GMODIST. This is your host Eric, and we are going to do some more Gimel Battles losers bracket. That is the valiant combatants fighting against the Gimle and losing will have a chance to fight again, but this time each other, and the best one of them will be transported to the winners against the Gimle. That is, those who were able to defeat the Gimle within 15 minutes and abide by the rules, basically. Now this time we will put the Arc 2 by Mr. Panda, aka Commodore Owen, in the army of GMODIST. So this is a submission that was sent in by our highest ranking army of GMODIST officer at this time of recording. So with that said, huge thanks to Mr. Panda and the other commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST. That is Captain Sebastian Dode and Shiro, Lieutenants Anto, Cravey, Flores Dragon, Joseph, Arbagreed, Vincent, Rick, and Scuba Rocks. Let's get this battle going, because we will fight Nevada by Harbor. The Nevada is a beautifully looking design. I did like the look of this so much that I kind of hoped it would have won, because I wanted to see more of this. So hopefully it will be a good performance. But may the best fighting ship win, indeed. Mr. Panda's Arc 2 is a very powerful, fast design. For a ship this big, it is it feels like it has a remarkable speed. Like, this is a hydrofoil with some serious azipods going on there. Man, it almost flies on the water surface. However, we seem to have some serious fires started by the laser here. We got some thick alloy going on here. And
those are meeting to the Nevada here. So it's still fairly even. Still fairly even. We'll see how it develops, if any one of them will get a upper hand or not. We shall see. We shall see indeed. 90% versus 91. It is pretty even. To me, it looks like Nevada is losing some firepower here. Mr. Panda's Orc 2. It seems to be in pretty good condition, to be honest. Ooh, I recognize some of these engines. And if you don't, well, if you're a commissioned officer, there is some templates, some Army of GMODISM templates that you may indeed, or that you can download and use. Yeah, which is pretty handy. So if you join as a cadet as well, you can of course get the files, which I'm working on updating right now. Actually, I did work on that some today. Oh, and the Nevada has these beautiful like pools. That's like so nice. We have like chill out pools. That's beautiful. And very aesthetical turrets here with a lot of deco. Oh yes, looking pretty splendid, I must say. But based on performance and stats, it does look a little bit. It does look a little bit like we won't be seeing the Nevada anymore, unfortunately. So that is a little bit unfortunate. It's quite a looker. Oh, so we have like stacked propellers. That's cool. And that makes this effect. I see. So we don't need to have like a hole or anything underneath it. That's very smart. That is very smart. Well, the beautiful Nevada is not having the best of days right now. So I thought we could take a little last look on the interiors before it will go down to the bottom of the sea, not to be seen in the Gimlet battles again. Oh, and we have a little, like, glass shield on top of it as well. Huh. That's like a lot of layers. Well, the Nevada started real strong, but Orc 2 eventually turned it around. Now, I'm not really sure if I remember completely, but if I recall correctly, I think I was pretty surprised that the Gimla defeated the Orc 2, because it looked like a really min-maxed strong design, just like the Gimla. It is a one-sider. You can see we basically have no armor here, and we have all the armor on the other side. So it's set up in a pretty strong and decent way here. You can see we got some fragmentation rounds here. We got some shield disruptor rounds as well. And of course the laser does some too, but fragmentation is really dangerous in general. Now, most people like to have frag that's a little bit more narrow because it deals more damage You get like decreased damage when you basically angle the frag too much. Well, in any case, we got the Nevera here, or I mean over there, down to 67%, and the Arc 2 is at 86. And if you remember, of course, if we have the defeat on the first battle, it decides it during these losers brackets here. Usually it wouldn't be, usually it's a best of 3, and that's how it's gonna be for the like proper tournament. But as for this, we are going to decide it with just one battle, because yeah, that's how we set it up. It's single elimination, pretty hardcore, so the wins and loses can be pretty luck based as well. But it was an afterthought to include all the losers against Gimli in any type of tournament setting. But I wanted to see them again there, so it was the best thing I could come up with. Single elimination, but they can participate again in a case. Well, it's pretty clear which will win, of course, but next up we will have the Harangor by Danny versus the Resolute by Omicron. So we're just gonna see that this indeed continues the direction we assume it does, and that the Nevera doesn't get a crazy lucky strike and somehow kills the Arc 2. Very unlikely, but it can happen. We have seen that before as well, so, you know. Damn, this is like a lot of armor. I would actually think that this is one of the reasons that the Arc 2 isn't as strong as it could have been. I think it may spend too much in armor. Now, I don't remember the exact values. Of course, it's skewed now and it's 40%. I think that's pretty close to what Gimli spends as well, so. And we use a lot of wood here, so it should technically be pretty decent. But I guess it's over the water surface, and it's like a pretty fat girl here. You can see it's like round and very voluminous inside like this. And the Gimli does that too. She's also a real big girl. But the Gimli is a lot under the water surface, and that's like the entire difference. This laser that digs at the Arc 2 here will really ignite anything that can burn. But as for the Gimli, she may be fat but underwater, which basically means that the laser and fire and stuff like that can't harm her as much as the Arc 2 can be hurt. But in any case, does not matter in this case, because the Nevera by Harbor is no more. Beautiful artwork, but alas, not stronger than the Arc 2. So congratulations, our Commodore, Mr. Panda, to the victory of this little subsection. Next battle. Seems I forgot this thing was an airship. Alright, so there we are. This is the Harangor by Danny, which will be facing the UCS Resolute by Omicron. So it will be very interesting to see which one will be the stronger battleship. Oh yes, indeed. We got the Harangor popping in there, really firing those shells here. These are some scary shells, right? So that's like, looks a little bit... No, that's like shield disruptor. Not the most scary shell. Well, I did really enjoy the UCS Resolute's like design theory or strategy or like idea with having this very vertical side-to-side type of design that really can move the guns from side to side using this basically like slits, but instead of having them like turrets usually are, they are like vertical like this. That's pretty fun. And of course, the UCS Resolute, she uses a sandblasting strategy almost. I think it does. I think most of the guns are sandblasters, right? If I recall correctly, heavy heads. We got some fins there. Probably should have skipped the fins. It's better to have tracers for accuracy. But it's looking pretty strong here. The Resolute is behind. It is. But the Haragnor is pretty weak against getting hit or rubbed the wrong way, so to say. And the Sandblaster is probably exactly what I would use to combat something like that. I'm actually building a battleship, or I've started on it long ago, and I've been building on it to and fro. That indeed is based on Sandblaster strategy because it is such a powerful. You've probably seen the water-based frontsider by Shipmaster Kent in our Gimli battles. It's an unofficial battle because she has some tactics on there, on the water-based frontsider that disqualifies her to the Gimli tourney. I think it was water pumps. But I'm not very sure. Yeah, it was some time ago. Well, personally, I think that Omicron, our AOG Matros there, will win this thing. I don't remember if Danny is in the army. I remember Omicron is enlisted as a Matros because Omicron has posted a lot of comments and stuff in the Discord, of course. If you want to join the Army of GMODISM, you can self-assign the enlisting rank from the bottom, of course, because that's how it works in our Discord, and you are in the Army of GMODISM, which means you will be notified when we have some challenges that are only for the Army of GMODISM members. So do join the Army of GMODISM, and if you also want to support the channel and be in the Army of GMODISM, you can go to our Patreon page and then you can join there, and well, then you will automatically be in all the roles you need in our Discord as long as your Patreon in Discord is. Oh, and if you're watching this before anyone else, you're in the Ecclesiarchy and you're also supporting the channel a lot at that. If that is the case. And if you want to see this video when it was posted and not when it was scheduled, well, then you can join the Ecclesiarchy from... I set the price to the absolute lowest that YouTube would allow, because their percentage cut is the same whatever the cost is, so yeah. If you want to support the channel with more every month, of course, I'll be very thankful, but if you just want to have early access, well, I made it as cheap as I could for you to get that feature. Basically, from the lowest tier in the Ecclesiarchy, you basically get most rewards. Yeah. In any case, enough about that, but big thanks to all of you in Ecclesiarchy. You're really helping the channel. So, as I suspected, the Resolute has dug through the Haragnor's systems to the point that most engines are away, and perhaps even an AI. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm almost suspecting an AI kill here, because it suddenly stopped moving there. Well, GG, Danny, but the Haragnor will be seen no more. Big congratulations to UCS Resolute by Matros Omicron. It may have lost against the Gimli, but did win this. So we shall be moving on to the next battle. Oh, and if I didn't make that clear, you may recognize exactly half of the ships from a previous video, and that is because to make the brackets like, I don't know, work in a fair way, all these battles here, one of the participants have won a previous battle, and one of them are completely fresh and new. So yeah, the Resolute had already won the previous battle, and the Nevera had won its previous battle. So yeah, that's how it can be with dependent on how even the numbers of participants can be. In any case, here we have the Hagelslag, which is very nice looking, which will be facing off with the Singularity version 2 by Squick, and the Singularity version 2 has won its previous battle, so I bet it should be quite scary for our Hagelslag by Sangluna. The Hagelslag is submitted by Sangluna, and the Singularity is by Squick. Man, all these colors, it's like confetti. Got the blue is a fragmentation. Is that like a heavy head? So it's like an AP frag with some MP or something. And we got like, ooh, is this just? That's hash. It's hash, right? That's a heavy head, right? That's a whole point squash head, right? I think so. This is like this is like a heavy head. Well, we got a mix, that's what I'm trying to say. It's pretty even so far, but it's looking a little bit dark for Sangluna. I mean, those shells are just absolutely missing. Singularity version 2 goes up and down to, oh my lord. Oh damn, it didn't die. But that's a lot of shields being dead. Oh wow, the shots that did hit, man. It dealt some damage, and we are constantly applying, oh no, some packs there. Oh bam, Singularity version 2 is no more. Damn, that was quick. Ladies and gentlemen, Singularity version 2 totally defeated by Hagelslag. Hagelslag, she's the winner. So, congratulations to Sangluna. We won't be seeing any more of the Singularity version 2 by Squick, but please, next challenge, you can submit something, Squick. Of course, we look forward to that, but the Singularity V2 will be deleted from my folder. In any case, next battle, and congratulations to Sangluna. And for this battle, we have the TSA Kovrax Exerfire. Exerfire, she is a very scary ship. I will just say, poor smart dolphin. The Exerfire is a scary foe. Now, this is the CNF Peach class battleship, if that wasn't very obvious. It looks really funny and nice, and Smart Dolphin is a member of the Ecclesiarchy as well. And the ship is totally manned by friendly felines. Isn't this fantastic? It's very fantastic. It's very fantastic. That's something. We'll have to man a ship with. We'll have to man a ship with our like mascot cutout version. And this has a little art gallery as well. So I just thought that we would absolutely have to check it out a little bit quickly, because it is such a fun little design with all these cute cartoons in it. So yeah, it has an art gallery, obviously. Any formidable ship like this should have an art gallery. Well. Yeah, I just wanted to check it out a little bit quickly there. And we have like a porty hole and everything. We got some cool interiors. Now we have a lot of interior lightings, so they should actually be turned off. But it looks like I didn't save that person. Well, whatever. Hopefully my new PC will be able to handle this reasonably lag-free anyways, but we shall indeed see. The CNF Peach is not joking around either. We got some serious frag popping in here. So, while I will assume that the Exeter is going to win... Oh. Right. Right. Okay. Okay. And this is... Alright, alright. Huh. There sure is a lot of fires on the surface here. Yeah. Frag is a good thing to counter a hollow type wood design like this. But what's even better is of course incendiary. Unless they have updated the incendiary look. Oh, bam! This is pretty brutal. We're having fires and frag all over the place. The Kovrax CBX Exerfire, she's absolutely getting chewed up in seconds. This is one of the most quick potential wins I've seen in a long while. And this is like fuses. It's like not incendiary unless they updated the texture or something. I don't see where all that incendiary is coming from. I just don't. What's applying it? Is it maybe... I don't know. Do we have cram shells applying it? Do we have some secret laser that has like a very invisible... Oh, no, that's Kovrak's distraction laser. Oh well, we will be seeing the smart dolphin some more. No, oh yes, of course, we will be seeing both Kovrax and the smart dolphin. I put like the names of the ship and the participant in different order dependent on when I accepted the submission. I don't know, it wasn't smart. So I mix it up sometime. Anyways, we will be seeing more of the Peach class battleship, that's for sure. Kovrax Exerfire, very strong design. It really is, but no, it cannot stand up against fire and frags. That is Hollywood type design's worst enemy. Well, very interesting nonetheless to see all of that. Now, the game is going into some slow motion modes, so I'm a little bit curious to see. It's like a tiny frag shell, alright. We really went all in on frag here. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out wherever the incendiary comes from. But maybe they just updated the texture and I'm after. Well, big congratulations to Smart Dolphin of the Ecclesiarchy. The CNF Peach class is very superior to the Exeter, which is a really strong ship, by the way. I think the Exeter is on Steam Workshop, So if you want to have a go against it and see how strong it really is, you can get it there. So that's nice. Well, what can we say? 1 minute and 40 seconds. Those two last battles, they were quick and...
GMODIST.
Well, hello, and you are watching the GMODIST channel. We're here. Eric is here, and we are going to continue with the gimbal battles. Oh, yes, indeed. Naturally, this is the loser's bracket, and you are about to witness the champions being formed and decided. So it will be very interesting to see which ones will be able to continue battling. In any case, to just start off simply, this is the Rollo by Imp. Has already shot a good couple of shots. We're 2 seconds in the battle, and has already fired against the Valantis Mark 4 by Parzival. So it will be very interesting to see, obviously, both the Rollo and the Valantis has proven their effectiveness by already winning battles. So both of these ships are very strong. In this video we'll have 4 battles, and among those 4 battles, well, we're going to look at the next episode, which will be the finals. And before I begin, my homepage gmodims.com is in some need of some feedback, so it would be really nice if you would go to gmodims.com, check out the site and leave me some feedback on what you think of my site and what could be improved and what's good. I basically designed a new type of fun experience, I hope, from scratch, so I didn't design it after any website. I designed it as I wanted a website to be from scratch. Other than that, I also want to say thanks to the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST, Commodore Owen, Captain Sebastian Dobe, Captain Shiro, Lieutenant Anto, Cravey, Flaros Dagon, Joseph Wachowski, Hard by Greed, Vincent Veritas, Rick Proel, and Scooby Rocks. Hope you will enjoy this video, and big thanks to all in the Ecclesiarchy as well, of course. And sorry you couldn't get this video early access, but the finals will be early access to you. And I just realized that this is an airship, right? Which is probably for the better, because then we can take a better look at the Rollo, which looks very neat indeed. Well, let us get this battle started. And have an whoops, what the? 3rd time's the charm, they say. So, big pack blast to start it off, which missed. Rollo is coming up with some crams. Valantis, she is valiantly fighting and firing a lot of APS shells. Just as a little reminder, what are we spitting here? We got pure frag, tested and true. Always works pretty well. There's probably some other shells too, I don't know. But it might as well be just pure frag. That's very reliable. Rollo is definitely in the lead so far. Valantis is trying to get some good hits, but Imp's Rollo is trying to be evasive like that. Obviously it's an airship, it has huge disadvantages. When it gets hit, it's gonna die a lot faster. You have a lot of more tanking damage taking areas when you're a floaty thing instead of an airship. It's much more sensitive. So AP frag is all the shells that pop in here, they're AP frag, I believe. Looks like they're pretty deep penetrating, to be honest. I think we should lock on to... Can we please lock on to the right shell? Okay, thank you. 1 of M and see what they are doing. No bounce. Bam. Explosion with fragmentation in here. Rollo is naturally a front-sider, so basically all the armor is put in the front of the armor.
Rollo is indeed in the lead, but honestly I do believe Valantis by Parzival has a better chance of taking this home because it is a water-based ship, which naturally has those said advantages. While less evasive and being hit by cram shells and not being in the lead, this is what my limited experience would have me believe, but there is a good bit of luck as well, and I might not remember all the details, which could change that verdict too. Right, so, but because of course previously in the when these ships actually got to the losers bracket, we had a nice little showcase and look of the ship, and while I had that fresh in mind, well, it's naturally easier. It was some time ago I recorded the Valantis and Rollo battle, so naturally I don't exactly remember. Oh, look at that. What happened with the rear cannons there? Whoa, looks like Rollo is climbing down. Look at that. And here we have the Rollo. And that pack. That's some scary stuff. It's starting to really dig through here. I feel that Rollo isn't delivering as much firepower as it did just a little while ago. We got our crams popping in here, but is it gonna be enough? I think it may not be. And this is single elimination. This battle's results will be final and decisive. So that's why the tension is so high, especially for Imp and Parzival. Yeah, we're just continuing and shooting, delivering some damage here. Now Imp shouldn't be too sad because Imp has submitted a crazy amount of designs, which of them, I think all designs except the Rollo made it to the winners bracket. So if the Rollo wins this, well, we'll be seeing Imp designs a lot in the winners bracket tournament, which will be double elimination, by the way. Really feels like the Rollo isn't delivering damage like it used to. Valantis Mark IV, she is still popping in here with some good damage at 92%, just almost a bit surprising. Man, these cram mortars, they seem to be pretty weak. Yes, they are lambs confusers rather. Looks like we have some impact thumpers, which would be really reasonable to have if you want to distract some lambs. It's really funny with the Valantis, she has this little keel here for extra stability and cool looks. A lot of it is of course a altitude controller, so you don't need to use powered altitude control as much. Ooh, got a little rain down here with some scary 2-meter diameter shells. That would be insane to see IRL, man. Oh, the Rollo, she is keeping her distance here. 91 percentages, Valantis is at 89, but again, the Valantis is waterborne and the Rollo, she is airborne, which in this case is not an advantage. Oh bam, oh bam, we had some damage popping up there. I think we must check out these shells here. These are... come on now. These are hash shells. So we've got this little hash swarm, which could potentially delete some turrets. But unfortunately for the Rollo, well, they missed. They just missed. Even the cram mortar is reliably more accurate. I think that the burp hash gun is a tad bit inaccurate if of course it's not because it's damaged. Maybe we shot off too many absorbers or whatever, then it's damaged. Naturally, that could be an explanation. I don't quite know, and we won't have the time to find out. But bam, we got the swarm more incoming. And I see if this one is a little bit more accurate. It seems to be indeed. Bam, we're landing straight on the turrets here. Look at that hash damage. Oh bam, they do what hash does. They clip some barrels. That's some scary stuff. Really hard to protect yourself against as well. Bam, we are raining down. Will the Rollo be able to turn this around despite the disadvantages of being an airship in a battle like this when your opponent has the ability to hit you? Being an airship was of course really good against the Gimli, because the Gimli has not that many weapons that can deal reliable damage to airborne target except the laser, but if you keep the laser busy, it's basically a piece of cake. Honestly, it looks like the Volantis is switching sides now due to being too damaged on one of the sides. This should really ensure the victory of the Volantis. Wow. That's a smart move. Smart routine. Assuming it is intentional, but I think it is because it's so easy to set it up in broadside 2.0 settings. We're starting to go a little bit low though. Bam. We got the burst flak cannon here to shoot down incoming crams. Oh bam! What was that? Did it shoot itself? Or does the Volantis have explosive packs? Hardly. Well, Rollo's Imp is in the lead by almost 10%. Kinda 8%, but anyways. No, kinda 7%. But anyways. Well. I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore if Rollo may be the one to take this home after all. She might win it. Volantis, fight valiantly. Imp already has like 4 or 5 spots in the winner's bracket. Alright. Rollo is very cool, by the way. But as said, next big tournament challenge we'll have, which will be announced on the channel here and on Discord, of course. You gotta be in the Discord to participate anyways, so it can be a good idea to join, by the way. But at that time we will have a limited a limitation on how many submissions you can send in. I feel that's probably a smart idea, because also I'm going to have a shorter window of submission, because some time of administration has basically gone to well, checking if designs, like what version they have. People are sending in updates to an already submitted item, and then if you can submit too many designs, well, it might be a little bit too many battles, and if some people build similar types of designs, we'll have an unvaried type of not only builders but design philosophies. I think it's fun to have more than one submission per person, I would say, but maybe 2 or 3. I should make a limit like that. I think would be a good idea. Wow, the Volantis is at 76%. Rollo is basically at 90% still. Damn, it really looks like Rollo is gonna roll her way to the Champions Finals, basically. Yeah, so all the winners in this video will be in the finals, if that wasn't obvious. I hope it is now. Man, I am surprised over how hardcore Rollo's imp is. It just soaks up damage. Oh, will you look at that? That's a lot of heavy armor shields in the front. Really well protected against mega penetrators. Wow, and it goes from side to side as well, so there are like so many of the shells that are just completely missing. It's really hard to take out the Rollo by crams due to its evasiveness, but that's basically what's needed to penetrate that thick shield in the front. It's kind of impossible to protect yourself against deep penetration cram shells with a high health. Yeah. So if you're meeting targets that are really big and heavily armored, cram is your friend. Unless they've set up some evasive maneuvers making them basically impossible to hit, because then you'll have a bad day, my friend. You will indeed. Alright. 70 versus 90 almost. Both of the ships are kind of damaged by now, so I feel that the velocity of this battle really went down a notch. But man, both of these ships are so darn reliably like tanky and just holds up and will not budge. So it's really cool to see that. This bird gun is crazy. We got some crams falling up there. 67%. We lost some turrets here. The Volantis Mark IV, she is on not the rise but the sink, and bam, we hit despawn territory, or possibly an AI hit, I think, which means that Rollo by Imp will indeed go to the finals of the losers bracket. Just a receipt of how good of a builder that Imp is. All of Imp's design went to, I think it's all of them, went to the winners bracket, except this one, and it still went to the finals of the losers bracket. Or not this one, Rollo is of course the one not being despawned. So that is very impressive to see. Now, it would have been fun to see more of the Volantis Mark IV by Parzival, but unfortunately it is no more and it will not be seen again. It has lost this battle and thus its last chances of participating in this tournament. Well, indeed, let us proceed with the next battle. Or thing. Next up, we will have our Matros in the army of GMODIST, Kevin Try, which made the Gimli Mark II iteration or fan upgrade. So, Kevin Try also submitted several designs, and the Obelisk Gate is definitely the strongest of them. It is now here fighting for its final spot. Now, this is however a Onyx Watch fan build. You can see our art fan build. So it is courtesy of me spawned in the Onyx Watch colors for once, since this might be the last time it appears, or not. And against it we'll have the Capsized Catastrophe by Shield Cat.
And it is a quite funny little ship, which is basically has the philosophy of being simply upside down. So let the battle commence. The upside down ship, this is indeed what it does. Just add some super cavitation bases and you are good to go. I feel we must stalk where these shots are landing by just flying with them. Oh, is this a heavy head with a secondary heat, right? I don't know where this will hit. I think we kind of passed it. Oh well, that's unfortunate. Man, we're so far away. Well, anyways, here we have the little party mix and that pops in here. We're really struggling a little bit with frame rates here. I don't know exactly which causes lag issues here, as we did run the battle before, but not these two particular ones against each other though. Well, the Obelisk Gate has some really big guns, big APS guns, providing some big APS gun damage. Shield Cat is popping in there with basically mostly damage from underneath. Oh, no, that's Hollow Point, right? Hollow Point gets some kind of buff for being shot at underwater, but of course the depth isn't that great, so the damage dealt should be quite limited as well. But still very interesting. Yeah, we're just eating away at the shell here underwater. That's some hardcore damage. Obelisk Gate is at 98%, however, so it's only surface level scratches. Now, I don't know how long it will keep digging before it actually gets to something real juicy. But I am a little bit surprised that the Gimle did win over the Capsized Catastrophe, because obviously the Gimle hasn't that much damage underwater. It is not the most heavily armored ship when you count outside armor. But I do suspect that the Gimle having big cram cannons could make short work of the Capsized Catastrophe, however, because it's not very evasive, and I don't quite know, but you're kind of getting to some juicy parts pretty fast when shooting from above here, because obviously due to how geometry works, the larger surface level flat surface will space a lot of more areas for blocks, and the downside or the underside here will do so less well, since it's tapered inwards to take a lesser pace. But indeed, it seems that we are having all the components lower down, which is reasonable to keep everything fresh. Anyways, we are going to check the stats here. 96 versus 94. It's pretty even, but I will say that these stutterings are a tiny bit annoying. Yeah, they are. I'm gonna see if I can close down some stuff, maybe. It's marginally better, but I think it may be one of the ships. I hope I selected the right version of them, because if we selected some parade version, it will have like a lot of extra stuff, which it doesn't quite need here. Well, whatever. Wow! Oh, bam! Caventry's Obelisk Gate is starting to ride pretty low in the water. I wonder if all that underwater damage, oh yeah, has definitely gotten to hit something juicy. we can see power generation, we can see laser systems being quite damaged here. I don't think it has that much of an altitude control backup system. So if its floatiness was damaged, I do believe this thing will not have the best time. Oh, if it's gonna sink, it's gonna collect some penalty points. That's for sure. And the capsized catastrophe, one could argue it has already sunken, but that is not quite the case here. It's at 93%, so it doesn't... it's not that damaged, but if you look at it, it feels like it's much more damaged, but I guess it's just... I don't know how we expect it to be due to it being upside down. Well, it's keeping to firing away at the obelisk gate, which is at 87%. So the capsized catastrophe is in the lead by a good margin. Or like 5%, but you know, that's something. I kind of suspect that the obelisk gate's gun here isn't very accurate due to being underwater. I don't think it has super cavitation bases. But I don't know, I think we should check that out. They don't have super cavs. We're not having super cavs here. So naturally... Oh, but it still shoots underwater. Well, I guess there is not many blocks to shoot over water either, so that makes kind of sense. Well... The capsized catastrophe is exactly 5% in the lead. Oh, is this turret damaged? No. Yes, it is. One of the barrels is smaller. Oh, this one too? Seems like the main guns, both of them, are damaged to some extent. Sorry, these ships are really taxing my performance a little bit. My keyboard got a little bit stuck. Anyways, the capsized catastrophe is not looking great. Why are the propellers not rotating? Are they even like working? Do we have maybe a dead AI or something? Looks like the main guns are connected up to something at least. Oh man, look at this. Look at this. They have absolutely no idea where to shoot. You know what? I think that the main AI controlling the movement of the capsized catastrophe is taken out. And I additionally believe that that AI had the detection this ship had, which means that it basically has no detection left. That's my guess, but Shieldcat can probably fill me in here. Very, very, very well sniped there by our BBS Obelisk Gate, built by our Matros 3rd class Kevin Fry. And do remember that everyone can join the army of GMODISM as enlisted by just self-assigning the role in the Discord, because then you will be able to get access to all our tournaments, challenges and whatnot that we'll have. And if you want to have a fancy rank and some nice perks like access to all my prefabs and turrets, well, then you can become a commissioned officer. Then you will do that via Patreon, and if you link your Patreon and Discord account, you will automatically get the correct roles in Discord, or should get at least. Yeah, so that can be useful to know if you like to support this endeavor. And don't forget about the government of GMODISM, our new little support option, which has some stuff that the other ones want. Yeah. Right.
This battle is slowed down, to say the least. Oh, something is happening. We just stood by here and checked what's happening, and all of a sudden nothing special happened. I didn't see any blocks fall off, but it looks like Kevin Try's Obelisk Gate's AI got sniped, which is very surprising considering that Kevin Try's Obelisk Gate, she already sniped the capsized catastrophes. Oh no! Wait! We were looking at the wrong ship. The capsized catastrophe is the one that's despawning. I don't... Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. So the guns stopped working because the AI remaining was probably killed. Probably because Kevin Try has some extra little EMP damage, which is fair game in the Gimlet challenge. You should always EMP insulate your stuff. People are hating on EMP, but it's usually because they don't like to insulate against EMP and think the mechanic is boring. I think it's pretty fun. Or because they are building really small and you can't EMP insulate small stuff, which means that all small things are really vulnerable against EMP, which is a fair point. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Anyways, big congratulations to Kevin Try, our matros in the army of GMODISM. The Obelisk Gate goes to finals. Capsized catastrophe, funny idea, well executed and nice performance, but alas, did not defeat the Gimle, did not defeat BBS Obelisk Gate, but you have some other things that you have defeated. Specifically, Capsized Catastrophe beat the DPS New Jack, and also the no? Yeah, that's what it did. Yeah, okay. It's not that many participants in the brackets here. Anyways, next battle. Right, so here we are for the third battle. This is Arc 2 by Mr. Panda, and that is also known as Commodore Owen in the army of GMODISM. So big thanks to our Mr. Panda Owen for supporting the channel as the highest level Patreon on, well, in the highest ranking officer in the army of GMODISM, I mean. However, that grants our Commodore no well, advantages whatsoever for this tournament part, and the opponent is the UCS Resolute by Omicron, which is also in the army of GMODISM, ranking as a enlisted matros, I do believe. And this really funny design basically has turrets going like this, looking like some beetle, firing stuff from side to side. It's really fun. Let the battle commence, and we shall see which one of these are the stronger one. I do find it kind of funny that both of these designs are very bulky. Maybe bulky ships is a hallmark of army of GMODISM ship designers. That could definitely be the case, because we haven't seen anything to disprove that yet. Well, we got some strong sandblasting action here, and we can actually just quickly check what shells do we have coming in. We got shield disruptors, and we got frag, and the Resolute is throwing out a lot of heavy heads and yeah, kinetic damage. This is a design strategy that's also known as a sandblaster. If you would like to look at one of the most epic sandblasters that have been made to my knowledge, do check out Shipmaster Kent's water-based frontsider. We have a battle video, that versus the Gimle. It does break the Gimle rules, however, so it's not in the official tournament, unfortunately. But yeah, you can download it on the Steam Workshop if you want to see some really good sandblasting action, but it does lag a bit, just to warn you, because it has water pumps, which is bad. In the Gimli challenge. Okay, so we're really drilling here. They are drilling away at each other. Very interesting to see if we look inside. It's paired with a laser as well, so we're not only sandblasting, we're also burning. It's a really good thing when you combine laser. Yeah, when you combine laser with sandblasting, you get the both of those worlds. Laser, like fire damage of any kind, and fragmentation is also a really good combo. And I just must say that putting windows on top of the hull like this, that's a really good idea. We should definitely steal that design strat from Omicron. The UCS Resolute, she looks so much better with this simple detail added. It looks like, yeah, it really gives something. Anyways, we should look at the battle. We have barely looked at Arc 2 by Mr. Panda. We are really drilling away here with this sandblasting damage. Man, are we core drilling or what? We need to pause this a little bit. Look at this thing. The damage inside the laser system is pretty insane. The sandblaster have already drilled a hole to the other side, which is why the sandblaster strat is a good one at that. Well, looks like the lambs are actually targeting these tiny shells as well, which is usually a better idea to not do. Zapping kinetic shells is just never worth it. The Omicron Resolute is continuing to drill. It's really keeping one spot to drill really long, which is just the right strategy to have when having a sandblaster strategy. You should just drill until you get to the other side, and you need to calibrate the amount of time the AI changes to another target to be able to drill to the other side of the ship, and you have to basically, well, measure the opponent. But you want to, of course, switch targets as fast as possible to be able to target something new, because you don't want to be targeting and just drilling at a random, not important part. So that's kind of the balancing act, making it long enough but not too long. Well, the Arc 2, she has lost a few turrets, unfortunately. Or one turret. Laser is still burning, but I do feel it's burning with a lot less strength than it did before. And the Resolute is definitely in front of the pandas, our Commodores Arc 2. The Arc 2, she is at 75%, and the UCS Resolute is at 93%. Now, I was a little bit surprised that the Resolute did not defeat the Gimli. I was. But I do think the thing you can do, if you want to beat the Resolute, bring big crams. Because big crams will just make big explosions inside this thing, and it doesn't have the ability to evade them, of course, and you'll deal a lot of damage, is what I'm trying to say. Well, UCS Resolute looks like it's going to drill away to victory, because the Mr. Pandas design here is getting drilled at, and being a hydrofoil makes it real fast, but also makes it exposed to the full amount of drilling damage. Now, it's possible that this drill is having super cavitation bases. Yeah, they do, so it doesn't really matter, it's over or underwater. However, what does matter is fire. When we are shooting at the boilers inside of the Arc 2, well, her boilers will start to spread the fire, and the fire will not be put out due to it being over the water. So if she was underwater, the fire from the boilers getting shot at wouldn't be too far, or wouldn't deal too much damage. Well, having a boiler destroyed is not good, of course, but yeah. Wow, okay, we lost 1, 2... Yeah, we lost 2 of the main turrets here. So it's basically the laser left because of this turret, while existing. Sorry, Commodore, I didn't mean to jinx it, but well, it didn't matter anyways because it didn't shoot anymore because it was so damaged. And here we have this turret here as well. You can see inside of here we got a lot of blocks left, but due to we having a turret neck, we have a vulnerability in the design, and due to blocks being shot at the turret neck, this turret doesn't work at all. Why is the reason? This is the reason I never recommend turret necks. Please stop turret necks, thick necks only. Well, there are different design strats, but please check all the battles in the Gimli video if you want my reason for not wanting turret caps. There is a decapitation issue, very fun, with it, so you know. Wow! Orc 2, she is down to 58%, just somehow still almost alive, but UCS Resolute by Omicron. Well, looks like our AOG enlisted did some real good job making this thing dealing some serious damage, because this thing, the UCS Resolute, has secured a place in the finals as soon as the Arc 2 reaches under 55%, just to be very sure about what we're saying. Oh yes, there we are. So we can move on to the third and final battle for this video before the finals, where we basically selected out our 4 champions. Well, here we have it. The CNF Peach class battleship by Smart Dolphin, looking very peachy. Oh, and also big thanks to our Commodore own Mr. Panda for sending in the design, and of course also to Omicron from Matrus for sending in that design, and very congratulations. But anyways, here we are with CNF Peach by Smart Dolphin, who is in the ecclesiarchy of GMODIST, last I checked. And yeah, that grants you early access to videos, by the way, if you're wondering where that exists, and it's on YouTube memberships. But anyways, and I don't remember really exactly, you know, who is enlisted or not in the army of GMODIST. That's only if they recently participated in a challenge where you have to be that. Then I remember it. So it's possible that both Sangluna and Smart Dolphin is in the army of GMODIST as well. But anyways, here we have by Sangluna the Hagelslag, and we shall be starting this battle and see which is the stronger one. Getting some lead shots fired out there, and bam! Smart Dolphin is really swarming with shots here. Look at those new tracers. They look so nice nowadays. Oh, bam! What's happening? Why is the Hagelslag so low? Well, the CNF Peach class is at 100%, and the Hagelslag is at 97. Damn. Well, we got this confetti tricolore army popping in here with a different fun mix of shells. And they are grazing the superstructure. We got some serious EMP, we have some heat shells. And bam, we have brought down the CNF Peach. She is at 96%, and the Hagelslag is as well. So now it's very even. The CNF Peach opts for fragmentation rounds. Both big, small, I mean, and big. While the Hagelslag, she is opting for... This is hash right, or is that hollow point? I mix them up sometimes. Yeah, I think, never mind. And this is hollow point, right? These are hollow point. No, this is hash, and this is hollow point with EMP and frag, right? We got a mix, and then we have this thing here, which is... never mind. I need to check up exactly how they look. Actually, I have something in store for that, but you'll see that later. Oh, we got some fire damage too. Well, damage is rolling in here, and the CNF Peach is brought down to 94% just. So while having an early lead, it doesn't necessarily give the man. The Hagelslag, she's really inaccurate. There's a lot of shells that are just missing. Like, the CNF Peach isn't evasive, right? Can't be that. Look at that low, like, firing speed. Isn't it beautiful to see them arc like this? It's a real arc. Alright. Look at that damage. That's just so much. Drilled away. Good to have some metal there. Metal being the best armor for the price. Not health points. I didn't say health points. Best armor for the cost. Oh well. And the CNF Peach, she isn't looking very happy either. We have fires all over the place. But it's spitting out damage like crazy. Like always. CNF Peach is just behind with 2% just right now, so it doesn't tell anything. Neither of these designs seems to be especially evasive, and both of these designs have a real hard problem hitting. Now, the Hagelslag has the... Sagluna has the really smart idea to add to the Hagelslag timed fuses so that if not exploding on the target, the shells at least try to explode around the target. It does seem that the timing may be a little bit too late, but it may be a detection error as well, so I can't say that with confidence. Look at that. We're spitting out damage, but the CNF Peach is brought down to 85% just so. The Hagelslag, she is really holding the lead. Both of them are looking real sad, and like everything that's under fire, that's like actively burning, just looks so much more sad in general, even though that doesn't have to mean much at all. Oh well. Well, more damage is popping in. And we can clearly see that the CNF Peach is more than 10% behind. And if you forgot, we are looking at the CNF Peach right now. We will have to look at its glorious demise. The beautiful art gallery is being destroyed as we speak. What a crime against culture. But Sangluna's Hagelslag is a stronger battleship, and well, bringing an art gallery, while very nice, will not give you an advantage, unfortunately, in the decisive battle. No, indeed. You will still lose. But I will say this. Beautiful design. We can almost keep a little lock on here. Can you like come back? Thank you. To enjoy the art while it lasts. Because of course at 63% we can just like watch this direction and just pretend that the damage isn't being dealt. Oh, sad stuff. Well, we'll need to check the state of the Hagelslag. By the way, big congratulations to Sangluna. You have secured your spot in
the finals. So, other than that, also, of course, big thanks to Smart Dolphin. Very cool design, and I really appreciated that little art gallery inside of it. It really made it super fun. Well, there we have it indeed. We have a result. It is final. Man, the Huggslug is really fast. 62 is its speed. Bam. I love the new tracers. They look so much cooler. Well, RIP Peach class. We now know the lineup for the finals. We're going to have Rollo by Imp. We're gonna have the BBS Obelisk Gate by Kevin Try. We're going to have the UCS Resolute by Omicron, and we're going to have the Hagelslag by Sang Luna, and they will fight for a spot in the finals.
GMODIST.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the finals of the losers bracket. Of course, we're gonna have the winners bracket as well. But it is the final of the losers bracket, which is something to celebrate a little bit. So I will say cheers very much, and we'll let the finals of the Gimle battles commence. And if you enjoyed it, do not forget to like this video. And first out, we are having Rollo by Imp, and as you probably know, Imp has a lot of ships in the winners bracket, and the only design that Imp constructed that actually lost against the Gimle class, well, here it is in the finals. And it will be facing the Obelisk Gate over here. Yes, I do realize I need to reload the battle because I always forget which is an airship. Anyways, this is the BBS Obelisk Gate by Kevin Try. And Kevin Try is our matros indeed. So this is an Onyx Watch fan build, if that is not obvious. And before the battles will start, I'll just want to say huge thanks to all of the members in the Ecclesiarchy. And you're watching this video early. Probably. Because you can. As a YouTube member. Anyways, also big thanks to the commissioned officers in the army of GMODIST. Commodore Owen, Captain Sebastian Dode, Captain Shiro, Lieutenants Anto, Cravey, Flaros Dagon, Josef Wichovsky, Hard by Greed, Vincent Veritas, Rick Proel, and Scuba Rocks. And all our cadets. Your continuous support helps us a lot to make this content. Anyways, huge thanks to you that are watching this video as well. If nobody watched our videos, we wouldn't make them anyways. So do indeed like the video and, well,